Chapter 1878. After defeating Zhang Yi with 10 punches, Xiao Chun successfully obtained the final slot. In this battle, Xiao Chun did not reveal anything. Xiao Chun did not have to put in much effort to catch Zhang Yi's mistake. He used his Divine Dragon War body and the advantage of his physical body to suppress his opponent. He didn't give Zhang Yi any chance to retaliate. When he activated his true dragon bloodline, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. When Xiao Chun activated his true dragon bloodline, the outcome was already decided. There was no chance to reverse the situation. Although Xiao Chun could not defeat his opponent with one sword strike and chop off his opponent's arms, it was shocking. He could not compare to Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the other noble clan scions who fought brilliantly. However, with his middle stage star venerate cultivation and the advantage of his physical body, Xiao Chun easily defeated a holy venerate. Similarly, everyone's eyes lit up in shock. A low cultivation was a disadvantage and an advantage at the same time. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple. Xiao Chun, Xiao Jinyu, step forward. Elder Tianyun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the crowd from his throne. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Chun and Xiao Jinyu. The atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. Everyone knew what Elder Tianyun's words meant. Elder Tianyun wanted to choose one of the two to be his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiao Chun and Xiao Jinyu moved past the crowd and arrived at the front, facing Elder Tianyun. How hateful! To think that Elder Tianyun chose this Xiao Chun. How am I inferior to this fellow? Although Xiao Chun is not strong now, he has great potential. What Elder Tianyun saw in him is his potential. However, his weakness is also rather obvious. Elder Tianyun is still overestimating Xiao Chun by comparing Xiao Jinyu to him. Of the remaining 8 people, some felt dissatisfied, while others analyzed objectively. The older generation core disciples at the side showed somewhat complicated expressions. Not only did these people directly pass the test and become core disciples, but they also became core disciples. If they were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a heaven-class elder, they would feel even more disappointed. Xiao Jinyu had a radiant smile on his face. He did not hide his sharpness and confidence at all. The two of you exchange one move. Elder Tianyun did not say what would happen after the palm strike. He only said that the two would exchange one move. The two bowed to Elder Tianyun first before bowing to each other. Then they sized each other up. The heavens have granted my wishes. I was a little unhappy just now. Why didn't you fight me? Now I finally have the chance. Xiao Jinyu clearly brooded over Xiao Chun surpassing him in the second stage. Now he had finally found an opportunity. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. When facing Xiao Jinyu's strong aura, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and easily resolved it. You are really confident. In that case, make your move. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Arrogance comes with a price. Xiao Chen's attitude enraged Xiao Jinyu. He snorted coldly and ferociously thrust the sword in his hand. Just like that, the scabbard was inserted into the floor that was paved with divine materials. Rubble flew up, and cracks spread out. The sword intent on his body spread out wantonly, and a terrifying sword wind blew out from his body. Berserk sword. Whoosh! Xiao Jinyu's figure flickered, shocking everyone. His speed was even faster than that sword wind. Jian Feng had clearly flown out first, but in an instant, he had appeared in front of Jian Feng. The scabbard stabbed into the floor was empty. At some point in time, the sword was already in Xiao Jinyu's hand. Xiao Jinyu, who was in front of the sword wind, moved later but arrived first. He infused the strong wind containing the boundless sword intent into this sword strike. This sword strike was even more profound than the one Xiao Jinyu executed in the arena earlier. Xiao Jinyu used an exquisite technique to infuse all his aura into this sword strike in one breath, even though he did not store up any power. The rarest thing was that he did not slow down the speed of his sword strike even after achieving such a great momentum. Xiao Jinyu used his body as a cauldron to communicate with the power of the universe. Sharp spirit finger. Xiao Chun remained as calm as before. He circulated his veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy, merging them into one and filling his entire body. He forged his body into an unchanging ancient cauldron. Then, he waved his hand and caught Xiao Jinyu's sword with 2 fingers. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chun caught the sword tip, the 3 vast energies in Xiao Chen's body connected to the power of the world and solidified this space. No matter how much force Xiao Jinyu exerted, he could not budge his sword at all. The vast energy formed by the fusion of veritable essence energy, vital chi, and soul energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's physical body endured immense pressure and could crumble at any moment. He needed to pour out this energy. Dang! Xiao Jinyu gently tapped with his finger, and this energy surged out along the sword tip. His entire body trembled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Jinyu's physical body went flying. After he landed, he took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. As Xiao Jinyu held his sword, he felt somewhat at a loss. He did not know what martial technique Xiao Chun executed earlier. You are merely SOSO. Xiao Chun smiled as he looked at Xiao Jinyu with his hands behind his back. Xiao Jinyu flushed red, feeling dissatisfied. Just as he prepared to attack again, Elder Tianyun raised his hand and stopped the 2. Elder Tianyun said coldly, I said, only 1 move. This junior knows his mistake. Xiao Jinyu startled to his senses and sheathed his sword, quickly apologizing. The place fell silent. Everyone focused their gazes on Xiao Qin. Everyone was still immersed in the miraculous scene from earlier. Xiao Jinyu, are you willing to take this old man as your master? Who knew? To Elder Tianyun's surprise, his gaze lingered on Xiao Chan for only a second before shifting to Xiao Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu, who startled awake from the shock, was stunned for a moment before saying joyfully, I would be extremely happy to. Thank you, master, for granting me this. Xiao Jinyu directly knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of taking a master. This set the others abuzz. They could not understand why Elder Tianyun made such a choice. However, after a while they understood. Bloodline. Xiao Chun had a mixed blood dragon bloodline, and Xiao Jinyu had a grade 5 true dragon bloodline. The difference was too great. After careful consideration, Elder Tianyun made this decision in the end. Everyone step forward. I will give you the core disciple identity tokens. Fong Tianyi and the other 8 took turns to step forward and receive their identity tokens. At this moment, Xiao Jinyu already recovered his emotions and stood beside Elder Tianyun. However, there was still a shadow on Xiao Jinyu's face. Clearly, the earlier exchange had left a knot in his heart. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, Elder Tianyun glanced at Xiao Chun. Then he formed a hand seal with his right hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, he felt that a trace of his soul had been extracted. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. Elder Tianyun had extracted a trace of the soul of the people before him as well. Xiao Chun needed to infuse his soul into his identity token to forge a unique identity mark that belonged to him. Xiao Chun received his identity token and took a look. The back of it happened to have the words Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. Fortunately, Tang Dan's identity for him was that of a Xiao clan disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been able to match the information contained in his soul, which would have exposed him. Do you know why I did not choose you? Elder Tianyun asked Xiao Chun softly from his throne, not caring about these details. I do not know. There is no need to know. In any case, Senior will definitely regret it. Xiao Chun put away his identity token and did not say anything more to Elder Tianyun, simply expressing his opinion. Xiao Chun felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, his performance was better than Xiao Jinyu's. To think that the other party still chose Xiao Jinyu. As for the reason, Xiao Chun naturally knew. It was just his bloodline. However, how he chose was up to him. Xiao Chun would not blame the other party. Time would prove everything. His words frightened everyone present, and they didn't dare to make a sound. Elder Tianyun felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, Jinyu, If you do not live up to expectations, I will really embarrass myself. Xiao Chun, you were disrespectful to my master. My master will not lower himself to your level. But this debt, I will get it back for my master. Just you wait. Xiao Jinyu said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the other party and smiled calmly. Why wait? If you are willing, I can give you this opportunity now. Under Xiao Chen's calm gaze, there was a startling pride hidden on his face. Everyone suddenly discovered that this inconspicuous youth did indeed have a tyrannical air that did not belong to a star venerate. If a regular star venerate said this, they would only become a laughingstock, a joke. However, when Xiao Chun said this, no one dared to laugh. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's aura already affected them. You? Xiao Jinyu trembled in anger. However, when he thought of that strange move and looked at Xiao Chen's calm expression, he felt that the other party was unfathomable. He did not feel confident of winning at the start, so he hesitated. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Jinyu's reaction, Xiao Chun laughed 3 times and turned to leave. Elder Tianyun, do you still think that you chose the right person? Amidst his laughter, he floated away, leaving behind an arrogant and unruly silhouette. Chapter 1879. In an ancient palace hall, dragon chi filled the air like clouds. Smoke spread out, looking ethereal and mysterious. 3 dragon race cultivators whose appearances could not be seen sat on the host's seat. Old men with auras similar to Elder Tianyun's sat on the surrounding thrones. The 3 in the center were the Heaven Dragon Palace's core disciples, the 3 palace masters that ordinary Heaven Dragon Palace disciples could not normally see. The one seated below was a heaven-class elder like Elder Tianyun. These people had been paying attention to the core disciple test, watching it from start to finish. Not bad. The people taking the test this time are much stronger than the previous one. Nearly all of the 10 chosen can become heaven-class core disciples. Tianyun snatched away the best seedling, Xiao Jinyu. However, there are still Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These 2 people are actually not much weaker than Xiao Jinyu. I can tell that they are still holding back. Haha! It is right to hold back. This is just the beginning. Only when the competition started later would they be able to truly compete. Aside from bloodline, Xiao Jinyu gained Tianyun's acknowledgement with his cultivation of the Sword Dao. Little fellow's cultivation of the Sword Dao is pretty good. He still has a lot of potential to be unearthed. However, there is still a gap between these people and Exian, Li Luo and Zhu Yun, who are already heaven-class core disciples. I wonder if 1 year will give them a chance to create a miracle. It is hard to say. However, Exian, Li Luo and Zhu Yun are already too far away. As long as one of these people can rival them, they will be able to bear some pressure in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. That would already surpass our expectations. The few heaven-class elders discussed in soft voices. It seemed like they all had their eyes on the candidates. However, the 3 palace masters in the center did not say anything. Suddenly, the 3rd palace master on the left said, "You all like those true dragon bloodlines. However, I admire this Xiao Chun the most. He does not have any flaws of a mixed-blood dragon. Given his demeanor and boldness, even if he is a divine dragon cultivator, everyone will be convinced." A mixed-blood dragon bloodline was born lowly. No matter how hard one worked, one would naturally have some flaws in an environment like the Divine Dragon Empire. Inferiority complex, narrow-mindedness, and narrow-mindedness were unavoidable. However, the heaven-class elders did not agree, shaking their heads silently. They were pragmatic and considered reality. There was an objective difference between a mixed-blood dragon and a true dragon in terms of talent and bone structure. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying existence with great luck, it would be very difficult to make up for this gap with willpower and so-called grace. Although they also valued Xiao Chen's boldness, if they really had a choice, they wouldn't waste their resources on Xiao Chun. Haha, how rare. 3rd brother, you have always been proud and arrogant, never accepting disciples. You even rejected people with divine dragon bloodlines. However, let me make a bet with you. Even if you appear personally, this person might not agree to it. The person in the middle, the 2nd palace master on the right, revealed a smile as he spoke softly. The third palace master said unhappily, "What a joke! How about we make a bet? If you lose, I'll personally refine 10 divine dragon-grade blood transformation pills for you. If you lose, give me your emerald water spirit root." Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. Deal. The second palace master laughed loudly, looking like his scheme had succeeded. When the heaven-class elders below heard that the third palace master would personally refine pills, their eyes lit up as they looked over. Who knew when the heaven-class elders looked over they saw nothing? The third palace master left in a huff. "Second brother, it is not right for you to keep bullying third brother like this." The first palace master, who had not spoken for a long time, sighed and said softly, "Third brother had a reclusive personality, proud and arrogant. However, there were some things that he did not understand. He could not tell that Xiao Chun was actually the same as him. Third brother felt frustrated and wanted to rely on his own strength to let Elder Tian Yun know what regret was. Like the third palace master, Xiao Chun had an innate pride. Even if they went, the result would be the same. The first palace master and the second palace master were both experienced people. With one glance, they figured out what was going on. In reality, the two rather admired Xiao Chen's boldness and strength of character. However, they knew that Xiao Chen could not succeed, so they did not say anything. Only the third palace master, who rarely saw such strength of character, could not help being tempted by Xiao Chen's temperament. "I'll give you 3. The divine dragon-grade blood transformation pills that third brother refines will definitely be of 9-star quality. That disciple of yours can use them for breaking through his bottleneck." The second palace master said lazily, "After the matter is over, give them to Li Luo." The first palace master, who was sighing earlier, said softly before leaving quietly, second palace master, give us one as well." Although the heaven-class elders did not believe that Xiao Chun would reject the third palace master's request, they saw that the first palace master believed him. They quickly stepped forward, wanting to ask for a medicinal pill to give to their disciples. "Haha, go and ask third brother yourselves." The second palace master laughed loudly, and his figure slowly immaterialized, turning blurry before vanishing from the throne. Back at the plaza, Xiao Chun left swiftly. Holding his core disciple identity medallion, an administrator led him into the inner palace. "Xiao Chun, this is the residence that the Heaven Dragon Palace arranged for you. It's right beside a true dragon spirit vein. From today onwards, you'll cultivate here. Every month, the sect will give you a stipend 1,000 primeval heavenly pills. The so-called primeval heavenly pills are medicinal pills refined using spirit jades and natural treasures. You core disciples can be said to have received a lot of resources from the sect. Inner palace disciples only get 100 primeval heavenly pills a month. These primeval heavenly pills can be used not only as medicinal pills but also as currency in the Great Thousand Realms." The administrator before Xiao Chun had witnessed Xiao Chen's strength at the plaza and was exceptionally respectful to him. When the administrator explained, he was very respectful and detailed. Even the residence that Xiao Chun was assigned to was of superior quality. Naturally, it was much better to be close to a spirit vein than far away. The competition in the Heaven Dragon Palace was cruel. Only strength could win the respect of others. Xiao Chun felt extremely satisfied with this. This Heaven Dragon Palace was much stronger than the Purple Flame sect that he had seen before. Right now, this place was very suitable for Xiao Chun to cultivate. Cold Moon Cave. When Xiao Chun saw the name of his residence, he nodded to himself, feeling rather satisfied with this name. The name had a cave, but in reality, this residence was an entire mountain range. The mountain range rose and fell, boundlessly vast. The center of the residence was a courtyard among the peaks. "If you need anything, you can come and look for me at any time. Goodbye." After that administrator finished explaining, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. After that administrator left, Xiao Chun looked around the entire mountain range. This mountain range was incredibly huge, boundlessly vast, stretching out endlessly. However, compared to the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, it was not worth mentioning. Such a miraculous scene was hard to imagine in the outside world. After all, this Heaven Dragon Palace was located in Heaven Dragon City. Looking from outside the city, who could imagine that the scenery inside would be so profound? An eye-opener? The Cold Moon Cave happened to be in the middle of the peaks. Its size was equivalent to a city in the outside world. From the looks of it, an expert purposely moved it away, creating a scene of spiritual energy flowing in. The spiritual energy of the surrounding peaks flowed endlessly into the Cold Moon Cave like a cloud. Spiritual mist spread around the residence. Just taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. As for the bottom of the Cold Moon Cave, there was definitely a formation connected to the spirit vein below the mountain range, allowing the core disciples to use the formation to absorb the spirit vein to cultivate. To be able to use the formation to absorb spirit veins to cultivate was truly a wondrous feat. No wonder so many people fought so hard to become a core disciple. This treatment was simply too luxurious. This true dragon-grade spirit vein is probably connected to at least 100 mountain ranges. Even a spirit vein divided into 100 strands can contain such dense spiritual energy. If one could enjoy it alone, the benefits would be unimaginable. Xiao Chen praised. This was indeed an eye-opener. Tang Dan's words from back then were not false at all. With his identity medallion, Xiao Chen leaped into the air, passed through the many restrictions, and arrived in the residence. Then, he let out the demon blood vulture, which he had been holding in for a long time. Then, this silly bird spread its wings and flew high into the air. As it looked at the vast residence, it felt incredibly excited. It is really strong. Unfortunately, it is all spiritual energy. If it were demonic chi, I would be full with one breath. I would not even need to eat meat. The demon blood vulture flew around. After its excitement, it felt disappointed. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's sharp eyes discovered an old man walking over from outside. Master, there's an old man who looks like an idiot and is walking over here. He is really foolish. How tiring is it to walk over? How fast can he fly over? Xiao Chen was currently familiarizing himself with the facilities of Cold Moon Cave. When he heard this, he did not pay it much attention. Go over and take a look first. Don't let random people in. I'll come over later. Chapter 1880. To show his sincerity, the third palace master did not fly over directly so as not to appear arrogant. Step by step, he walked over directly. The third palace master also felt frustrated at the second palace master. To think that the third palace master said that he could not succeed. Many dragon race outstanding talents, including those divine dragon bloodline geniuses, wanted to become his disciple. To think that the third palace master could not move a cultivator with a mixed blood dragon bloodline when he personally came out this time. Suddenly, the third palace master frowned slightly. When he looked up, he discovered a large bird flying over. A demon blood vulture. The third palace master smiled faintly and said softly, "This Xiao Chen is rather courteous, sending a demonic pet to receive me. It looks like I'm halfway done. Come down." The third palace master ferociously waved his hand, and an irresistible force pulled the demon blood vulture down. Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I move? Who is this old man? Don't step on me. Ah! The third palace master smiled as he stood on the demon blood vulture and flew towards Cold Moon Cave amid the miserable shrieks. When Xiao Chen, who was looking around, heard the demon blood vulture's shrieks, he showed a suspicious expression. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived outside the courtyard. When the third palace master saw the demon blood vulture descend, his expression did not change. However, his heart trembled. How is this an old man? This is clearly a senior, even more incredible than Elder Tianyun. His cultivation has already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. I cannot make out his strength at all. I did not know that senior was coming, so I did not come out to receive you. I'm really sorry. When facing someone who could easily kill you with one finger, one had to maintain proper etiquette. Haha, I did not expose my identity. It is already very proper of you to send a demonic pet to receive me. There is no need to be so polite. The third palace master walked over with a smile. Then he arrived before Xiao Chun and sized him up. Then he nodded to himself. Xiao Chen's white robes were spotless. He did not show fear when facing an expert, nor did he lose the proper etiquette. Not bad, not bad. The most important thing was Xiao Chen's strength of character. Only after getting close did he realize that he was not faking it. Xiao Chun did indeed have a bearing and boldness that did not belong to a star venerate. The demon blood vulture had long since been frightened silly. It flapped its wings several times but failed to fly. He even fell down a few times, looking awkward and comical. The third palace master frowned and said, "The demon blood vulture is a mutated demonic beast, possessing the bloodline of an ancient ferocious bird. Why is yours a little different?" In the end, he did not say it directly. This bird was a little silly. After thinking for a while, the third palace master said that it was a little different. Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not answer, so he could only change the topic. "How should I address Senior? What instructions do you have for coming to the Frost Moon Palace?" When the third palace master heard that, he cut to the chase and said directly, "This old man is the Heaven Dragon Palace's third palace master. I am in charge of refining medicinal pills and laying formations. This old man has a place in the entire Divine Dragon Empire in these two areas." There was a hint of arrogance and complacency in his words. Xiao Chun was slightly startled in his heart. It was actually the third palace master. His background was indeed frightening. According to Tang Dan, the Heavenly Dragon Palace's 3 palace masters were elusive people who rarely showed themselves. Many of the core disciples of the sect had never seen any of them before, so they were not qualified. This was especially so for this third palace master. As he was in charge of refining medicinal pills, his status was even higher. A martial artist's cultivation was lacking in resources. Medicinal pills were the most important of these resources. If one could form a relationship with this third palace master, the benefits would be indescribable. "This old man has never taken in a disciple before. I saw your performance in the dueling plaza today and would like to take you in as a nominal disciple." This great thing suddenly fell into his lap. Xiao Chun felt somewhat stupefied. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, the third palace master felt very cocky. There was nothing that he could not do personally. Who knew? After Xiao Chun startled awake, he said with some difficulty, "Sorry, I do not have any intention of taking a master for now. Although I am interested in the alchemy Dao and the formation Dao, they are not as strong as the martial Dao." The third palace master was immediately stupefied. "I say, little fellow, are you really not going to consider it? I have already thought it through. As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will use the Jade Water Spirit Lotus as a catalyst to refine a blood dragon pill for you to help you raise the quality of your bloodline. Tian Yun, I see that your bloodline is low and that you require too many resources. Your future potential is not comparable to a true dragon's bloodline. However, with me that is not a problem." Xiao Chun said sincerely, "Many thanks for Senior's favor. However, this junior does not have any intention of taking a master for now. Since Elder Tian Yun chose Xiao Jinyu, I will use my actions to prove that his choice was wrong. If I borrow the third palace master's strength, he will not be convinced and will think that it is only natural." Although Xiao Chen's mental state was rather high, he was still a proud person. Earlier, at the dueling plaza, Xiao Chun had performed better than Xiao Jinyu in every aspect. However, Elder Tian Yun still chose him. It would be a lie to say that Xiao Chun was not angry. However, there was another reason for Xiao Chun to reject the third palace master. This person was ridiculously strong. Xiao Chun was not confident of not exposing his blue dragon bloodline while he was beside the third palace master. If the third palace master saw through him, it would be somewhat troublesome to explain. Even if the third palace master could not recognize his blue dragon bloodline, it would not be good for Xiao Chun to be discovered as a dual cultivator. The third palace master was stunned for a while. Then he smiled helplessly and said, "Indeed, I have never won a bet. Never mind, I will not force you. This is the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's Pill Dragon Medallion. With this medallion, you will receive some care in the heavenly pill pavilion. Although you cannot become master and disciple, it is fate that brought us together. But it is fate that brought us together. Goodbye. The third palace master left as quickly as he came. The third palace master smiled faintly and vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. He appeared very carefree, not showing any disappointment or anger on his face. However, there was some helplessness and regret on his face. As Xiao Chun held the pill dragon medallion, he felt the third palace master's kindness and love for him. The third palace master's disappointment should not be as easy as he made it out to be. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat guilty. The third palace master did indeed sincerely want to take him in as a disciple. Everything had its pros and cons. Xiao Chun had performed well and revealed his strength. Although he had obtained a good cave abode, he had also successfully attracted the attention of the higher-ups, increasing the risk of being exposed. Even though Xiao Chun was in the Dragon's Gate, he still had to tread on thin ice. While he was wild and unruly, he still had to be cautious and careful. Right now, Xiao Chun needed to raise his strength as quickly as possible. As Xiao Chun held the pill dragon medallion, he said softly, "I wonder what benefits this medallion has? It looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion after I come out of the Martial Technique Pavilion." With a casual wave, Xiao Chun stood on the Demon Blood Vulture, which was still in a daze, and flew to the Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chun had thought about it long ago. The first step after entering the Heaven Dragon Palace was to observe the Dragon Race's Martial Technique Pavilion. Xiao Chun already had an idea of how to choose the martial technique. Right now, he just needed to follow the plan and execute it step by step. Xiao Chun sent a strand of his spiritual sense into his core disciple identity token. The environment of the Heaven Dragon Palace's inner palace appeared in his mind, so that he wouldn't be unable to find his way in such a huge mountain gate. Along the way, Xiao Chun passed through many restrictions. Riding the Demon Blood Vulture, he attracted the attention of many disciples. Within the sect, only core disciples could ride on spirit beasts and demonic pets. The other disciples did not have this right. After a while, Xiao Chun landed in front of a heavily guarded and ancient palace gate. There were many checkpoints with defenses at every step. Xiao Chun took out his identity token and successfully entered the Martial Technique Pavilion. The Heaven Dragon Palace's Martial Technique Pavilion has a total of 6 floors. Outer Palace disciples can only enter the first and second floors. Inner Palace disciples can enter the 3rd floor, and core disciples can enter the 4th floor. Heaven-class core disciples can enter the 5th floor. Only those with special permission can enter the 6th floor. You can stay in the Martial Technique Pavilion for no more than 4 hours each time. You can also choose no more than 3 secret manuals. The administrator of the Martial Technique Pavilion was very polite to Xiao Chun, who held the core disciple identity token, as he explained everything in detail. Xiao Chun nodded and said casually, "Someone, bring me in for a tour." The Martial Technique Pavilion was too large. Xiao Chun could only stay in there for 2 hours. Without someone familiar with the layout, it would waste a lot of time. Xiao Chun did not want to waste time. Right now, what Xiao Chun lacked was time. He had to make good use of every moment. What a big show, the gray-clad administrator thought to himself. However, he did not dare to offend Xiao Chun. The more powerful a core disciple was, the greater their background. Xiao Chun was very respectful. With one look, it was clear that Xiao Chun did not have a backer and could ignore him. The gray-clad administrator called someone over and said, "Bring this senior brother around. If he has any questions, answer them immediately." Yes. That person was not very old and had fair skin. He wore long blue robes and smiled respectfully at Xiao Chun. "Senior brother, this way, please. I'll bring you to the 4th floor." Chapter 1881. This was convenient. However, this floor was the difference between heaven and man. One sect had 1 million people while another only had 1,000. This showed how difficult it was to become a core disciple. Deng Yun's mouth was tied up. He could not say anything for a while, unable to express himself. This clearly showed how high his position was. The cultivation technique recorded in the Jade Strip was called Light of Freedom, a pure lightning-attributed movement technique. The so-called light was pure lightning. It had nothing to do with light-attributed energy. The world was unfair when dragons were leaderless. How could an evil dragon rule the world? Several people took the initiative to walk over and greet Xiao Chun, trying to befriend him. When they met again, Xiao Chun had become a core disciple. "Wait for me for a while." Even Xiao Chun hesitated as he stood in front of the stone wall. After saying that, Xiao Chun walked over and nodded to the group. The first and second floors were exceptionally bustling. There were people everywhere. If Xiao Chun became a core disciple, his authority would be equal to that of an inner sect elder. If Xiao Chun did not chat now, he might not have another chance to meet Xiao Chun after he turned around. The one who called out to Xiao Chun was Deng Yun. When those people saw Xiao Chun enter, astonishment flashed in their eyes, and they paused for a while. No one had cultivated for the past 1,000 years. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Time was precious. Honestly speaking, there was no need to waste it on this. However, he had not expected it to be so fast. This showed that the competition between the mixed-blood dragon bloodlines in the entire Divine Dragon Empire was exceptionally intense and cruel. The sect rules were strict. If one was not a core disciple, one would not be qualified to enter the fourth floor. This was especially so for Xiao Chun. Someone even led the way for him, further confirming his identity. When the blue-clad disciple who went to inform Xiao Chun saw him go far away, he quickly gave chase. Supreme Dragon Fist. This reputation was really tyrannical. Deng Yun and the others were all stunned, completely dumbfounded and speechless. It was treason and heresy. After this conversation, anyone in the inner sect who dared to offend them would have to think twice. "It's fine. This way." Xiao Chun. Surprise flashed in Tang Dan's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. She had already guessed that Xiao Chun would become a core disciple. Turning his head, he saw Tang Dan and Deng Yunda, whom he had met in the desert. "Senior Brother Xiao, speaking of vital qi cultivation fist techniques, there is a fist technique that seems to be tailor-made for you." He did not understand that the mysteries, horror, and danger hidden in the Supreme Dragon Fist were no weaker than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Xiao Chun thought to himself and began to move. Suddenly, a familiar voice caught Xiao Chun's attention. The Gale Thundersteps uses the lightning attribute as the main attribute and the wind attribute as the supplementary attribute. When wind and lightning fuse together, it forms a speed even faster than lightning. With a little more explosive power, he could use his movement technique and even use his mysterious phenomenon to attack the enemy. The difficulty lies in the high level of comprehension required. One needs to capture lightning during cultivation, which is rather dangerous. Each of the holes had a layer of restrictive spells, and behind the restrictive spells floated a jade slip. The entire Heaven Dragon Palace had millions of outer palace disciples and millions of inner palace disciples. However, there were no more than 1,000 core disciples. "Senior Brother Xiao, which zone do you want to go to?" The fourth layer has the most comprehensive collection of martial techniques. There are movement techniques, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques. Each category has a subdivision of attributes. "Senior Brother, tell me about your situation. I can help you save time." Controlling his vital qi and moving around in a straight line was overkill for his 30 cauldron force. Xiao Chun did not mind these people coming over to curry favor with him. However, he could not waste time now. He only nodded slightly and did not say anything. Xiao Chun needed a fist technique to bring out the advantage of his physical body's vital qi. Otherwise, it would not be good to waste his vital qi. Among the group, Deng Yunda was somewhat frightened silly. He remembered that he once wanted to kill Xiao Chun. However, there were several thousand people and there were many inner palace disciples as well. This was just the tip of the iceberg. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Xiao." The consequences of angering a core disciple could be considered to have helped Xiao Chun once again. There were very few people on the fourth floor. Xiao Chun pointed to the fair-skinned disciple and instructed softly, "Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques. Bring me to the secret manuals for fist techniques that focus on vital qi." When the other inner palace disciples on the third floor saw this scene, They all revealed envious expressions. When they looked at Tang Dan and the others, they revealed envious expressions. They actually managed to form a relationship with a core disciple. He did not owe this group of people anything. One heavenly fox beast core and a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. He had already paid enough. Congratulations. In the martial technique pavilion of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, it was indeed rare for one to meet in this martial technique pavilion in the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. The number of cultivators in the outer palace was truly shocking. Xiao Chun nodded slightly and took his leave. Clearly, the blue-clad disciple had heard of Xiao Chen's feat of using 30 cauldron force to crush a holy venerate in 10 punches. Senior Brother Xiao, slow down. Xiao Chun scanned the place with his spiritual sense and felt somewhat shocked. This was tailored for mixed-blood dragon bloodlines. Those with other bloodlines could not cultivate it at all. Lightning Light Evasion, a combination of the light attribute and the lightning attribute. It draws on the 9 heavens' great sun divine flame. Under the dazzling light of the sun, it resounds like thunder. Lightning Light Evasion, 5,000 kilometers. Oh! Bring me over to take a look. Senior Brother Xiao, forgive me for being direct. Right now, everyone knew that there were 10 people among the core disciples who directly advanced to core disciple. The deeds of Xiao Jinyu and the others had already spread in their circle. Should they go and choose? Senior Brother Xiao, your soul imprint has already been imprinted on the token. You only need to insert your soul power into it. You just need to send in your soul energy, and you will know the contents of the Jade Strip. The Jade Strip only has a general introduction to the cultivation technique. If you like it, take out the Jade Strip, and you can exchange it for a copy of the corresponding secret manual from the administrator. After a while, Xiao Chun looked through 10-odd lightning-attributed movement techniques. Then he chose one of the Jade Strips. Xiao Chun was arrogant and unruly. Many people admired his boldness. When Xiao Chun reached the 3rd floor, there were fewer people. Only inner palace disciples could enter this place. This was a fist technique created by a mixed-blood dragon cultivator who was extremely dissatisfied with the Divine Dragon Empire's current situation. At this moment, Xiao Chun had just climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. When he turned his head and saw the group, he felt somewhat stunned. Xiao Chun, no, Senior Brother Xiao, we. Deng Yun and the others rejoiced and relaxed, no longer as nervous as they were at first. They quickly thanked Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled but did not explain anything. Xiao Chun needed this light of freedom not to cultivate but to complete his Thunder Dragon steps. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair, and the evil dragon rules. Who is honored? When luck is not on your side, your life is worth less than paper. What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am honored. Soon, the blue-clad disciple brought Xiao Chun to a stone wall. Then, he pointed to the highest cave and said, "The fist technique recorded in the Jade Strip is called the Supreme Dragon Fist. I heard that it was created by a senior who became a Supreme Heaven Dragon. It is comparable to a heaven-ranked martial technique, majestic and tyrannical. Unfortunately, my Heaven Dragon Palace has not produced a core disciple who focused on cultivating the physical body for more than 1,000 years already. Many people are tempted by it. However, due to the harsh conditions, they have no choice but to give up." Tang Dan and the others stared blankly at Xiao Chun for a long time, feeling dazed. This group of people is very rude. They are not even calling me Senior Brother. Senior Brother Xiao, do you know them? If you do not, I can help you chase them away. Xiao Chun bluntly said that the other party chose the wrong person in front of Elder Tian Yun. Inner palace disciples and core disciples looked like there was only one level of difference. This was especially so for Xiao Chun, who blocked Xiao Jinyu's sword strike with 2 fingers. This was even more shocking. We walk the same path but walk different paths. This sentence appeared in Tang Dan's mind again. Xiao Chun nodded. This was what he needed. Let's go and look at the lightning-attributed movement technique first. These words filled Xiao Chen's mind, preventing him from thinking about that weak, white-clad youth from the desert 2 months ago. Being a core disciple represented one's identity, status, and power. Clearly, this blue-clad disciple before Xiao Chun did not know much. Xiao Chun said softly, "The few of you don't have to hold a grudge against me. Come over and help me pass on a message. Tell them to stay on this level twice as long as they did before." After a while, Xiao Chun arrived before a stone wall. The ancient stone wall had many holes in it. Seeing that Xiao Chun chose this movement technique, the blue-clad disciple beside Xiao Chun said softly, "This light of freedom is just an inferior grade earth-ranked martial technique. It does not have much potential. Let's switch to a peak grade earth-ranked martial technique." The disciple leading Xiao Chun asked, "Yes, senior brother." If Xiao Chun rashly cultivated this fist technique, it would cause a huge commotion. This fist technique hid a dissatisfaction with the current dragon race orthodoxy. That person was rather tactful. He knew that core disciples represented the sect, so he quickly went to inform Xiao Chun. "You are too polite." Aside from needing a cultivator of the physical body, the harsher requirement was probably the tyranny materialized from overwhelming resentment contained in this fist technique. This resentment was too berserk. If one had great boldness, perseverance, and pride to suppress this resentment, one would definitely enter a state of berserking chi deviation. Core disciple. Core disciple. The divine lightning transformation is a pure lightning attributed movement technique. One needs a strand of divine lightning to cultivate it. Chapter 1882. Senior brother, is this fist technique not to your liking? The blue-clad disciple asked softly when he saw Xiao Chun hesitate. Xiao Chun recovered his wits. "Let's go with this. With my strength, I should be able to suppress the resentment hidden in this fist. I have already chosen a fist technique and a movement technique. I do not need a saber technique. I also have the divine dragon body tempering art for body tempering. It seems like I do not need the rest for now. Let's choose another secret technique." Secret techniques were normally very difficult to practice. However, once one succeeded, one would immediately have a life-saving killing move. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived before a stone wall. There were 4 words written on the stone wall: Dragon's Gate Secret Technique. Xiao Chun did not rush to choose. He chose slowly and seriously. Firmament's Rage. Using the special characteristics of the dragon race bloodline, one can cultivate the 5 fingers into the indestructible ancient dragon fingers. After that, one can open up one's great Tao energy and infuse the 5 elements into the fingers. With one claw, a colossal hand holding up the sky appears like the firmament is raging. When cultivated to the highest level, one can form a nation by opening one's 5 fingers. Alright, this is it. Senior brother, this is the secret technique of my Heaven Dragon Palace that requires the highest comprehension ability. Right now, in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, only the first palace master has cultivated it to great perfection. The others all have some flaws, unable to cultivate it to great perfection. When the blue-clad disciple saw Xiao Chun choose this secret technique, he frowned slightly and reminded him. At the same time, the blue-clad disciple felt suspicious. This senior brother Xiao Chen's choice of cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and secret techniques is really strange. For the movement technique, Xiao Chun chose Light of Freedom, which had a low comprehension ability. However, for the secret technique, he chose the magic skill, which had the highest comprehension ability. Since the first palace master can successfully cultivate this cultivation technique, it means that this cultivation technique can be cultivated. Xiao Chun felt strong confidence. High comprehension ability. Xiao Chun wanted to challenge the secret technique with high comprehension ability. He casually chose Light of Freedom because he needed to complete the Thunder Dragon steps. Xiao Chun had already reached the quota of 3 jade strips. He no longer qualified to choose. After returning to the first floor of the Martial Technique Pavilion, Xiao Chun handed the jade strips to the gray-clad administrator to exchange for the corresponding copies. Supreme Dragon Fist? When that administrator saw the jade strip for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he gave Xiao Chun a strange look and muttered to himself, "What's wrong? Can't I choose this fist technique?" The gray-clad administrator quickly said, "That is not the case. In the past, many people chose to cultivate this supreme dragon fist. In the end, they all entered berserking chi deviation and did not end up well. It has already become a forbidden technique, so I have to tell you to choose carefully. Many thanks for the reminder. However, I still want to choose the supreme dragon fist. Since Xiao Chun already made his decision, his heart naturally could not waver. Otherwise, he might not be able to practice the supreme dragon fist. Heaven's wrath? When the gray-clad administrator saw this, he did not say anything more. When he saw Firmament's rage, he could not help smiling bitterly. Xiao Chen, your choices are really one stranger than the other. This Firmament's rage was not something that just anyone could successfully cultivate. Even geniuses with divine dragon bloodlines would not be able to successfully cultivate it. As for mixed blood dragons, I have never heard of any successful cases. Not only does this secret art have a high requirement for comprehension, but it also has a high requirement for bloodline. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. That's it. Bloodline? Xiao Chun had a divine dragon bloodline to begin with, not a mixed blood dragon. Needless to say, other than the little monk who had a heaven-defying body, Xiao Chun had never seen anyone with a better comprehension ability than him. Core disciples have 3 chances to choose the martial skill pavilion for the first time. However, that's a bit difficult. You'll need a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for them. The Grey Deacon asked one last time, "Are you sure you won't change your decision?" No change. Without saying anything more, the gray-robed administrator took out the corresponding copy of the secret manual and passed it to Xiao Chun. He made the latter swear on his heart demon that he would not teach it to anyone else before allowing him to leave. As the gray-clad administrator looked at Xiao Chen's back, he shook his head. Although you, Xiao Chun, have boundless potential, becoming a core disciple at the Star Venerate realm, you are not a core disciple. However, how could an ordinary person control Firmament's rage and the supreme dragon fist? That was too big of a step. After leaving the martial technique pavilion, Xiao Chun sat on the demon blood vulture and went to the heavenly pill pavilion. When Xiao Chun showed the pill dragon medallion that the third palace master gave him, he was immediately given a grand reception. Even the pavilion master personally came out. The pill dragon token. Only the third palace master is qualified to give it to others. That's right, it was given to me by the third palace master. Xiao Chun retrieved the pill dragon token from the third palace master's hands. Truthfully speaking, he had the intention of using the third palace master's name to obtain benefits for himself. But then again, this was the third palace master's intention in giving him the pill dragon token. Furthermore, there was no such thing as angering the third palace master by doing so. The expression of the heavenly pill pavilion's pavilion master, whose cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, changed slightly. He said respectfully, "So that's how it is. Why are you here?" "I'm here to collect my stipend. I also want to ask how to exchange for primeval heavenly pills." The pavilion master smiled and said, "It's a small matter. I can give you your stipend right now. For such a small matter, there is no need for you to come personally in the future. I'll get someone to deliver it to you." "Many thanks, pavilion master. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, that's easy. As for exchanging for primeval heavenly pills, 500,000 inferior grade spirit jades can be exchanged for 1 primeval heavenly pill. Medial grade spirit jades only require 10,000, and superior grade spirit jades only require 100. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Including the spoils of war from the Holy Venerates, he had close to 200 million medial grade spirit jades and 30,000 superior grade spirit jades. Forget about the superior grade spirit jades. It was not worth it to keep them for himself to exchange for primeval heavenly pills. Of the 200 million medial grade spirit jades, he would keep only 50 million and exchange the rest. After the handover, including his stipend, Xiao Chun obtained a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. That was more than a year's worth of stipend for the other core disciples. It was a vast fortune. After all, many core disciples did not use all the stipend they received for cultivation. They still had to bribe their superiors and buy other cultivation resources for themselves. The stipend could not be completely used for cultivation. However, Xiao Chun was different. He truly lived up to being the disciple that the third palace master fancied. He had an extraordinary background, easily giving out more than 100 million medial-grade spirit jades. A regular holy venerate would only be worth this much. However, Xiao Chun was just an insignificant star venerate. Here, this is a gift for you for having the Pill Dragon Medallion. The pavilion master revealed a smile and handed a jade bottle to Xiao Chun. Then he opened it and took a look. There were exactly 2,000 primeval heavenly pills in there, no more, no less. Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art required an astronomical amount of spiritual energy. No matter how many primeval heavenly pills he had, he would not find it too much. After walking out of the heavenly pill pavilion, Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. It was much more convenient to have someone protecting him in the sect. The third palace master only gave him one Pill Dragon Medallion, and it allowed him to do things very smoothly. Furthermore, there were other benefits. Xiao Chun easily obtained 2 months' worth of stipend from the others. Let's go back to Cold Moon Cave. After this, Xiao Chun should enter closed-door cultivation and consume the benefits that he obtained from this Heaven Dragon Palace. At this moment, Xiao Chun's ambition soared. However, he did not let it get to his head. He followed his plan step by step. Mountains surrounded Cold Moon Cave. The spiritual energy was like an immortal fog. Whoosh! Xiao Chun opened his palm, and a scarlet medicinal pill containing boundless energy and a berserk aura appeared in his palm. This was one of the 8 supreme treasures that Xiao Chun obtained from Xiao Chen's Pillar of Divine Flame. Beast Blood Pill. The demon blood vulture was stunned. As it looked at this medicinal pill filled with a demonic nature and a berserk aura, it immediately drooled. Master, why did you not take this out earlier? If I swallowed it, I would have advanced to Holy Venerate long ago. The demon blood vulture asked in extreme dissatisfaction, feeling aggrieved. Xiao Chun retorted calmly, "What do you know? Although the cultivation paths of cultivators and ferocious beasts are different, the principles are roughly the same. Instead of properly tempering yourself as a late-stage star venerate, you swallowed this medicinal pill. It would definitely do you more harm than good. After accumulating your strength, you can take advantage of the situation to break through. Only then can you bring out the beast blood pill's effects to the greatest. It will not leave behind any future problems. This is the best for you. Take it." Xiao Chun waved his hand and handed the beast blood pill to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture immediately swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! The demon blood vulture's body immediately swelled up. 10,000 beams of scarlet light burst out of its body, illuminating the entire Cold Moon Cave. However, the golden line on the demon blood vulture's tail feathers did not disappear amid the scarlet light. Instead, it looked even more piercing. This strand of golden light vaguely seemed to outshine the scarlet light. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he nodded slightly. After this closed-door cultivation, his strength would definitely improve significantly. If the demon blood vulture did not improve, it would not be able to keep up with him. Supreme Dragon Fist, 5-finger magic skills, and 17,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chun looked forward to digesting all this and seeing how far he could go. Chapter 1883. From Easy to Difficult. Xiao Chun decided to practice Light of Freedom first to complete his Thunder Dragon Steps. Xiao Chun had created Thunder Dragon Steps himself and did not have a complete sequence. Furthermore, many of the cultivation techniques in the Heaven Dragon Palace had been perfected through the hard work of several generations. Perhaps Xiao Chun could cultivate Thunder Dragon Steps on his own, but he could not make it into a secret manual and pass it down. This was the difference. What Xiao Chun needed to do now was to perfect Thunder Dragon Steps. Light of Freedom was a lightning-attributed movement technique. When cultivated to great perfection, one's entire physical body would turn into a flash of electric light. In a few breaths, one could travel 500 kilometers in the clouds. The more profound aspect of this movement technique was the word, freedom. Lightning could not be controlled. It was not like wind or other energies. If one specified a direction, lightning could not change directions. Although it was fast, it moved in a straight line. However, light of freedom could be controlled freely within a short distance, allowing one to change directions at will. However, its weakness was rather obvious. One could only turn into a bolt of lightning. When one turned into lightning, one's attacks were extremely limited. Hence, this movement technique was excellent for fleeing and traveling. However, it was limited for killing enemies. Xiao Chun flipped open the secret manual and seriously comprehended it. The Thunder Great Dao's Dao disc silently unfurled. The purple Dao disc gave off a gentle light, flickering slightly as the pages flipped. Xiao Chun did not deliberately control it. Thunderclouds gathered as he comprehended. Occasionally, lightning tore through the sky. Night and day alternated. Day and night alternated as Xiao Chun flipped through the light of Freedom's secret manual again and again. Xiao Chen's eyes were like stars, shining with the light of wisdom. It was like he could pierce through space and time, seeing the scene of the creator of this secret manual cultivating this movement technique. 7 days later, the petrified Xiao Chun closed the secret manual, and the light in his eyes vanished. Xiao Chun withdrew the Dao disc behind him into his body, and the mysterious phenomena around him vanished. The world turned quiet. Whoosh! Without any warning, Xiao Chen's body suddenly turned into motes of electric light, combining into a flash of bright electric light. With a whoosh, the electric light soared to the wall. In the next moment, it turned back into Xiao Chen's physical body. Poochie! After standing still, Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, but a faint smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It took him 7 days to master a mid-grade earth step cultivation technique. This was his first time using it, so he was slightly unfamiliar with it and ended up injuring himself. When this movement technique transformed into lightning and reassembled itself, there would be a moment of pause. Otherwise, if he were to reassemble it too quickly, he would injure himself. The risk was rather great. This movement technique is really powerful. Only those with the dragon bloodline can cultivate it. If other martial artists want to cultivate, without the powerful recovery ability of the dragon race, they are simply courting death. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. In the next moment, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed to a mountain peak in the mountain range around Cold Moon Cave. Whoosh! When his body reformed, Xiao Chun turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped into the clouds. Hua! Xiao Chun, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly sped up 100 times in the clouds, giving Xiao Chun a thrill that he had never felt before. So fast. Xiao Chun could not help exclaiming after recovering his figure. However, when Xiao Chun checked his veritable essence energy, he could no longer hold back. Inside the 9-star primal core, Xiao Chun had exhausted 1/3 of his primal chaos veritable essence energy in just a few breaths of time. If I do not raise my cultivation, I cannot casually use this movement technique, Xiao Chun thought to himself when he returned to Cold Moon Cave. No wonder the secret manual specifically said that although this cultivation technique was special, it did not have a high combat prowess. It was only suitable for fleeing. However, if Xiao Chun added it to the Thunder Dragon steps, it would be a perfect combination. Xiao Chun did as he said, not hesitating at all. In the following days, one could see Xiao Chun continuously changing between the two movement techniques in Cold Moon Cave. Sometimes he would turn into lightning and move freely. Sometimes he would ride on a lightning dragon and fly everywhere. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. Xiao Chun failed again and again. Failure, 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 failure. After countless failures, the berserk lightning covered Xiao Chen's physical body with wounds. However, Xiao Chen did not show any intention of giving up. On a certain day after half a month, boom! A strange bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It fell in a straight line, but when it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly moved along the mountains and rivers. When it was about to reach Cold Moon Cave, this strange bolt of lightning gave off dragon might. Then it turned into a solid-looking lightning dragon. When the lightning dragon landed in the city-sized Cold Moon Cave, it blasted apart a palace hall. Dust filled the air, and crackling lightning flickered in the air. Carefree laughter came from the thick dust cloud. Ha 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 ha! I succeeded! I succeeded. The dust cloud scattered. A white-clad person appeared in the rubble. He appeared fatigued, and his entire body was covered in dust. However, that person clenched his fists tightly. Stubbornness and determination flickered in his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. I must become a heaven-class core disciple. I must obtain the right to go to Ancestor Dragon City. With hard work and perseverance, one would definitely reap rewards. Again, Xiao Chun shouted and shook off the dust on his body. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. This is it. This is it. After turning into a lightning dragon, Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. However, he remained frighteningly calm. After turning into a pure lightning dragon, Xiao Chun was no slower than lightning. However, it was easier to control, and its offensive power increased significantly. After successfully merging, Xiao Chun improved rapidly. After another half a month, lightning suddenly appeared in Cold Moon Cave. In the next moment, it turned into a dragon. Immediately, 9 dragons soared into the sky. Bang! 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 Now, the 9 lightning dragons easily broke the peaks of the mountain range and blasted them into pieces. When they landed, the 9 dragons gathered and quickly reformed, revealing Xiao Chen's true body. Success! Xiao Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, he finally succeeded in perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. After that, he had to follow the framework that he set and cultivate to the peak step by step. Xiao Chun had already spent 2 months perfecting Thunder Dragon steps. The commotion that he caused in the dueling plaza should have already passed. Xiao Chun did not know that the rich clan disciples who entered at the same time as him should have already made a name for themselves. These people were holy venerates in the first place. After entering this Heaven Dragon Palace, they had great teachers to guide them. After 2 months, they should have improved rapidly and come out of closed-door cultivation. However, that did not matter. These distracting thoughts had nothing to do with Xiao Chun for now. Next, it is time to practice Firmament's Rage. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and took out the Dragon's Gate secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Then he seriously read it. Xiao Chun did not think about anything else. The first step in cultivating Firmament's Rage was to temper the 5 fingers, forging them into claws that rivaled those of an ancient divine dragon. Invulnerable to swords and spears, fire and water, tempering them to the point that they were like sharp divine weapons. Xiao Chun carefully studied the secret manual, continuously pondering the difficult parts. Many things that ordinary people did not understand or could not understand were solved by Xiao Chen's terrifying comprehension ability. Many stars flickered in Xiao Chen's bright, clear eyes, looking like the light of wisdom. Due to the impure bloodline, mixed blood dragons find it hard to temper their fingers into dragon claws. Even if they succeed, they will not be strong enough. Hence, mixed blood dragons cannot cultivate this Firmament's Rage. Forging the 5 fingers into the claws of an ancient divine dragon as hard as divine metal without losing its flexibility is a contradiction in itself. This is a major difficulty. After successfully forming the 5 claws, I still have to infuse my own great Tao energy into them, filling the 5 fingers with spirituality. This depends on the person. If one cultivates the sword Tao, the 5 fingers will be like swords. If one cultivates the saber Tao, the 5 fingers will naturally be like sabers. After that, I still have to find the 5 elements to supplement them. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only by circulating the 5 elements can one form a nation. Only then can Firmament's Rage condense space and bring out its true might. Secret techniques were difficult to practice and cultivate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. This was especially so for Firmament's Rage. It was even more difficult. What the martial technique pavilion's administrator said was true. Clearly, giving up was not Xiao Chen's style. Xiao Chun had to succeed in cultivating Firmament's Rage. 7 days later, Xiao Chun worked hard and finally completed the first step. With a thought, Xiao Chen's 5 fingers flickered with azure light, looking hard and sharp. Xiao Chun gently slid his fingers across the floor covered in divine materials and left 5 claw marks. Boom! Xiao Chun dug his fingers in and grabbed forcefully, lifting up the entire floorboard. Following that, rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Pieces of the floor made of divine materials flew up. The formation in the room instantly broke. Saber energy. Shao Chun made his 5 fingers like sabers. Each finger needed to contain an overwhelming saber intent. Naturally, one great Tao energy could not satisfy Shao Chun. He also needed to infuse the Thunder Tao into it, creating an even more horrifying might. Due to the divine dragon bloodline and the advantage of his physique, Shao Chun completed the first step very smoothly. However, the second step was somewhat difficult. Chapter 1884. Shao Chun possessed 2 great Tao energies. Be it the Saber Great Tao or the Thunder Great Tao, they were both great Tao that contained vast energy. If Shao Chun was not careful, he might blast his palm away. The risk was great. However, since Shao Chun chose this secret technique, he would not give up so easily. However, before he infused his great Tao, he had to execute this firmament's rage and familiarize himself with this secret technique. Shao Chun wanted to see how strong this firmament's rage could be after he completed the first step. He also wanted to see if he made any mistakes in his cultivation. After a while, Shao Chun passed through the underground secret room and arrived at a secret realm in Cold Moon Cave that was used to test martial techniques. This secret realm was modified from the divine nation that a foe god senior of the dragon race left behind. The inheritance and natural treasures in the nation had long since ceased to exist after the passage of time. The Heaven Dragon Palace had cut it into hundreds of pieces and kept them in the cave residences of every core disciple, nourishing them with the underground spirit vein. No matter what kind of damage was done in this secret realm, it could slowly recover. To Shao Chun, this was an illusory world that was both real and fake. After entering the secret realm, Shao Chun arrived at a mountain range with a complicated environment. Then, he circulated his veritable essence energy and executed the Dragon's Gate secret technique. Boom! The moment the secret technique was executed, the azure-colored dragon seal in Shao Chun's spirit pool turned into motes of light and spread out from his body. Materialized by firmament's rage, a vast star venerable soared into the clouds and spread out in the sky. Shao Chun used his heart to feel. As he circulated the secret technique, he felt that his will of soul bore the vast energy of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon from the great desolate Aeon. Who dares to endure my rage? An ancient, furious roar resounded in the depths of Shao Chun's soul. Rage transcended space and time and reached Shao Chun. Along with rage came vast and horrifying energy. Shao Chun revealed a strained expression, somewhat unable to endure this energy. Even space trembled slightly. Rage spread out in the world. A terrifying aura spread out from Shao Chun's body, as if he bore the rage of heaven. Shao Chun frowned heavily. Rage roared endlessly in the depths of his soul. He tried his best to suppress it, but it was to no avail. Left without a choice, Shao Chun could only unleash firmament's rage in advance. Bang! With a thought, his 5 fingers immediately became as hard as divine metal, like the claws of an ancient divine dragon. Destroy my wrath. Shao Chun focused on a majestic peak among the thousands of peaks in the surroundings. It was the peak that caused the rage of the great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon to sway. A huge burning hand immediately appeared in the sky, covering half of the sky above Cold Moon Cave. Shao Chun felt that he could control the burning palm in the sky. In an instant, the sweat on his face could not conceal his excitement. Even Shao Chun felt that the power of the giant hand was somewhat terrifying, and he was filled with dread. Without much time to think, Shao Chun exerted a bit of effort to control the giant hand and held onto the mountain peak. With a gentle tug, Shao Chun pulled the towering mountain out of the ground just like that. Gotcha! When Shao Chun clenched hard, he easily crushed the mountain peak, turning it into dust. The shock waves of energy spread out, and the many peaks crumbled. The many towering peaks were all destroyed. The scene was so scary that it felt surreal. Only when the shock waves swept over and knocked the stunned Shao Chun into the air did he startle awake. Cough! 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 The pale Shao Chun climbed to his feet and coughed a few times. As he looked at the scene of destruction in the distance, he felt somewhat startled. This was truly firmament's rage. The mountains instantly turned to dust. Only the roar of heaven could do this. In reality, Shao Chen knew that it was not heaven. The power of this rage came from a certain ancient great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. Firmament's rage was a secret technique that transcended the boundaries of time and space, connecting to this ancestor dragon that existed in the past. It had to be said that the person who created this secret technique was indeed unprecedented. His talent was outstanding and admirable. Right now, what Shao Chun did not know was that all the Dragon's Gate secret techniques were actually in the ancient dragon race remnants. The Dragon's Gate secret technique found an incomplete secret technique, which was then completed by later generations. It was not created by this person. This is just the first step, and its might is already somewhat terrifyingly strong. The process of controlling it is even more dangerous. If I get careless, I might not be able to suppress that rage and injure myself. I have to become more familiar with it before I can execute it. Otherwise, Shao Chun stood up and muttered to himself, calmly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his nose. He reached out and gently touched it, discovering blood. Then he gently swung his hand in the air. A mirror made of veritable essence energy reflected Shao Chen's pale face, bleeding from his 7 facial orifices. Dizziness assaulted Shao Chen. He reached up and touched his head. Then he staggered and looked like he would fall over. Cassie! Cassie! Shao Chen's internal organs shattered, and waves of pain assaulted him. All sorts of repercussions came one after another, nearly taking Shao Chen's life. At the crucial moment, the ancient blue dragon bloodline surged. Its strong recovery ability stabilized his injuries. Shao Chun closed his eyes, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. A gentle Buddhist light encased his body. Shao Chen's feet slowly left the ground. His Buddha nature heart activated the gentle Buddhist might left behind by the Mahasvara Buddha Sarira in his physical body. Together with the dragon race bloodline, Shao Chun emptied his mind. As he floated in the air, he felt like he was soaking in water. 1 hour later, Shao Chun opened his eyes. His complexion recovered its rosy color, and he looked much better. Secret techniques were risky. One had to be cautious when cultivating them. Shao Chun slowly landed on the ground and reflected on himself. He felt that he had been too impatient. Firmament's rage was an extremely dangerous secret technique. Being impatient was a great taboo when cultivating it. Not to mention Firmament's rage, one had to avoid being impatient with any martial technique or cultivation technique. However, Shao Chen's strong physical body could withstand the backlash of failure in some cultivation techniques negligible. After thinking about it, Shao Chun no longer rushed to practice Firmament's rage. I should stabilize my cultivation first. Cultivation is the foundation. When my cultivation improves, it might be easier to execute Firmament's rage. Earlier, when Shao Chun executed Firmament's rage, he had clearly felt strained. In the end, he had still forcefully executed it. Perhaps that was the hidden danger left behind at that time. If Shao Chen's cultivation increased, it should not be so strenuous. He would be able to execute it more easily. It would also be easier to cultivate the second step. He would not have to bleed from his 7 apertures every time. After leaving the secret realm, Shao Chun went to Cold Moon Cave's cultivation room. The formation in the cultivation room connected to the underground spirit vein. There was no need for spirit stones. Cultivating in the formation core was much faster than cultivating outside. Shao Chun sat cross-legged in the formation core, hovering in the air. He used spirit jades to activate the formation. As the formation circulated, the spiritual energy from the true dragon-grade spirit vein underground entered Shao Chen's body. Boom! The vast spiritual energy was dense and dense, already comparable to medial-grade spirit jades. The quantity was incomparable. Spiritual light radiated from Shao Chen's body. As he sat cross-legged, he gave off a jade-like glow. Demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. He shouted in his heart. Then, he executed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art and the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Immediately, it turned into a black hole that sucked in the vast amount of spiritual energy that filled Shao Chen's body. Carefree, The demonic cloud seed flickered with a black luster, clearly excited. As the demonic cloud seed circulated, spiritual energy poured in endlessly like a spring. Xiao Chun sensed that the demonic cloud seed would change at any moment. It helped Xiao Chun successfully cultivate the first layer of the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. However, half an hour later, Xiao Chun felt that the demonic cloud seed's appetite was growing. The spiritual energy from the spirit vein could no longer keep up with the rate at which the demonic cloud seed was absorbing it. An irritable emotion came from the demonic cloud seed. Then it would affect his body. Xiao Chen's state of mind was like water. He calmed down a little, alleviating the negative emotions. This was the reason why those who cultivated demonic arts were mostly people with twisted personalities. However, with Xiao Chen's state of mind, he didn't need to worry too much. He could easily resolve it himself. It's time to use the primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and a demonic look filled his eyes. With a casual wave, 100 primeval heavenly pills flew out of his storage ring and floated quietly in front of Xiao Chun. Primeval heavenly pills were refined from spirit jades and natural treasures. They contained vast and pure energy. The main body of the medicinal pill was spirit jades. Hence, one could absorb these primeval heavenly pills without any negative effects. It was not without reason that the Great Thousand Realms used them as currency. The demonic cloud seed in Xiao Chen's dantian was already impatient, urging him endlessly. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He gently opened his mouth and sucked in 10 primeval heavenly pills. Boom! The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered Xiao Chen's mouth. The vast medicinal energy instantly exploded, flooding his body. What pure medicinal energy! Xiao Chen praised in his heart. No wonder these primeval heavenly pills are so precious. They are so expensive to exchange for. They are indeed much better than spirit jades. Even absorbing 1,000 superior grade spirit jades cannot compare to one primeval heavenly pill. The instant the demonic cloud seed absorbed the primeval heavenly pill, it gave off a pleasant feeling. However, Xiao Chen also eased this pleasant feeling. This was a temptation. Demonic Tao cultivators often lost their humanity. They did many heartless and cruel things, yet they still laughed loudly, feeling very pleased. This was the reason why both this pleasant feeling and the earlier irascibility were not desirable. When Xiao Chun completely absorbed all 100 primeval heavenly pills, the black demonic cloud seed grew increasingly resplendent. Then it exploded in his body with a boom. Demonic chi spread out from Xiao Chen's body, filling the entire cultivation room. Xiao Chun succeeded in cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. Chapter 1885. When the demonic fog scattered, Xiao Chun looked inside with his spiritual sense and discovered the demonic cloud seed in his dantian. Aside from the whirlpools of the purple thunder divine incantation and the ice fish divine incantation, there was nothing above his dantian. When Xiao Chun looked inside his dantian with his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a demonic cloud bird in this vast and mysterious space. A great desolate Ian ferocious beast's demonic might flew around. With just one look, Xiao Chun felt fear. The overwhelming demonic might of a great desolate Ian ferocious beast inspired some fear in Xiao Chun. Fortunately, Xiao Chun possessed the great desolate Ian dragon race bloodline in the first place, so he did not feel fear or submit to that demonic might. If it were anyone else, they might end up enslaved by this cultivation technique, falling into depravity. With a thought, the demonic cloud bird flew out of Xiao Chen's dantian and immediately grew larger, merging with his entire physical body. Boom! An overwhelming demonic might surged out of Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, his body gave off the aura of a demonic Tao hero. With just a glance, one could feel the overwhelming demonic might, and boundless fear spread in one's heart. Explode! Xiao Chun shouted, and the demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body poured out endlessly. The demonic chi veritable essence energy gathered above Xiao Chen's head. Immediately, he grasped every tiny movement in the space under the demonic clouds. He felt the demonic clouds encasing him, forming a special field. If he fought with someone and formed demonic clouds, he would have a natural advantage. There should be other uses for it, waiting to be explored slowly. If he cultivated it to the peak, he could reach the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's level. Even after death, the overwhelming demonic clouds could encase 100,000 great peaks, never scattering. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought, I wonder if I can execute my light of freedom in these demonic clouds? If I can, it will be a stroke of genius. When used together, it will be like fish and water. Xiao Chen decided not to think about this for now. There were many benefits to cultivating the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art's first layer. After breaking through the bottleneck, his stagnant cultivation could finally advance. As Xiao Chen pondered, he consumed some primeval heavenly pills to replenish his spiritual energy, veritable essence energy. Perhaps he could cultivate to peak middle stage star venerate within 1 month. Now that Xiao Chen had broken through the bottleneck, as long as he had enough primeval heavenly pills, he could boldly charge forward without worry. After arriving at this Heaven Dragon Palace, aside from entering Ancestor Dragon City, there was no other way to enter this Heaven Dragon Palace. One of the main reasons was that he wanted to quickly increase his strength and let all of his previous accumulations explode. Let's do it. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, this time, he circulated the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. After cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 11th layer, the amount of spiritual energy he could circulate was not much less than the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. After all, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art was only at the first stage. The cultivation of realms was the most boring, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In 1 month, Xiao Chen used a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing his original plans and reaching peak consummation middle stage star venerate. He was only half a step away from the middle stage. Actually, when Xiao Chen consumed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, he could have broken through to late-stage star venerate. However, he purposely suppressed it. There was no need to take such a big step and spend another 5,000 to stabilize his cultivation and polish his quintessential essence. As an accumulation, it was the best. This is really delightful. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt refreshed. He felt like he had reached an unprecedented peak in all aspects. His current combat prowess was several times stronger than before he entered closed-door cultivation. However, this was also because he had just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the future, it would be difficult for him to achieve such a great effect when he entered closed-door cultivation. As for the delight, it came from his heart. Xiao Chen spent more than a year's worth of stipends for others in 1 month. If word of this spread, many jaws would drop. After the shock, they would definitely feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. That was a total of 15,000 primeval heavenly pills. Right now, not only did Xiao Chen's cultivation reach peak middle stage star venerate, but his primal chaos veritable essence energy also reached equilibrium. He could bring out the Taiji force field again, which was much better than before. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao Chen entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chen executed Firmament's Rage again. This time, he executed it much more easily and smoothly. There were no repercussions. The huge drain did not overdraw on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen still had sufficient primal chaos veritable essence energy, using only 1/5 of it. However, the drain on his soul energy was still somewhat easy to bear. Although his cultivation had increased tremendously, his soul energy had not improved significantly. Only by breaking through to Holy Venerate could his soul energy improve further. After cultivating quietly for 1 month, Xiao Chen's somewhat anxious heart completely calmed down. Now, his state of mind was calm and peaceful, like the lake water, calm and at ease. Such a state of mind was very suitable for practicing Firmament's Rage. Neither arrogant nor rash, not in a rush, not disturbed by external things. There was an average-sized lake in the city-sized cold moon cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning howled, kicking up splashes and waves. When Xiao Chen appeared and landed on the surface of the lake, the intense splashes slowly subsided without a sound. There was a saying that one's appearance came from the heart. Actually, the environment would change because of the heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He inadvertently affected the waves and splashes caused by the lightning. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cycle throne appeared, and Xiao Chen sat on it. Xiao Chen started to practice the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, the second step of Firmament's Rage, merging the Great Tao into his palm. This was a process that required patience. Even if Xiao Chen had astonishing comprehension ability and figured out all the difficult parts, he would still fail. If he did not calm his heart, he would still fail. Once he failed, the price would be extremely cruel. His palm would explode. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, although he could regrow a broken limb, it would take time. Firstly, it was a waste of time. Secondly, his previous cultivation progress would be wasted. Aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one had been able to practice Firmament's Rage to great perfection in the past 1,000 years. There had to be a reason for that. Naturally, the first thing that Xiao Chen needed to condense was the Saber Tao. No matter when, Xiao Chen's attributes as a bladesman always came first. A gentle breeze blew, and the lake water rippled gently. The cycle throne swayed with it. A Tao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then, like a large knife cutting tofu, he controlled the great Tao energy to flow through the meridians in his 5 fingers. He needed to make his 5 fingers like a saber, filled with the Tao and spirituality. As Xiao Chen focused on the meridians in his fingers, he could not stop with his left hand. He needed to continuously form hand seals to circulate Firmament's Rage. Splitting his attention between 2 tasks was extremely taxing on his mind. Buzz! Suddenly, the hand seals on Xiao Chen's left hand stopped. The lake water exploded, sending thousands of water pillars soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen failed. When he infused his great Tao energy, he did not control his strength well, injuring his meridians. He could only rest for a while and recuperate his meridians before trying again. Failure, failure, failure. Xiao Chen failed thousands or tens of thousands of times because he did not control his strength well or did not form the correct hand seals. Or perhaps both of them were prepared, but at the last moment, they failed to cooperate successfully. After repeated failures, Xiao Chen's mind became fatigued, easily becoming irritable, and he tried to force his way through. However, he could not do this forcefully. If he did, the consequences would be dire. This was a kind of torture. However, it was also a kind of tempering of his mental state. Several times, Xiao Chen could not help but give up or erupt. However, he endured it. As he looked at the lake water, he calmed his emotions and continued to work hard. During the past half-month, Xiao Chen had already lost count of how many times he failed. He had tried at least 10,000 times. The wind did not blow the calm lake surface, and the leaves did not cause any ripples. On this tranquil surface, there were turbulent waves and turbulent undercurrents. The eyes of the stubborn white-clad bladesman on the throne were always clear, flickering with a determined light. Boom! On a certain day, Xiao Chen's palm suddenly gave off a bright light, and saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen spread his fingers, and tens of thousands of strands of saber chi surged out. The calm lake water got chopped into countless pieces. The lake water looked like it was solid. Thousands of cracks appeared, but the saber intent could not mend them. I did it! Xiao Chen successfully infused his saber Tao's great Tao energy into his 5 fingers. When the light scattered, a Tao seal appeared on his palm and slowly merged into his bones. After failing several times and succeeding, Xiao Chen only revealed a faint smile on his face. He did not rejoice or get overly excited. There was only the confidence of an expert and the innate pride of a white-clad bladesman. Xiao Chen believed in himself. No matter how many times he failed, he would not doubt his ability. 10 days later, the Thunder Great Tao's Tao seal successfully formed on the back of his hand. With a flip of his hand, it could be a saber or lightning. It is time to come out of closed-door cultivation. After Xiao Chen practiced Firmament's Rage to great perfection, he pushed his right hand toward the sky. A huge palm appeared, flickering with lightning and saber light. It looked like he wanted to break the sky with one hand. Chapter 1886. Xiao Chen had been in closed-door cultivation for more than 3 months. Now that his cultivation and strength had soared, It was indeed time for him to go out and take a look. He also needed to know the latest news from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After putting away the throne, Xiao Chun moved around Cold Moon Cave a few times before arriving at the front yard. A huge scarlet cocoon radiating a terrifying demonic nature floated quietly in the air in the front yard. This silly bird. I already came out of closed-door cultivation, and it is still consuming the beast blood pill. Could it be that its harvest is greater than mine? Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he rubbed his chin. After some thought, he realized that this might be possible. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had already mutated. If the demon blood vulture's bloodline power was triggered by the energy contained in that mysterious beast blood vulture's bloodline, its improvement would be unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun placed the scarlet cocoon in the spirit beast pouch, which he used to store demonic pets. Normally, this demon blood vulture could turn into a scarlet ring, which was much more convenient to wear than the spirit beast pouch. Xiao Chun normally did not need the spirit beast pouch, but he had to use it today. The moment Xiao Chun left the courtyard, he discovered an inner palace disciple not far from the entrance, feeling strange. This inner palace disciple sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating his cultivation technique. With one look, it was clear that he had been here for a long time. "What are you doing?" That inner palace disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chun, he quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Senior Brother Xiao, I am here on orders from the Mission Hall's administrator to inform Senior Brother. Inner Palace disciples and core disciples need to do 3 missions every month. If they do not do them for now, they can accumulate until next month. However, the number will increase." So that is the case. Xiao Chun now understood. Every sect had missions. Xiao Chun raised his head and interrupted the other party. "How long have you been here?" "I came 2 months ago. However, no one listened to my voice projection, so I waited here." The administrator instructed that if Senior Brother did not respond, he should be in closed-door cultivation. He instructed me not to disturb him and just stand guard. The disciples who enter the Heaven Dragon Palace for the first time always enter closed-door cultivation for a long time. After that, everything will be normal. The deacon has specifically instructed us not to disturb and disrupt Senior Brother's cultivation. The man had been waiting here for nearly 3 months, but he didn't have any complaints. He explained to Xiao Chun seriously. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. "Thank you. How many missions have I accumulated?" "You are too polite. Senior Brother Xiao, you have accumulated a total of 10 missions. According to the rules of the sect, it had to be completed within a month. Otherwise, you'll be punished because you haven't accepted any missions for 3 months. Understood. You can leave now." "Yes." Xiao Chun thought to himself. With his current cultivation, 10 missions should be enough to be completed within a month. There should be a reward for completing the mission. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun was still worrying about advancing to late-stage Star Venerate. As for how to obtain the huge amount of resources he needed, the way of missions was a very good method. Many of the missions in the Heaven Dragon Palace came from the Dragon's Gate's inner sect, which was Ancestor Dragon City. This trial was extremely difficult, but the rewards were equally bountiful. One could obtain a large number of primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Primeval heavenly pills. Right now, Xiao Chun greatly desired these primeval heavenly pills. He needed primeval heavenly pills to buy things. Cultivating his cultivation technique required these primeval heavenly pills as well. The little bit of wealth he had was not enough. He did not know how many primeval heavenly pills he would need to accumulate when he reached late-stage Star Venerate. After a while, Xiao Chun took out his core disciple identity token and infused some soul energy into it. Then, a map to the mission hall immediately appeared in his mind. As Xiao Chun flew, he moved very fast. After a while, the mountain peak where the mission hall was already in sight. Many disciples came down from the mountain. People came and went at this mountain peak, making it exceptionally bustling. Although the sect required disciples to complete 3 missions every month, in reality, many disciples completed more than 3 missions. This was because the primeval heavenly pills that the sect gave out were not enough in the first place. Xiao Qin needed to think of other ways. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to ascend the mountain, a group of core disciples chatting in soft voices came over. Senior Brother Zhang, that group of rich clan disciples that entered the sect 3 months ago is advancing really fast on the core disciple ranking. Indeed, most of the top 20 of the core disciples are them. Right now, these people have already occupied their own peaks and are nurturing their own factions in the sect. There's no helping it. These are rich clan disciples. Their strength is extraordinary in the first place, and their bloodlines go without saying. After coming to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they are like fish in water. They will definitely improve very quickly. However, they can forget about becoming Heaven-class core disciples. There are only 3 Heaven-class core disciples. 2 are already decided, and the last one is definitely Senior Brother E. The leader of this group spoke frankly with assurance. As he spoke, he had blind confidence in his Senior Brother E. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiao Qin. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun remembered. It was him. That was the person who followed beside Yi Qianyun, the person who once wanted to toss Xiao Qin out, the person who felt that Xiao Chun was not qualified to participate in the test. In the end, Xiao Chun knocked him into the air with one palm strike, causing him to suffer greatly. 3 months had passed, but Xiao Chun had not improved at all. He was still a follower. Xiao Chun walked straight over expressionlessly, brushing past this group of people. Stop right there. Xiao Chun had just brushed past them when he heard a furious shout calling out to him. Someone recognized me? Xiao Chun thought to himself. Where did this inner palace disciple come from? To think that you are not bowing when you see a group of senior brothers. Showing no respect for your seniors, showing no respect at all. I think you must be tired of living. However, a loud shout immediately followed, letting Xiao Chun know that he was wrong. Turns out that this is the reason. That makes sense. That person thought that Xiao Chun was an inner palace disciple, given his low status. When inner palace disciples saw core disciples, they had to greet them respectfully. However, Xiao Chun ignored so many core disciples. This was indeed somewhat overboard. However, this was not a serious matter, far from the point where Xiao Chun needed to die. Is there a need for me to bow to you? Xiao Chun asked coldly as he turned around expressionlessly. It's you. When this person saw Xiao Chun, he was startled at first. Then, he rejoiced and guffawed. Ha ha ha! So, it is the famous junior brother Xiao Qin. To think that you have the time to come and take a mission. Why don't you go and challenge that Xiao Jinyu? Let's see how Elder Tian Yun regrets it. He is Xiao Qin? 3 months have passed and he is still a middle-stage star venerate. It looks like Elder Tian Yun did not make a mistake back then. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is indeed a mixed blood dragon bloodline. It cannot compare to the eruption of a true dragon bloodline in its later stages. Indeed, I heard that Xiao Jinyu, Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others are already close to peak early-stage holy venerate. In a short 3 months, they improved rapidly. A mixed blood dragon bloodline is still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chun was not in the mood to waste time with this group of people, so he turned and left. Junior brother Xiao Chun, why the rush? Although you are not a core disciple and do not need to bow to us, we are still your senior brothers. Are you not going to greet us? Disciple Zhang said with a smile as his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Chun. While Zhang Yunxian looked like he was smiling, in reality, he was gritting his teeth, hiding a murderous intent on his face. Clearly, Zhang Yunxian still held a grudge against Xiao Chun for injuring him with a palm strike. He could not let it go, so he wanted to take this opportunity to vent his frustration. However, fighting was strictly prohibited in the sect, unless it was the dueling plaza. Zhang Yunxian wanted to force Xiao Chun, provoking Xiao Chun into taking the initiative to attack. That way, when Zhang Yunxian made a move to teach Xiao Chun a lesson, the situation would be different. The one who violated the sect rules was Xiao Chun and not Zhang Yunxian. That way, Zhang Yunxian could vent his frustration. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen's figure moved 3 times. However, Zhang Wenxuan pressed on, blocking Xiao Chen's every move. Junior brother Xiao Chun, I think you should come to this mission hall another day. Zhang Yunxian revealed a cocky smile. As he spoke, the core disciple who was with him appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Come, obediently address me as senior brother. Perhaps when I am in a good mood and forget about the grudge from that day, I might let you go up? Zhang Yunxian said with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chun, revealing a mocking expression. Zhang Yunxian stared at Xiao Chun, hoping that Xiao Chun would not be able to hold himself back. However, he failed. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, his expression calm. From the start until now, there had not been any change. Scram back. Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of getting angry, Zhang Yunxian grew impatient. He reached out to push Xiao Chun. However, Zhang Yunchuan's hand was only extended halfway when Xiao Chun grabbed it. Zhang Yunchuan's fingers were as tough as divine metal. With just a little force, Zhang Yunxian could not move, and he let out a miserable shriek. You were waiting for this moment, right? Xiao Chun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Yunxian with raised eyebrows. Zhang Yunxian should have been overjoyed that Xiao Chun had taken the bait. However, when he looked into Xiao Chun's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. As you wish, then. Xiao Chun grabbed Zhang Yunchuan's arm and pulled. Zhang Yunchuan's body was like a sandbag as he smashed Zhang Yunxian to the ground. Rumble! A huge crack immediately appeared on the ground, and the entire foot of the mountain trembled. When the core disciples who were with Zhang Yunxian saw this scene, they turned pale with fright. They soared into the air and flew towards Xiao Chun. One of them shouted, "Hurry up and let go of senior brother Zhang. You have already violated the sect's rules." Many people came and went in the mission office. When they saw this scene, they were shocked. Many people had noticed that Zhang Yunxian and his group had blocked Xiao Chun earlier. They thought that Xiao Chun would fall into a trap and be forced to make a move before being taught a lesson. Xiao Chun would learn a lesson after suffering a huge loss. However, no one expected Xiao Chun to grab Zhang Yunxian in one move, lift him up, and smash him to the ground. This was simply too ruthless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 1887. There were a total of 6 people accompanying Zhang Yunxian. All of them were core disciples and early-stage holy venerates. When the 6 of them saw Zhang Yunxian being smashed into the ground like a sandbag by Xiao Chun, they immediately became anxious. He rushed over as fast as he could to save Zhang Yunxian. Boom! The 6 holy venerates soared into the air at the same time. In an instant, winds blew and clouds churned as a strong aura spread out. No one dared to approach the foot of the mountain. Some of the inner palace disciples who were watching the show could not dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Xiao Chun, you're dead. You're dead. Since you dare to attack your fellow disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace, no one can save you today. After being smashed by Xiao Chun, Zhang Yunxian felt as though all the bones in his body were broken. The pain made him vomit blood. Gritting his teeth, he didn't look like he was going to admit defeat at all. Instead, he laughed crazily, looking terrifying and insane. At the same time, he mobilized all the quintessential essence in his body and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Xiao Chun's grasp. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Chun didn't say anything. He just stood there and kept hitting Zhang Yunxian. Every swing was stronger than the last. In the end, the ground cracked and the mountain where the mission hall was located trembled. He attacked very quickly. Before the 6 holy venerates arrived, he had already smashed Zhang Yunxian into the ground more than 10 times. Zhang Yunxian was already badly mutilated. He was in a sorry state, but he still clenched his teeth. In the end, he gave up on struggling and only used his quintessential essence to protect his body. Release senior brother Zhang. The 6 holy venerates arrived, each attacking Xiao Chun. Good timing. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. Then, he lifted Zhang Yunxian and used him as a weapon, sweeping out. When the 6 holy venerates with surging auras saw Zhang Yunchuan's body, they all retreated, not daring to clash head-on. So, with Zhang Yunxian in hand, Xiao Chun would not advance when facing 6 holy venerates. Brandishing Zhang Yunchuan's body, he charged forward ferociously, suppressing the 6 holy venerates. What holy venerables? You're just so. I'll return it to you. Xiao Chun faced 6 holy venerates alone but managed to beat them into submission. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and infused his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy into Zhang Yunxian, who looked like a dead dog, before tossing him at the 6. Zhang Yunxuan's body flew uncontrollably toward the 6 of them. Everywhere he passed, he would not be able to control it. The strong wind shattered the ground and kicked up a layer of sand and stones. The sand surged like a raging dragon as Zhang Yunxian flew towards the 6 of them. The 6 holy venerates all turned ashen. It was clear that Zhang Yunxuan's body could not receive it. However, if he did not, his injuries would only worsen. He was unwilling, but he had no choice but to accept it. Let's go together and catch senior brother Zhang. The 6 of them steeled their hearts, and their expressions turned grave. Their auras merged into one, and each of them stretched out a hand. Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to fall, they soared into the air and caught him. Boom! Berserk energy surged out from Zhang Yunxuan's body, and the 6 felt their blood and qi churning. They forced themselves not to vomit. After the 6 landed, they took a few steps back before they managed to catch their breaths. After knocking back the 6 holy venerates, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and turned to leave. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? The 6 holy venerates felt very sullen in their hearts. Earlier, they had been suppressed by Xiao Chun in front of so many inner palace disciples. Now that their senior brother Zhang had returned, how could they swallow this? A horrifying killing qi spread out from the 6, and a scarlet light spread out from their bodies. Holy venerates rage. As the 6 stared at Xiao Chen, they activated their horrifying holy venerate wills at the same time, pressing down on Xiao Chun one after another. They completely fell out with Xiao Chen. They did not care that their cultivations were higher than Xiao Chen's, wanting to keep him here. The people at the foot of the mountain all sucked in a breath of cold air. You are not convinced? That's fine. Today I will make you all convinced. Not just anyone can block my path. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. The blood in his body surged, and the fighting spirit in his heart blazed. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he turned into a flash of lightning in the air. Just as the strong wills of the 6 holy venerates were about to envelop Xiao Chun executed Light of Freedom and left his original spot at the critical moment. When he reappeared, he was already 50 kilometers away, hovering in the air with a smile on his face. There! With a thought, the 6 holy venerates sent out their horrifying holy venerate wills. How fast could the holy venerates' wills be? It was practically impossible to dodge once the holy venerates sent out their wills. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chen's body turned into a flash of lightning and dodged the combined wills by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chun turned into a bolt of lightning, he whistled through the air, weaving back and forth. Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a smile. It seemed like mockery but also calm. Dressed in white, the surrounding sky follows my whim. I am as free as the wind, as free as light. The 6 holy venerates originally had a surging aura, determined to win. The 6 holy venerate wills covered nearly every corner. They were so fast that they could reach their target with a thought. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to lose to a middle-stage star venerate cultivator. However, the situation was reversed now. The 6 holy venerate wills should have been able to suppress Xiao Chun calmly and unhurriedly. However, sweat poured down their foreheads, feeling anxious and frustrated. Xiao Chun toyed with them, sending their holy venerate wills back and forth. However, none of them had any effect, leaving the 6 holy venerate wills on the verge of collapse. I've played enough. It's time for me to make a move, right? The smile on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he spoke indifferently. After the 6 attacks missed, they did not move. After the 6 holy venerate wills missed, they saw a bolt of lightning flying towards the 6 holy venerate wills. Just as the 6 holy venerate wills felt uncertain, that bolt of lightning suddenly turned into a terrifying and berserk lightning dragon. A strong dragon might swept out. How can this be? This is no longer light of freedom. Damn it! Since when can light of freedom become an offensive martial technique? The 6 holy venerate wills, who were physically and mentally fatigued and covered in sweat, could not withdraw their holy venerate wills in time. Flustered, they quickly scattered. In their current state, they could not endure the strike of this roaring lightning dragon. But, can they escape? The dragon roar shook the sky. When the dragon might arrived, it ruled the world. The lightning dragon ferociously rammed into the 6 holy venerates, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The electric light charred their bodies. The dragon tail swung, and the remaining 3 holy venerates were sent flying. Rumble! 3 loud sounds rang out, and the 3 holy venerates crashed into a mountain peak each. The mountain rocks shattered and were instantly buried. Whoosh! A light flashed, and the lightning dragon revealed its true form. Xiao Chun landed on the ground, dressed in pure white robes. Before the group could exclaim in surprise, several terrifying auras suddenly flew over from the sky. 3 peak early-stage holy venerate experts clad in scarlet robes and radiating terrifying killing intent flew over from afar. It's the Law Enforcement Hall's Blood Dragon Guards. This is problematic. The Blood Dragon Guards are here. With Xiao Chun injuring so many core disciples, he will definitely be severely punished. If he violates the sect rules, he will be severely punished. How unfortunate. This matter clearly cannot be blamed on Xiao Chun. However, he should have exercised some restraint. No matter what, he should not have made the first move. Then, should he have allowed others to bully him? Many of the inner palace disciples who had seen this from the start felt upset on Xiao Chen's behalf. This matter was not his fault at all. Who attacked inside the sect, harming a fellow disciple? The person in the middle of the 3 blood-clad guards demanded coldly. It's him. It's him. It's him. Zhang Yunxian, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, jumped up and pointed at Xiao Chun. It's him. It's him. He broke the sect rules and harmed fellow disciples. He was arrogant, making the first move. How noisy! Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and slapped Zhang Yunxuan's face, sending him flying. Xiao Chun was like a fly. There was no end to this. How bold of you, to think that you dare to attack before us. Come with us, then. The 3 blood dragon guards' expressions turned cold as they descended on Xiao Chun, wanting to forcefully restrain Xiao Chun and take him away. Scram! Xiao Chun raged in his heart. He spread his fingers and executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. A colossal flaming hand immediately appeared in front, covering the entire sky. An ancient great desolate Aeon dragon might travel through time and space, like the rage of heaven. The 3 blood-clad guards were greatly startled, caught off guard. They had not expected Xiao Chun to dare to resist. Pa! Just like that, Xiao Chun ruthlessly smacked the hand down. Then he flipped his hand and pressed it down. Chapter 1888. With a flip of his hand, he smashed the 3 blood dragon guards to the ground, immobilizing them. Such a scene shocked everyone. Blood dragon guards. That was the Dragon's Gate's Law Enforcement Hall, under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. In terms of rank, it was even higher than the Heaven Dragon Palace Hall. Each of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces was comparable to a peak rank 6 sect. Naturally, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelons had to set up a counterbalance mechanism. Otherwise, if he allowed it to develop, it might threaten him instead. That would truly be digging his own grave. The existence of the Blood Dragon Guards was a thorn that came from the Dragon's Gate, piercing deep into every outer palace. The stronger the outer palace was, the more difficult it was to remove the thorn growing in the flesh. It had a reputation of being a taboo. Every blood strike guard was extremely powerful, and they were in charge of enforcing the laws of the various outer palaces. Today, Xiao Chun sent these 3 blood dragon guards flying with 1 palm strike. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. But no matter what happened in the future, it was now, alone now. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was not because Xiao Chun dared to anger the blood dragon guards. Instead, it was because he, a middle-stage star venerate, defeated 6 holy venerates and 3 blood dragon guards. Strong. Only this word existed in the minds of many inner hall disciples. He's ridiculously strong. Boom! The 3 blood dragon guards struggled to their feet on the ground, showing incredibly sullen expressions. Although the 3 were in sorry states, they were not severely injured. After all, they were peak early-stage holy venerates. The blood dragon guards enjoyed even better resources than core disciples, as well as cultivation techniques and martial techniques from Ancestor Dragon City. He was rather old, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary holy venerates. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had only executed Firmament's Rage, not his full power. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had only executed the first layer of Firmament's Rage, not activating the 2 Dao seals in his hands. Hence, he did not bring out its full might. Hua! A scarlet flame blazed in the eyes of the 2 blood dragon guards. They seemed to have activated some kind of secret technique, and their killing chi spread out in an even more terrifying manner. Xiao Chun smiled coldly, unafraid. The atmosphere became tense once again. It was as if there were flames everywhere in the air, igniting and exploding at the slightest touch. The confrontation between the 4 of them was far more terrifying than when Xiao Chun faced the 6 core disciples. At the foot of the vast mountain, there was only silence. No one dared to speak. After a long time, when the blood dragon guard in the middle saw Xiao Chun's gaze, he felt some fear. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand to block the somewhat rash blood dragon guards on both sides. Lead the way. I'll go to the law enforcement hall myself. Xiao Chun was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. He had to find a way to end this matter. Since he had to deal with it sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to face it. Sorry for the offense. When the person in the middle heard Xiao Chun say that, he heaved a sigh of relief. The flames in the eyes of the blood dragon guards on the left and right also slowly faded. Such an attitude was a sign of fear and respect for the strong. After making their moves, the 3 of them were no longer as arrogant and haughty as before. Hearing Xiao Chun's words, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything else. They turned around and led the way for Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Electric light flashed, and Xiao Chun quickly followed. His expression remained calm, not showing any fluster. The surroundings were silent. Only after the 4 of them had walked far away did all sorts of discussions begin to ring out one after another. It's Firmament's Rage. What Xiao Chun executed earlier was Firmament's Rage. It is exactly as described in the secret technique. No, it is even more horrifying than described in the secret technique. Aside from the first palace master, no one has managed to practice this secret technique in more than 1,000 years. To think that Xiao Chun actually succeeded in practicing it. Furthermore, he easily executed it. No wonder he could defeat 3 blood dragon guards with 1 palm strike. However, Xiao Chun seems to have only reached small perfection. He did not manage to infuse his great Tao into it. If he could infuse his great Tao into it, that would be too heaven-defying. That is absolutely impossible. However, no matter what, Xiao Chun will be skinned alive after going to the law enforcement hall this time. How unfortunate. Previously, 2 inner palace disciples broke the sect rules and had their cultivation crippled for 10 years. In the end, the discussions turned from shock to sighs. One would not have a good ending after entering the law enforcement hall. However, in reality, Xiao Chun's treatment in the law enforcement hall was somewhat different from what everyone imagined. After the 3 blood dragon guards brought Xiao Chun to the blood dragon guards, they immediately reported Xiao Chun's matter to their superiors. Xiao Chun injured 6 holy venerates in the mission hall and even attacked the blood dragon guards. He was truly bold. The news quickly spread and startled the law enforcement hall's upper echelon. What? This person is only a middle-stage star venerate? This matter immediately caused a huge commotion in the law enforcement hall, startling the strict law enforcement hall's vice hall master, who had not been involved in matters for a long time, to make a personal appearance. The law enforcement hall's vice hall master had the surname Li. He was a stout old man with a thick beard and an extremely fiery temper. When the vice hall master heard about Xiao Chun, he immediately took charge. Vice Hall Master Li did not go to see Xiao Chun directly. Instead, he hid in the dark and observed Xiao Chun, who was waiting for his trial. Slowly, a smile appeared on Vice Hall Master Li's face, appearing somewhat playful. Xiao Chun, who was waiting for his trial, did not show any expression on his face. Then, he took a sip of tea and closed his eyes to rest. After that, there was no movement from Xiao Chun. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Chun directly started cultivating, not moving at all from start to end. Interesting. He treats my law enforcement hall as his residence. To think that he directly started cultivating. Vice Hall Masterly smiled, making it hard for others to tell whether he was happy or angry. No one knew what he meant. Suddenly, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Vice Hall Master Li's expression changed slightly. Then, he dismissed the people around him and said indifferently, "To think that he discovered me." Whoosh! In the next moment, Vice Hall Master Li's figure flashed, and he directly arrived in the room where Xiao Chun was. Boom! A pressure immediately appeared in the average-sized room, making Xiao Chun feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was not a sovereign personage will but Vice Hall Master Li's dragon might. Given his strong cultivation, he did not purposely withdraw this dragon might, letting it spread out. Xiao Chun sized up the person who arrived and said seriously, "Senior is really patient, only appearing after 6 hours. This junior feels honored." Humph! Even after arriving at my law enforcement hall, you still do not show any signs of repentance. It looks like you do not want your core disciple status anymore. Vice Hall Master Li became slightly angered. Immediately, his dragon might fluctuated, and a true dragon roar came from it. The roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears and penetrated deep into his soul, causing fear to spread in his mind. Xiao Chen guarded his heart and easily dispelled this fear. Then, he looked at Vice Hall Master Li, who had a strong background and a terrifying aura. Xiao Chun asked softly, "Why should I repent? I am not in the wrong." Furthermore, after pausing for a moment, Xiao Chun released an overwhelming aura from his body. Then he said, "Furthermore, does the so-called right and wrong really matter? If anyone is in the wrong, they can only blame me for being too strong and them being too weak." Boom! The moment the dragon might from Xiao Chen's body appeared, it cleanly swept away the dragon might that Vice Hall Master Li casually released. Vice Hall Master Li's grave expression suddenly vanished. Then he guffawed, "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times, Vice Hall Master Li said loudly, "Well said. What is right and wrong? Only the weak need sect rules. The sect rules have always been made by the strong. Hehe. I still have to say that you beat them up well and beautifully. You overestimated yourself and went to mock them, resulting in you getting beaten up. What else can you do but deserve it? Ha ha ha. If you had beaten up those 3 blood dragon guards, that would have been even more in line with my temper." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. I made the right bet. As long as I have sufficient potential, I can ignore all the sect rules and precepts. I think highly of you becoming a heaven-class core disciple and of you entering Ancestor Dragon City. The current core disciples all boast about how strong they are and how incredible their backgrounds are. This old man looks down on none of them. If you do not have a temper, even if you enter Ancestor Dragon City, you will be nothing. Vice Hall Master Li appeared very bold. His tone showed extreme disdain for the other core disciples. Xiao Chun remained calm. Although there were some discrepancies and the matter was much easier to deal with than he had imagined, this was a good thing and not a big deal. In the future, if you find anyone displeasing, feel free to beat them up. Hehe. If one day you even beat up the blood dragon guards like dogs, this old man will directly guarantee your entry into Ancestor Dragon City. Haha. Vice Hall Master Li spoke excitedly, directly giving Xiao Chun the authority to beat up people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, I still have to put on a show. I will announce to the outside world that I will lock you up for 1 month and deduct your stipend for 3 months. Just go out and do some missions and not appear in the sect. What do you think? The Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master spoke in a negotiating tone, not treating Xiao Chun as an outsider. That suits me. Ha ha ha. Good. It is decided, then. Come, let's go and have a few drinks. To think that you even managed to practice Firmament's Rage. How rare. Chapter 1889. Just as Xiao Chun and Vice Hall Master Li were chatting happily, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, Fang Tianyi, and the other core disciples who had been showing off recently received news of Xiao Chun beating up 6 core disciples at nearly the same time. All of them felt shocked and incredulous. To think that he dares to beat up my people. Xiao Chun, you are clearly targeting me. When Yi Qianyun received the news, he was the most furious. Among the more than 1,000 core disciples, everyone knew that Zhang Yunxian was Yi Qianyun's man. The other 6 core disciples were also on good terms with him. In the end, Xiao Chun beat them up. This was especially so for Zhang Yunxian, who was beaten up beyond recognition. Finally, Xiao Chun sent him flying with a slap. This was a tragic sight. If others saw this, they would definitely take it as a slap to Yi Qianyun's face. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I break through to middle stage Holy Venerate, I will definitely teach you a lesson in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. Yi Qianyun showed an enraged expression as he tightly clenched his right fist. He wished that he could trample on Xiao Chun right now to regain his face. On the other side, Elder Tian Yun personally arrived at Xiao Jinyu's residence and informed him of what happened at the foot of the mountain in the mission office. That's impossible. This Xiao Chun has only been in the Heaven Dragon Palace for 3 months. How can he defeat 6 core disciples at the same time? To think that he even succeeded in practicing the most difficult Firmament's Rage. When Xiao Jinyu heard the news, he showed some fluster on his face. However, he then remembered that Elder Tian Yun personally brought this news. In that case, it can't be wrong. Xiao Jinyu quickly apologized. Master, Jinyu did not mean to offend you. Elder Tian Yun showed an unsightly expression as he said sullenly, You understand what I mean by bringing you this news, right? Disciple understands. Humph. Back then, this Xiao Chun called me out at the dueling plaza and said that I chose the wrong person. This old man did not lower himself to his level on the surface. However, if you really lose to him, I will lose face. You can forget about remaining in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Elder Tian Yun's expression turned sullen, putting heavy pressure on Xiao Jinyu. This disciple will not live up to Master's expectations. Give me 2 months and I will definitely break through to middle stage Holy Venerate. Ignorant. What was the point of cultivation? Unless one was a peak intermediate Holy Venerate, one would not have an absolute advantage over him. That Xiao Chun is just a middle stage Star Venerate. Have you never thought about how he could defeat 6 core disciples in a row? He relies on the Dragon's Gate's secret technique and his own accumulations. Although his cultivation is low, the quality and quantity of his veritable essence energy are not low. Elder Tian Yun felt somewhat disappointed at Xiao Chun for failing to meet his expectations. He paused for a while before continuing. What you need to do is bring out your advantages to the limit and accumulate them properly. You should not be in a rush to raise your cultivation. The 3 Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace are only early-stage Holy Venerates. However, they can sweep through all the core disciples. Xiao Jinyu seemed to think of something. Master means, after tomorrow, I'll bring you to the sword-sweeping peak. If you can achieve great mastery in the great way of the sword, you'll be able to stab Xiao Chun to death with a single strike. It's 100 times better than you advancing to the mid-stage Holy Venerable level. Thank you, Master. The other core disciples were more or less inspired. Under the guidance of their masters, they all put in effort. All this was for the sake of obtaining a slot in the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple competition. Right now, everything was just an illusion. If they could not even obtain a slot, they could forget about entering Ancestor Dragon City. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, they would leave that Xiao Chun and the other competitors far behind. In the mission hall, Vice Hall Master Li personally led Xiao Chun in through a secret passageway. No one knew about it. With the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li leading the way, the manager of the mission hall personally received Xiao Chun in fear and trepidation. What high-quality missions are there recently? Let Xiao Chun look through them. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. Vice Hall Master Li said indifferently. The mission hall's elder looked at Xiao Chun, feeling greatly startled. Isn't this the person who caused trouble at the foot of the mountain and got taken away? Why did the law enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master personally bring him over in the blink of an eye? The mission hall's Vice Hall Master felt somewhat confused. However, since Vice Hall Master Li gave him instructions, he naturally had to obey. This is the list of recent missions. Take a look and let me know if there are any suitable ones. Xiao Chun received the mission list and carefully looked through it. There was a total of 7 Rank 1 missions. Rank 1 was the highest. Above Rank 1 were Transcendent Rank 1 and Absolute Rank 1. Those were issued to the sect elders and required the strength of a sovereign personage to accept them. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the Rank 1 missions. Soon, he locked on to 4 Rank 1 missions. 2 of them were assassination missions. One was to search for the Blazing Sun Heart in Blazing Sun Valley, which one could obtain by killing the Blazing Sun Berserk apes in Blazing Sun Valley. The last was a Rank 1 mission. Of the 4 missions, helping the Dragon's Gate take back its lost base in the underground world was the most complicated and the highest. However, the reward was extremely bountiful, a total of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. The first 3 Rank 1 missions also had bountiful rewards, at least 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. These are the 4 Rank 1 missions. Wait, that's not right. I seem to have to take on some other missions before I can fulfill the quota set by the sect. Just give me a few Rank 7 missions. Xiao Chun made his choice and handed the mission list to the other party. What? You want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions? No way, no way. The mission hall's manager shook his head and said, absolutely not. The Rank 1 missions themselves require one to be a holy venerate. Furthermore, 2 people need to work together to take them. Letting you take them alone is already showing mercy. To think that you want to take on 4 Rank 1 missions alone. What about the other core disciples? Humph. If this old man says it's fine, then it's fine. Stop being so long-winded. Since this little brother of mine chose these 4 missions, then these 4 missions it is. When Vice Hall Master Li heard the word no way, he became angry. After all, he had personally sent someone over. To think that Xiao Chen did not give him any face at all. Xiao Chen's furious voice was accompanied by his dragon might, scaring the mission hall's manager. The manager felt very bitter in his heart. This was the person in charge of the Blood Dragon Guards. He simply could not afford to offend him. Sure. However, I'll say this first. You will have to bear the punishment for failing the mission. Don't blame me for not warning you. The punishment for failing is much heavier than you imagine. The manager did not dare to offend Vice Hall Master Li, so he could only vent his anger on Xiao Chun. Since I already made my choice, I naturally know the consequences. Haha, that's more like it. Let me take a look at the mission list. Vice Hall Master Li received the mission list and took a look. Then his expression changed slightly. None of them were easy to complete. Of the 2 assassination missions, one was to eliminate a group of bandits that had been killing people and robbing their goods in the Divine Dragon Empire for many years. There was a total of 18 people in this group of bandits, who called themselves the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits. All of them were holy venerates. Their lair, the Demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, had been refined into an inherited Tao tool that could hide in the starry heavens at any time. Every time a sovereign personage went to kill them, they would flee far away. When the sovereign personage experts left, they would find a random place to hide. They killed people to snatch their treasures and resources. Their methods were extremely cruel. The number of dragon race martial artists that died in their hands and the number of dragon race forces that were destroyed was unknown. The Dragon's Gate had been troubled by this group of crafty demonic cloud bandits for many years, giving them a headache. The second assassination mission was an assassination mission. Recently, a demonic Dao expert appeared in Yunyang province. This expert specialized in killing dragon race experts and absorbing the special dragon souls of dragon race cultivators to refine the demonic dragon pennant. His movements were mysterious, and his methods were even crueler. All the people he killed were dragon race experts. After they died, he extracted their souls and drained them of their dragon blood. The dragon race bloodline had an extremely strong life force. The dragon race's souls were even more tyrannical, which would be of great help in refining the demonic dragon pennant. Yunyang province was the red dragon race's territory. Several red dragon race holy venerate experts had already died at the hands of this demonic Tao cultivator. This attracted the attention of the Dragon's Gate, and they sent it to the 7 outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate as a rank 1 mission. Since this demonic Tao cultivator dared to come to the Divine Dragon Empire alone, it proved that he was very confident and strong. The 3rd mission, Blazing Sun Valley, was a dangerous land. Although the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was strong, it was still a ferocious beast, after all. The risk of this mission could be controlled. As for the 4th mission, Vice Hall Master Li shook his head slightly. The underground world was simply too deep. The missions that could become rank 1 missions were definitely not easy. The rewards depended on how much effort one put in. The Dragon's Gate would not give 1 primeval heavenly pills for nothing. The price would definitely be equal. Vice Hall Master Li frowned and said, "Brother Xiao Chun, isn't this mission a little inappropriate? The risk is too high. The mission has already been accepted. If you give up, it will be considered a failure." The manager also had a temper in his heart. He walked over and handed the mission card to Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly in his heart. It is too late to be afraid now. Xiao Chun received the mission card calmly and smiled. "It's fine. I have my own plans." Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Chun would not be able to raise his cultivation quickly while he was a late-stage star venerate. He would not be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace was just waiting for death, waiting to be defeated by the people of the other outer palaces. Either way, he would die. He might as well accept the mission and gamble. Furthermore, Xiao Chun still had many trump cards. While it was inconvenient to use them in the sect, there were no restrictions once he left the sect. Xiao Chun felt somewhat confident of completing these missions. "Little brother, since you have your own plans, I will not say anything more. Remember to rush back in 2 months. Otherwise, you will miss out on the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, and you will suffer a great loss. The Heaven Class Core Disciple slot will definitely be mine. Many thanks, Big Brother Li." The mission hall manager grumbled in his heart. Whether Xiao Chun could return alive was still a problem. To think that Xiao Chun still wanted to become a Heaven Class Core Disciple. He really did not know his limits. Chapter 1890. Xiao Chun accepted a total of 10 missions, mainly because of the sect rules. Core disciples had to complete 3 missions every month. Aside from the 4 rank 1 missions, the rest were all rank 7 missions. As Xiao Chun held the mission card, he carefully analyzed each mission for a long time, forming a plan in his heart. He had only 2 months. Many of the 10 missions clashed with each other. One was in the south and the other was in the north. Even if he could use transportation formations, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to hire someone to complete the 6 rank 7 missions. If he had time, he would definitely do it himself. However, the rewards of these rank 7 missions could not compare to the time required. Xiao Chun felt that the losses outweighed the gains. He could only pay for the primeval heavenly pills himself and hire cultivators outside to do it. This was simple. The Divine Dragon Empire definitely did not have only cultivators in the sections. There were many other factions. Spending some primeval heavenly pills would cause many factions to fight over these missions. As for the remaining 4 rank 1 missions, the order in which they were completed was also very important. I should go and deal with this demonic Tao cultivator first. To think that he dares to use the blood and souls of dragon race cultivators to cultivate a demonic Tao cultivation technique and refine a ghost pennant. This is simply unforgivable. Rage flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He always felt that the current demonic Tao sects and cultivators had reached an extreme. This kind of extreme was very terrifying. If left unchecked, not only would they destroy themselves, but they would also destroy the foundation of the entire world. For the sake of strength, they would do anything. They would even lay their hands on ordinary people, even doing something as heartless as using the souls of infants. In comparison, although the righteous Dao sects had many hypocrites and people who killed and robbed, they rarely made a move on ordinary people. It was even more impossible for them to make a move on infants or pregnant women. When demonic Dao cultivators reached the Holy Venerate realm, they would be known as demonic venerates. Xiao Chen's target this time was known as demonic venerate Mu Yun. The Divine Dragon Empire had 7 provinces, each with 100 counties. Each county was as large as First Senior Sisters. The Red Dragon race governed Yunyang province. In the Yunyang state there was a huge desert called the Violent Flame Desert. This desert was unusually hot. It was an excellent experiential training ground for fire-attributed dragon race cultivators. Most of the red dragons were fire elemental and had fiery temperaments. A person's temper was like an unstable dynamite. When they were angry, they would explode with a loud bang, causing people to feel extremely terrified. The blazing light from the blazing sun was a natural treat for the red dragon race cultivators. Just staying in the desert for a day would benefit them immensely. The Red Dragon Palace disciples frequently roamed Violent Flame Desert, hunting ferocious beasts, searching for fortuitous encounters, and practicing cultivation techniques. The place was extraordinarily bustling. However, right now, the lively atmosphere of the Violent Flame Desert was filled with grief and anger. 3 months ago, Devil Sovereign Mo Yun suddenly appeared in this desert and started a massacre. Hundreds of the Red Dragon Palace disciples had already fallen victim to Xiao Chun. Their blood was drained, and their corpses laid out in the desert. They looked like dried corpses, dying miserable deaths. The most hateful thing was that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was extremely arrogant. He purposely laid a trap and lured out several core disciples. After killing a holy venerate of the Red Dragon race, who had gotten careless, Xiao Chen's strength soared in the past 3 months, becoming increasingly terrifying. While in Violent Flame Desert, Xiao Chun looked at the intelligence reports and calmly analyzed the situation. The Red Dragon race possessed the Divine Dragon bloodline. After advancing to Holy Venerate, the power of their bloodline had already developed significantly. Xiao Chun was not an ordinary Holy Venerate. For demonic Venerate Mu Yun to be able to kill several core disciples, he definitely had a trump card that no one knew about. The most recent murder happened 7 days ago. To think that this fellow still has not left. He must have cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique or a ghost pennant to a critical juncture. Once he breaks through, he will be even more horrifying and difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He could no longer analyze demonic venerate Mu Yun's strength based on the intelligence reports from 3 months ago. This mission was somewhat thorny. However, thorny was interesting. If it were ordinary, there would not be any challenge. Let me see how strong this demonic venerate Mu Yun is. Let's go and meet up with the others first. The Dragon's Gate distributed this mission to the 7 outer palaces. Someone from each outer palace could go and accept it. Of course, only one person could complete the mission. Whoever obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's head would complete the mission and obtain the reward. One could communicate with others through the mission card. One could hear the voices of the other people accepting the mission and obtain information. 3 days later, in the depths of Violent Flame Desert, 6 dragon race cultivators gathered on a sand dune. Among them, there were 3 from the Red Dragon Palace. Based on their attire, Xiao Chun could determine that the other 3 were from the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Of the 7 outer palaces, aside from the Golden Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace, everyone accepted the mission. Although it was a rank 1 mission, it was not guaranteed that someone would accept it. It was normal that no one from the 2 dragon palaces had accepted it. Only one person can take on this mission. To think that your Red Dragon Palace sent out 3 people. It looks like you are truly angry. The youth in the Blue Dragon Palace's uniform said as he looked at the Red Dragon race trio. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as they die at the hands of our Red Dragon clan. The leader of the Red Dragon clan was a muscular young man in a white robe with flame patterns on it. His voice was filled with suppressed rage. This mission was a humiliation to the Red Dragon Palace. The Red Dragon Palace did not intend to get the Dragon's Gate's help at all, wanting to kill demonic Venerate Mu Yun on their own. However, after the upper echelon of Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon's Gate evaluated demonic Venerate Mu Yun's strength, they still sent the mission to the 7 outer palaces. If we run into demonic Venerate Mu Yun, we can just attack him ourselves. After we kill him, we do not need Mu Yun's head, the leader of the Red Dragon Clan cultivators said seriously. Rage flashed in the eyes of the Red Dragon Palace's leader as he said sullenly. The 3 core disciples of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The Red Dragon race seemed to be xenophobic. Their words did not sound very pleasant. The core disciples of the 6 outer palaces all had their own pride as they possessed the divine dragon bloodline. Morong Yen, aren't your words a little overboard? Although you are hailed as an unparalleled genius of the Red Dragon Palace, there is no need to look down on us like that, right? The Silver Dragon Race core disciple, Yun Tianhe, said indifferently with a slight frown. If you feel that we are going overboard, you can leave now. The Red Dragon Race does not need your help. The 3 of us will give you the reward for the mission. We will not let you make this trip for nothing. Morong Yen did not appreciate the offer at all. His tone was filled with hostility. The Blue Dragon Race core disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. Then, he patted Yun Tianhe's shoulder to stop him from continuing. Chong Feng, on account of you, I will not lower myself to his level. The rage in Yun Tianhe's eyes had yet to fade. Morong Yan's words were simply too overbearing. However, the Red Dragon bloodline was extremely hot-tempered. If they continued arguing, they would definitely end up fighting. Someone is coming. Just at this moment, the only woman in the team, the young woman from the White Dragon Palace, raised her head slightly and looked into the distance. The others also sensed someone flying over from the mission cards. I wonder if it is from the Golden Dragon Palace or the Green Dragon Palace. If it is a Golden Dragon Palace core disciple, then this mission is in the bag. If it is a Green Dragon Palace core disciple, that is fine. At the very least, there is no need to worry about injuries or the corrosion of the demonic chi. The 3 discussed softly. As they spoke, they felt interested in this final person. However, as that figure approached, the expressions of the 3 Red Dragon race cultivators turned increasingly unsightly. Yun Tianhe and the other 2 also showed strange expressions, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. Damn, this is never-ending. It is one thing for the people of the Blue Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the White Dragon Palace. Now, even a mixed blood dragon is here to join in the fun. What do they take our Red Dragon Palace for? Morong Yan's rage completely erupted. Boom! A terrifying, scorching aura burst forth. Morong Yan's figure flashed as he turned into a flame and charged out, moving as fast as a meteor. Whoosh! The Blue Dragon Palace core disciple frowned slightly. He leaped up and blocked Morong Yan at the critical moment. Situ Changfeng, what are you trying to do? Morong Yan showed an irritable expression on his face. Clearly, he was in a rage. Situ Changfeng's expression remained calm as he said in an amiable manner, Morong Yan, no matter what, one more person means one more force. Why the need to reject him like this? There is no need. Humph, the 2 of you, tell that mixed blood dragon to scram. If he does not, blast him out. Before Situ Changfeng could finish speaking, Morong Yan snorted coldly and got the other 2 Red Dragon Race core disciples to chase away Xiao Chun. Situ Changfeng sighed and decisively turned around to meet up with Xiao Chun. Situ Changfeng, stay here and mind your own business. However, Morong Yan did not give Situ Changfeng this opportunity. He directly punched at the turning Situ Changfeng. When Morong Yan punched, intense flames surged into the sky. A boundless sea of fire burned behind him. The boundless, mysterious phenomenon of fire looked as terrifying as lava from hell. Although Situ Changfeng wanted to, he could not. He could only turn around and fight, delayed by Morong Yan. I'm afraid this person is going to be unlucky. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe looked at the distant Xiao Chun and said indifferently to the young White Dragon race girl. The 2 of them did not want to interfere in this matter. A mixed blood dragon was not worth their time. Chapter 1891. Xiao Chun had rushed all the way to the rendezvous point on the mission card. In order not to delay others, he had rushed at full speed. When Xiao Chun approached, he saw two people flying out of a distant sand dune, charging at him. Two people fought on the sand dune. Even from a distance, Xiao Chun could feel their horrifying auras. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, two furious shouts rang out. Where did this mixed blood dragon come from? Scram! This is the matter of our Red Dragon Palace. It is not your mixed blood dragon palace's turn to make a move. If you still don't scram, we will make a move. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples unleashed their dragon might, pressing towards Xiao Chun. Rumble! Formless might and might immediately caused the surface of the violent flame desert to churn like waves. Xiao Chen's face sank. Just as the two dragon might approached, he landed firmly on the ground, and his dragon might surged out. Bang! Amid the loud rumbles, the surging desert dust suddenly exploded as the dragon might clashed with each other. It was like a sandstorm that soared into the sky. An enormous murderous cloud filled the air, traversing the heavens and covering the sun. You dare to retaliate. You are reckless. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples raged. Their holy venerate wills surged out, pressing down on Xiao Chun. Under the pressure of the two holy venerate wills, the desert for 5,000 kilometers around immediately exploded apart. Many cracks spread out for 500 kilometers, looking like a spiderweb. However, Xiao Chun had already turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed over. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. The thing he feared the most was clashing with the holy venerate will. The pressure from the holy venerate will would weaken his strength significantly. Even if Xiao Chun forcibly scattered the holy venerate will, it would only last for a moment. Fortunately, he was fast enough to prevent the holy venerate will from suppressing him. The two Red Dragon Palace core disciples were also hot-tempered. The moment they attacked, they immediately used their holy venerate wills. When the two saw Xiao Chun dodge, they turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the Red Dragon Palace core disciples. The two snorted coldly and attacked, sending out their fire Dao might. The two fire Dao might layered over each other and surged out, trying to force Xiao Chun out. Bang! Who knew the lightning did not come out? Instead, a lightning dragon that was even more violent than the flames pierced through the Dao might and flew out. The two of them were shocked and hastily retreated. However, Xiao Chen's thunderous attack had already begun. The dragon tail covered in electric light swept out, filling the sky with yellow sand. The yellow sand in the violent flame desert looked like sparks. The sandstorm created by the dragon tail was like a flaming tornado. The two retreating Red Dragon race cultivators each sent out a punch, trying to block the force of the dragon tail. However, the two of them had still somewhat underestimated the strength contained in the dragon tail. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths as they were violently knocked back, landing miserably on a sand dune. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe and the young White Dragon revealed shocked expressions. The two of them were core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, yet they were knocked back. Boom! What a strong dragon aura! Following that, the roaring lightning dragon appeared in the two's vision. The berserk dragon might made the two's expressions grave as they raised their guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chun appeared and landed on a sand dune. Then, he looked at the two Red Dragon Palace core disciples. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at Murong Yen and Situ Changfeng, who had stopped fighting in the air. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Murong Yen. This person should be the one who gave the order. Xiao Chen's calm gaze instantly turned somewhat cold. Damn it! You mixed blood dragon, how dare you injure me? Boom! Murong Yen raged in the air. He had not expected his two junior brothers to suffer at the hands of a mixed blood dragon, so he immediately wanted to make a move. However, Murong Yen did not expect Xiao Chun to take the initiative to charge at him after he determined his target. There was no time to think. After Xiao Chun charged over, he immediately attacked. His vital qi surged as he threw a punch. Murong Yen swallowed the words that he could not say with much difficulty. Then, he had to deal with Xiao Chen's attack. Bang! 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 The two figures in the air quickly clashed, losing their momentum in one move. Morong Yen continuously retreated. After 100 moves, he shouted and forced Xiao Chen back. Whoosh! Morong Yen landed on the ground and took 10 steps back. Sand and dust exploded in the surrounding desert, surging into the clouds like waves. The ground sank by more than 1 kilometer. After the two exchanged moves, the surroundings changed drastically. The two exchanged moves so quickly that the others could not react. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to stop them. Now, the two separated after much difficulty. Situ Changfeng and Yun Tianhe attacked at the same time, blocking the two. This brother, although the Red Dragon Palace has offended you, we are in the same boat now. There is no need to get angry. If we work together, we will both benefit. If we fight, we will both end up injured. That will just benefit demonic venerate Mu Yun. Situ Changfeng advised softly as he appeared before Xiao Chan. Yun Tianhe stopped Morong Yen from continuing to attack. Then, he mocked coldly, Morong Yen, you are really incredible. I didn't see you kill demonic venerate Mu Yun, yet you are flaunting your prowess. Morong Yen smiled coldly and said, that is because I did not make a move. You cannot even deal with a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple. Yet you want to kill demonic venerate Mu Yun? You sure talk big. Yun Tianhe retorted, not giving Morong Yen any face at all. Xiao Chen looked at Situ Changfeng. The other party should be a Blue Dragon Race Core disciple, as he gave off a peaceful aura of wind. The Blue Dragon Race was good at dancing with the wind and clouds. They were also known as the Dragons of the Sky. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, 2 Red Dragon Race disciples rushed over from behind and headed for Morong Yen. Senior brother, demonic venerate Mu Yun killed someone else? The 2 Red Dragon Race disciples sent a voice projection. Morong Yan's expression changed drastically. He could not be bothered to continue fighting, quickly leading the two away. Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe arrived beside Xiao Chen. When they sized up Xiao Chen, they felt shocked. A disciple from the Heaven Dragon Palace actually dared to attack Morong Yen. This was simply incredible. Let me make introductions. This is the Silver Dragon Palace's Yun Tianhe. This is the White Dragon Palace's Miss Qiu Xiuying. Situ Changfeng gave a simple introduction. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying nodded slightly in greeting. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded and gave his name. Morong Yen should have obtained demonic venerate Mu Yun's whereabouts. From the looks of it, he intends to act alone. From the looks of it, he intends to go alone. Yun Tianhe said indifferently as he looked in the direction Morong Yen left, his tone containing dissatisfaction. Let's go and take a look. We all have a share in this mission, Qiu Xiuying said softly. Qiu Xiuying said softly, and was the first to follow. Obviously, she did not want to miss this mission with rich rewards. Yun Tianhe followed close behind, not wanting to be too slow. Brother Xiao, do you want to go together? Situ Changfeng invited. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not someone we can easily deal with alone. Let's go then. Xiao Chen did not overthink. It was fine as long as he could complete the mission. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For hours later, Xiao Chen and Situ Changfeng sensed the dense aura of a demonic Dao cultivator. When they looked up, sinister winds filled the distant sky. All sorts of terrifying, mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. There were raging flames soaring into the sky, wailing malicious spirits, and all sorts of ferocious beasts from hell. Quick, let's go. They are already fighting. Situ Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he quickened his pace. Xiao Chen followed unhurriedly. After a while, the two saw Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe watching from a tall sand dune. After the 4 gathered, they looked down and saw Morong Yen leading 2 Red Dragon Race Core disciples in a huge battle with a black-robed, middle-aged cultivator. That middle-aged cultivator showed disdain on his face as he held a ghost pennant with demonic dragons embroidered on it and fought with the 3. The black-robed cultivator should be that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Black smoke surrounded demonic venerate Mu Yun as he fought against 3 alone. He appeared to be in a sorry state, especially when facing Morong Yan's attacks. However, demonic venerate Mu Yun did not show any dismay or panic on his face. He just stared at the three with greed in his eyes. Ha ha! Holy venerates of the Red Dragon race. Good timing. What I want is the blood of a holy venerate. Ha ha ha! Stay here and don't let any of you leave. Demonic venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand. A sinister wind blew, and the horrifying temperature of the violent flame desert immediately dropped. Morong Yan and the other two felt a chill and could not help shivering. This was a chill that came from the soul. Veritable essence energy could not block it. Die! Demonic venerate Mu Yun shouted, and a black demonic dragon head with a scarlet horn emerged from the ghost pennant. The demonic dragon's eyes glared, inspiring horror in the hearts of Morong Yan and the other two. When the demonic dragon's head appeared, the terrifying demonic dragon's might forced back the three's dragon might. Ha ha ha! Use your blood and souls as a sacrifice to my blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. As the demonic dragon slowly emerged, its might grew increasingly terrifying. Demonic clouds gathered in the sky, turning pitch black. Roar! When the demonic dragon completely emerged, it roared ferociously. Morong Yan and the other two were no match for it, forced back by the demonic dragon's roar. What a terrifying demonic dragon! Yun Tianhe and Qiu Shouying could not help exclaiming. This demonic dragon refined using an evil technique was already much stronger than demonic venerate Mu Yun himself. Chapter 1892. The moment the blood-prisoned demonic dragon appeared, Morong Yan's group immediately fell into a disadvantage. This demonic dragon's dragon might was extremely frightening. It was unknown how many experts' dragon souls it had absorbed to achieve such an effect. The strangest thing was the blood horn on the demon dragon's head. It was bright and glistening. It didn't match his black torso at all. Just looking at it would make people feel uncomfortable. Ha ha ha! They are all holy venerates with grade 5 divine dragon bloodlines. With the blood and souls of the three of you, my blood-hell demonic dragon can be considered a success. I can leave this damned place now. The demon cloud venerate laughed maniacally. Occasionally, he made a move to harass Morong Yan and the other two, making things even more difficult for them. Just the blood prison demonic dragon alone was already a headache to deal with. Blood prison demonic dragon? This person is a cultivator from one of the 10 great devil sects, the Blood Prison Devil Hall. He isn't a rogue cultivator. Situ Chongfeng stared at the demonic dragon as a trace of worry flashed between his brows. This time, things were going to be troublesome. A good opportunity. This is the best opportunity to kill this demon cloud overlord. The eyes of Yun Tianhe and Qiu Shouying lit up. They could clearly tell that the blood prison demonic dragon was demonic venerate Mu Yun's greatest trump card. That demonic dragon's strength had far surpassed his own. It would definitely take a lot of effort to control it. So, the two did not hesitate to attack decisively, charging at that demonic venerate Mu Yun. Situ Chongfeng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop Xiao Chun but did not say anything in the end. He only looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Brother Xiao, I think this demonic venerate Mu Yun still has trump cards. If Brother Yun and Lady Qiu run into trouble later, I'll have to trouble you to save them." Xiao Chun could not help criticizing demonic venerate Mu Yun in his heart. These two were clearly greedy and rash, underestimating him. If there was any danger, he could not blame anyone else, so he had no obligation to help. However, since Situ Chongfeng said so, Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I will do my best while ensuring my own safety. That's all I need to say." Situ Chongfeng smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Wind and clouds gathered around him. In an instant, the gentle Situ Chongfeng seemed to have become a completely different person. Looking disdainfully at the world, looking down on the world, wind and clouds rose together, and only I am supreme. With a furious bellow, he reached out and grabbed the blood prison demon dragon's neck. Dragon's Gate secret technique. Dragon seizing hand. Situ Chongfeng, who was in the air, was incomparably insignificant compared to the blood prison demonic dragon. His aura expanded infinitely. Although his body was small, the entire world could become his body. With the sky as his will, with the clouds as his body, with the wind as his wings, Situ Chongfeng's attack was boundlessly imposing. As the blood-prisoned demonic dragon leaped high into the air, his attack struck. Standing on the dragon's back, he pressed down on the blood-prisoned demon dragon's head and pinned it to the ground. Morong Yen and the other two quickly moved back, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. Wind God Silver Wing Palm. A pair of silver dragon wings suddenly appeared on Yun Tianhe's back. As the dragon wings flapped, the silver light of the great path behind him immediately expanded until it covered the entire sky behind him. When Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, thousands of silver palm imprints carrying the rage of a strong wind flew towards demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Sword light like leaves, falling leaves like ice. Ice falling leaves sword. Qiu Xiuying remained expressionless as she swung her sword. The sword intent filling the air froze into ice, turning into fallen leaves drifting in the air. A cold light as resplendent as a star appeared at the tip of Qiu Xiuying's sword as it headed for demonic Venerate Mu Yun's chest. The two's auras flourished, and they attacked decisively, preparing to deal with demonic Venerate Mu Yun in one strike. Do you think that I did not discover you? Indeed, the Dragon's Gate's outer palace is filled with a bunch of fools. Ha ha ha. Since you are here, then there is no need to leave. Great sun like blood. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun had long been prepared to face the two's attacks. As he laughed maniacally, his skin suddenly ruptured, revealing a ferocious expression. Blood slowly flew out of demonic Venerate Mu Yun's body drop by drop. Then, it gathered into a huge ball of blood encasing him. Whoosh! The ball of blood grew increasingly resplendent and intense, dazzling and piercing. The terrifying demonic might actually contained an aura that Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying were familiar with. The aura of their race. This is dragon blood. Boom! The ball of blood exploded like the sun. Be it the thousands of palm imprints or the ice sword chi filling the air, they all shattered. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who sensed that something was wrong, retreated one step too late. The scarlet light knocked them back, severely injuring them. The scarlet light scattered, and demonic Venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally. You are still too inexperienced to fight with me. All of you, I will drain you of your blood and trample on your souls. I will make you suffer so much pain that you wish for death. Ha ha ha. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun ferociously waved the ghost pennant in his hand, and many miniature demonic dragons came out of it. The might and aura of these demonic dragons were much weaker than that of the blood-prisoned demonic dragon. However, there were many of them. A sinister wind blew behind demonic Venerate Mu Yun, producing ghostly wails and wolf howls. More than 1,000 miniature demonic dragons flew out and surrounded Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying. The severely injured two could not catch their breath before they fell into the encirclement. Overwhelmed. Damn it! Yun Tianhe's face twisted in extreme rage. The dragon wings behind him flapped continuously, but he could not do anything. On the other side, Qiu Xiuying's situation was not much better. When Situ Chongfeng, who had captured the blood-prisoned demonic dragon, saw this scene, he felt greatly startled. After observing for a while, he quickly shouted, Miss Qiu, Brother Yun, the two of you, quickly regroup. If the two of you work together and use your sword intent to open a path and strong winds to shock the enemy, you will definitely be able to escape. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were fighting on their own, startled to their senses. That was indeed the case, so they quickly did their best to regroup. Just take care of yourself, you fool. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun raged. Taking advantage of Situ Chongfeng's distraction, the blood-prisoned demonic dragon roared ferociously and struggled free. The blood-prisoned demonic dragon raised its head and sword, ruthlessly flinging Situ Chongfeng away. Roar! The scarlet dragon horn on the blood-prisoned demonic dragon's head pierced towards the tumbling Situ Chongfeng at lightning speed. Connected cloud steps. In the time it took for a spark to fly, flower-like clouds suddenly appeared under Situ Chongfeng's feet, allowing him to move in the air. As Situ Chongfeng floated around, he continuously attacked. Palm winds rumbled like thunder, shaking the surroundings and knocking back the blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, heaven-burning rage. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from below. Morong Yen, who had rested for a while, attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the sky was instantly set ablaze. Blazing flames spread out for 1,000 miles, as if they were going to burn through the sky. Pa! The flames formed a huge palm in the sky and ruthlessly smashed the blood-prisoned demonic dragon into the ground. Situ Changfeng took the opportunity to land. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Morong." After Situ Changfeng landed, he felt lucky. Others did not know about the danger from earlier. If he was pierced by the blood horn of the demonic dragon, he would immediately fall into an illusion. His soul would be without a place to rely on, and even a deity would not be able to save him. Morong Yen remained expressionless as he looked at the blazing blood-prisoned demonic dragon, which was smashed to the ground by the colossal palm. He frowned slightly. Surprisingly, it was only a light wound. This demonic dragon was not made of flesh and blood, so the damage that the dragon flames could do to it was limited. "This won't do. We have to instantly kill this blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Situ, if the four of us activate our great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time, we won't be able to kill this blood-prisoned demonic dragon. If I use my holy venerate will to suppress it, I can instantly kill this blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Then it will be easy to capture and kill that demonic venerate Muyun." Determination flashed in Morong Yan's eyes as he said sullenly, "No, the only thing we can do now is to think about how to leave. We do not hold any advantage. Since this demonic venerate Muyun dared to come, he must have thought of a way to deal with the great desolate Ian bloodline." Situ Changfeng analyzed calmly. "Once we stake everything on this, there will be no way out. While the blood-prisoned demonic dragon is injured, let's save Brother Yun and Miss Chiu and leave first. We are at a disadvantage not because we cannot defeat him. It is just that we know too little about demonic venerate Muyun. Next time we will be prepared. We will be able to take him down easily." "Humph!" Morong Yen snorted coldly. "How did the Blue Dragon Palace produce a cowardly person like you? It is just death. Why should the people of my Red Dragon Palace fear death? Let's attack." "Yes, senior brother." Boom! The 3 Red Dragon Palace core disciples suddenly burst out with terrifying dragon might. The Overlord-class bloodline from the ancient Great Desolate Ian reappeared. The 3 burst out with a red light that rivaled the blazing sun. Their eyes looked like they were painted with a golden light. "Damn demonic dragon! Suffer the rage of the Red Dragon race!" Morong Yen roared, and his forehead swelled up. A terrifying holy venerate will, supported by the great desolate Ian bloodline, pressed down on the demonic dragon like it was solid. 3 overwhelming wills carrying an unparalleled dragon might instantly encase the blood-prisoned demonic dragon before ruthlessly pressing down. Fiery light spread out, and everything within 5,000 kilometers collapsed. 5,000 kilometers away, yellow sand surged like a tsunami in all directions, surging towards this place. Countless fireballs floated in the sky, swaying back and forth. "Senior brother, the dragon might of that blood-prisoned demonic dragon is gone." The 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples exclaimed loudly, rejoicing when they sensed that extremely hateful demonic Dao dragon might vanish from their bodies. "Good. Let's pursue this victory. Before the great desolate Ian dragon might vanishes, we will deal with this demonic venerate and take revenge for our Red Dragon Palace brothers." Morong Yen shouted. Then, he led the 2 towards demonic venerate Muyun. "Stupid, lowly dragon." Demonic venerate Muyun revealed a mocking smile. Then, he took out an evil talisman made of dragon blood and shot it over. After the dragon blood talisman landed, the blood-prisoned demonic dragon immediately burned with a large scarlet light, turning it into a scarlet sea. Malicious spirits filled the sea, making it look like hell. Roar! Waves surged, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon was reborn in blood. Not only did it recover from all its injuries, but it even recovered to its peak even stronger. How can this be? Morong Yen and the 2 Red Dragon Palace core disciples were greatly startled. Despair appeared in their golden eyes. Ha ha ha! I already said that none of you can leave today. You three little bugs, obediently lie down and die. As demonic venerate Mu Yun laughed maniacally, the reborn blood-prisoned demonic dragon gave off an even stronger dragon might. It opened its mouth and spat out a clump of filthy corrosive flame, looking like it would swallow up the three stunned people. Sky! Please protect my race. A golden light flashed in Situ Chongfeng's eyes as he instantly came to life. Wind and clouds gathered around him as he held his hands in front, palms facing the sky. His veritable essence energy and soul energy drained continuously. A blue light burned in his palms. Vaguely, a strand of an ancestor dragon's dragon might traveled through time and space, coming from the distant past to hear a junior's call. 3 invisible palms instantly tossed Morong Yen and the 2 red dragon palace core disciples tens of thousands of meters into the sky, avoiding the fatal corrosive flame and leaving the battlefield. Damn it! 3 managed to escape. However, your bloodline alone is enough to deal with 3 of them. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Chongfeng after executing his secret technique. Just as Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was about to make a move, his expression changed slightly as he sensed an extremely weak killing chi. Then, he turned his head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Insignificant mixed blood dragon, I did not go and look for you, but you actually dared to come and overturn the sky. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun said as he looked at the incredibly weak Situ Chongfeng after executing his secret technique. Where is he? Demonic Venerate Mu Yun suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun, whom he sensed earlier, had vanished. He could not help feeling bewildered. Die! Firmament's rage. It turned out that Xiao Chun had already turned into a lightning bolt and entered the clouds. Then, he descended from the sky and executed Firmament's rage. The fingers of the huge burning palm were like sabers. A boundless saber intent spread out from the palm. When the palm landed, it completely encased Demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Firmament's rage. The Firmament's rage that has already been cultivated to the second layer. Pleasant surprise flashed in the fatigued Situ Chongfeng's eyes. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Brother Xiao Chun. Chapter 1893. Xiao Chun found the right opportunity and struck like a bolt of lightning. It was effective in an instant. With one look, it was clear that this demonic Dao cultivator was good at controlling all sorts of demonic creatures. He had strong soul energy, but his physical defense was relatively weak. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's Firmament's rage, even with defensive Dao tools and secret techniques, Xiao Chen's Firmament's rage would not be able to withstand it. Even if all of them were hit, it would be hard for him to escape death. Boom! As Demonic Venerate Mu Yun watched in despair, Xiao Chen's palm strike landed. The saber intent covering his palm instantly riddled his body with holes. The power of thunder exploded violently, and the giant palm fell with a loud rumble. His entire body was smashed into nothingness on the spot. Without a head, he could only gather the remnant souls around him as proof that he had completed the mission. However, when Xiao Chun landed on the ground and radiated his soul power, he frowned slightly. No! There wasn't a single remnant soul in the surroundings. It didn't seem like someone had died here. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, it was impossible that he couldn't find a single remnant soul when he spread out his soul power. There was only one possibility. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun was not dead yet. The one he killed was just a clone. The ghost streamer on the ground suddenly flew up, and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon and many smaller demonic dragons quickly entered the ghost streamer. The ghost streamer moved as fast as lightning, turning into a beam of light and fleeing far away. Boom! A sand dune in the distance exploded. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun leaped out and landed on the ghost pennant, quickly fleeing into the distance. So, when Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Maiden landed on the ground, they looked deeply at Xiao Chun with lingering fear. When Xiao Chun was trapped earlier, he had a narrow escape. Fortunately, he had received Situ Chongfeng's guidance. Otherwise, not to mention escaping, he would not even be able to protect himself. Even when the 5 of them worked together, they could not defeat such a horrifying demonic venerate. Yet, the moment Xiao Chun appeared, he scared off demonic venerate Mu Yun. How could they not be shocked? Brother Xiao Chun, thank you for saving me. Situ Changfeng walked over tiredly and thanked him softly. Xiao Chun didn't feel good accepting this gratitude. He shook his head and said, "Not really. I'm just doing it for myself. Brother Situ, you don't have to be so polite. I still have to chase after this demonic venerate Mu Yun, so I'll take my leave first." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he did not want to waste any more time. Without waiting for Situ to reply, he quickly chased after demonic venerate Mu Yun. This fellow is truly abominable. He waited until we fought to the death with demonic venerate Mu Yun before making a move. Now that demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, he is ungrateful and immediately left. Seeing Xiao Chun leave, Yun Tianhe was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he was trapped. He also wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough. However, in his current state, he was incomparably weak. There was no way for him to forcefully chase after them. However, Xiao Chen's words were rather interesting. It was as if he had forgotten that he had watched Morong Yen and demonic venerate Mu Yun fight for a long time before deciding to make a move. Situ Changfeng frowned slightly and said, "These are all minor matters. However, although this demonic venerate Mu Yun is injured, it is still very risky to give chase alone. Unfortunately, we still let him escape. If we had detained him earlier, we could have killed him," Qiu Xiuying said with some dissatisfaction as she looked into the distance. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "There is no need to find it unfortunate. This demonic venerate Mu Yun is not as strong as we imagined. It is just that we do not understand him well enough. The next time we meet him, we just need to recruit a cultivator good at archery and a beast controller. We can easily defeat him. Alternatively, we can recruit a dragon race cultivator good at mental attacks. One of them can defeat him. Where's demonic venerate Mu Yun?" Just at this moment, Morong Yen and his two junior brothers, who had been sent out of the battlefield, rushed over anxiously. Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying glanced at Morong Yen. However, they were not in the mood to bother with him. They closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Situ Changfeng went over and gave a rough account of what happened. "It's that mixed-blood dragon again." Feeling upset, Morong Yen asked sullenly, "Which direction did he go?" Situ Changfeng felt helpless. After thinking for a while, he pointed in the opposite direction. After him, Morong Yen did not hesitate to lead his two junior brothers in a mad dash, kicking up a trail of sand and dust. Yun Tianhe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the distant Morong Yen. Then, he closed his eyes again and said indifferently, "Idiot!" At this moment, Xiao Chun, who was chasing demonic venerate Mu Yun, stood on a sand dune. When Xiao Chun looked into the distance, he could no longer see demonic venerate Mu Yun's figure. There was not even a lingering aura. He truly lives up to being a demon venerate who dared to charge into the divine dragon empire alone. He really has many backup plans. Xiao Chun said faintly. He was also a little impressed in his heart. He was cunning enough, had many tricks up his sleeve, and handled matters cautiously. When he escaped, he did not forget to remove the aura he left behind. It was indeed difficult to deal with. However, the more it was so, the more Xiao Chun wanted to chase after it. The various signs showed that this demonic venerate Mu Yun was truly injured. The destruction of his clone had significantly affected his main body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Even if demonic venerate Mu Yun had set up a diversion, he would have left behind some clues to lure his pursuers. If Xiao Chun did not deal with demonic venerate Mu Yun while he was injured this time, he would be even harder to deal with next time. Xiao Chun took out the death god mask and put it on. Then, he closed his eyes and executed the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art with a thought. Whoosh! Demonic clouds filling the sky immediately gathered in the sky, continuously spreading out to the front. As the demonic clouds churned, they covered 500 kilometers in one breath. This was much faster than Xiao Chen's movement technique. The demonic clouds in the sky were like Xiao Chen's eyes. Everywhere he passed, he could see everything clearly under the demonic clouds. It was even clearer than what one could see with the naked eye. Every grain of sand on the ground could be clearly distinguished. More importantly, these demonic clouds were extremely sensitive to the auras of demonic Tao cultivators. As long as Xiao Chun discovered one, he could immediately lock onto the target. As the demonic clouds spread out, the clouds gradually thinned, reducing the drain on veritable essence energy. Although Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy could not cover an entire great realm like the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings, it was still incredibly dense. However, it could still cover millions of kilometers. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could consume primeval heavenly pills to replenish his drain at any time. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun, who had already fled far away, sensed that there were no pursuers within 5,000 kilometers. Furthermore, demonic Venerate Mu Yun had completely erased his aura along the way. A holy Venerate would not be able to discover any traces at all, unless it was a sovereign personage. However, based on the information that demonic Venerate Mu Yun obtained, the Dragon's Gate had not raised the rank of the mission to absolute rank yet. That way, no sovereign personage experts would come, and demonic Venerate Mu Yun could rest easy. Damn it! To think that a mixed blood dragon spoiled my plans. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun leaped out of the ghost pennant and cursed as he held the ghost pennant. As demonic Venerate Mu Yun spoke, he could not help coughing a few times. The destruction of his demonic Tao clone had inflicted significant damage to his main body. Most importantly, his soul energy was damaged, preventing him from maintaining control over the thousands of small demonic dragons and the blood-prisoned demonic dragon with a horrifying might. If demonic Venerate Mu Yun persisted, when these demonic creatures saw that he was weakened, they would definitely attack him and destroy him. However, it does not matter. After some time, my blood-prisoned demonic dragon will advance further, and it will be able to materialize in endless hell. At that time, even if a sovereign personage comes, I will not be afraid. When I return to the demon royal halls, my status will be even higher. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun said seriously, a fanatical look flashing in his eyes. That's not right. Why do I feel like someone is targeting me? Suddenly, demonic Venerate Mu Yun looked up and was shocked to discover that demonic clouds had gathered above him at some point in time. Someone of the demonic Tao. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun grasped the ghost pennant in his hand tightly with his right hand. His eyes showed uncertainty as he raised his guard. Whoosh! Xiao Chun, who was far away, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of demonic eyes appeared in the demonic clouds that gathered above demonic Venerate Mu Yun in the sky. Might I ask which expert you are? Since we are on the same path, why not show yourself? Demonic Venerate Mu Yun asked somewhat nervously, praying that the person who came was not too strong. No one answered him. The pair of eyes that appeared in the demonic clouds glanced at him before vanishing silently. Whoosh! Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and merged with the demonic clouds. His speed immediately increased by more than 100 times. In merely one breath, he rushed over. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds and struck a sand dune. Then, Xiao Chun appeared on the sand dune and looked coldly at demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Demonic clouds gathered from all directions, churning like the tide. The demonic clouds became thinner and thicker. The demonic might in the sky slowly strengthened. Under the demonic might, the air turned viscous. No wind could move it. I am the blood-prisoned demonic palace's demonic Venerate Mu Yun. Why are you here? If it is for the dragon blood, I can give you half of what I have. Xiao Chun, who wore the death god mask, had his aura isolated. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun could not see through Xiao Chun at all. He only found Xiao Chun mysterious and unfathomable. His expression immediately turned extremely grave. That mask looked exquisite. There were 2 rows of mysterious scriptures on the white mask. With one glance, one found it strange and felt fear in one's heart. If one continued to look, one would feel fear in one's heart, not daring to continue looking. Sir, don't be too greedy. Half of the dragon blood is already my greatest concession. Demonic Venerate Mu Yun snorted coldly, and the ghost pennant in his hand fell heavily. An overwhelming demonic might surged out from his body. I don't want your dragon blood. What do you want? I can give you whatever I can. Everything is negotiable. I'll kill you. When demonic venerate Mu Yun heard that, he immediately became enraged. He waved the ghost pennant in his hand and said, "This old man has been enduring for so long. You really think that I am easy to bully? Die!" The blood-prisoned demonic dragon darted out of the banner like a bolt of lightning, carrying an even stronger demonic dragon, might as it swept towards Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chun sensed the vast demonic clouds in the sky, he could look down on the surroundings without moving. It was a wonderful feeling to look down on the world. Looking at the charging blood-prisoned demonic dragon, Xiao Chun sneered. The Cheong Chi ghost streamer appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, Cheong Chi, a prehistoric fierce beast, flew out. Soul Tool. Demonic venerate Mu Yun was startled. In his fluster, he tried to summon back the blood-prisoned demonic dragon. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The blood-prisoned demonic dragon instantly clashed with the great desolate Ian Cheong Chi in the air. After clashing for a while, the ferocious beast tore the blood-prisoned demonic dragon into pieces. Demonic venerate Mu Yun screamed in pain. His complexion paled, devoid of blood. "Withdraw!" Xiao Chun shouted, not wanting to overuse this Cheong Chi ghost streamer. The ferocious beast roared ferociously, shaking the surroundings before reluctantly returning to the banner. Bang! The ferocious beast's roar directly knocked demonic venerate Mu Yun into the air. When demonic venerate Mu Yun landed on the ground, he secretly held a talisman and silently circulated his secret art, making one last gamble. However, his face still showed horror and despair. As long as this person comes over, I can instantly reverse the situation. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. Whoosh! Clearly, this was just demonic venerate Mu Yun's wishful thinking. Then, Xiao Chun took out the God Shadow Bow and used the last of his soul energy to shoot an arrow. The instant Xiao Chun let go, the arrow stabbed into demonic venerate Mu Yun's chest, bringing him back to life. Demonic venerate Mu Yun's meridians shattered, and his soul scattered. His life force drained in that instant. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he removed his mask. Then, he looked at demonic venerate Mu Yun expressionlessly. However, he still did not approach. After Xiao Chun verified that demonic venerate Mu Yun was truly dead, he walked over and took a look. Then, he swung his saber and chopped off demonic venerate Mu Yun's head. Xiao Chun successfully completed the first mission. Chapter 1894. Xiao Chun took the head and destroyed the ghost pennant. After using 2 soul tools in a row, Xiao Chun felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had only brought out a small portion of the soul tool's might, he had drained Xiao Chen's soul energy. However, this also drained his soul energy. His mind was fatigued, and his complexion paled. Actually, Xiao Chun could have killed this demonic venerate Mu Yun without using a soul tool. After all, this person was already severely injured in the first place and had drained a lot of his soul energy. However, it would be hard to avoid spending more time, and there might be some variables. After putting away this person's storage ring, Xiao Chun returned the way he came, not rushing or slowing down. Then, he recuperated and recuperated. Xiao Chun recovered his exhausted soul energy and dealt with uncontrollable accidents. 1 hour later, Murong Yen rushed back with his 2 junior brothers. He said angrily, "Damn it! This demonic venerate Mu Yun ran too far away. There are no traces of him at all." Yun Tianhe and Qiu Shouying slowly stood up. They knew what was going on, but they showed no intention of explaining anything to Murong Yen. Yun Tianhe looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Changfeng, what do you think of Xiao Chen's chances of catching up to demonic venerate Mu Yun and killing him after that? If Xiao Chun dealt with demonic venerate Mu Yun, there would be no need for them to continue wasting time here." Facing the Red Dragon race displeased him. If someone snatched away the mission, Xiao Chun would immediately leave this place and go as far as he could. Qiu Shouying also looked at Situ Changfeng, waiting for his answer. Situ Changfeng entered deep thought. Then, he said, if he can catch up, he should have an 80% chance of killing demonic venerate Mu Yun. Demonic Venerate Muyun has drained a lot of his soul energy and is severely injured. If he does not have any trump cards, only death awaits him. After all, he is facing someone who successfully cultivated Firmament's rage. However, whether or not we can catch up to him is a question. Since this person left behind a demonic path avatar as a backup, it's impossible. Since this person left behind a demonic Dao clone as a backup, he must have thought about how to escape after the clone was destroyed. Morong Yen nodded at the side and said seriously, "That's right. He did not leave behind any aura at all. I even used the Sex Dao tool for tracking demonic qi. In the end, I did not find any clues at all. That Xiao Chun will not be able to find him, either. Violent Flame Desert is boundless." Yun Tianhe and the White Dragon Girl had weird expressions on their faces, but they still didn't say anything. "What's with your expressions? Did I say anything wrong?" Morong Yen demanded angrily when he saw Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying's strange expressions. Situ Changfeng quickly smoothed things over. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. Let's do it this way then. Let's go first. We can't just wait here for Xiaoqin. Leave a jade slip and tell him where we're going to stay. When he comes back, he can meet up with us." Morong Yen said disdainfully, "The next time we meet this demonic Venerate Muyun, we will need the help of a mixed blood dragon. I already have a countermeasure." "I'm afraid your countermeasure is useless." A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds in the sky. Then, Xiao Chun revealed himself and slowly walked over. "I already killed demonic Venerate Muyun." Astonishment flashed in Yun Tianhe's and the White Dragon Maiden's eyes. This development startled Morong Yen. He said sullenly, "That's impossible. My senior brother and I searched 500,000 kilometers to the northwest and did not find the aura that demonic Venerate Muyun left behind. How could you have found him?" "Northwest?" Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression. He glanced at Situ Changfeng and roughly understood the reason. Then, he took out demonic Venerate Muyun's head and said, "His head is here. Do you still not believe me?" "Senior brother, it really is demonic Venerate Muyun's head." The two red dragon cultivators could not help exclaiming when they saw it clearly. Morong Yen immediately felt extremely upset. To think that a mixed blood dragon, whom he looked down on the most, killed demonic Venerate Muyun in his own territory. This was simply a slap to his face. Morong Yen simply could not accept this. His rage surged up and down. "Senior brother, in any case you took revenge for our red dragon brothers. In the future, this violent flame desert will be safe. In the end, this is a good thing." The other person tried to console Morong Yen. Demonic Venerate Muyun had killed hundreds of red dragon disciples. The red dragon race already hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him. If the red dragon race could not complete the mission, they would send out their own elders to complete it. However, the elders in the sect were all sovereign personages. They were very useful and could not be easily mobilized. Naturally, it would be best if the elders could not be mobilized. Morong Yen calmed down for a while before he regained his composure. Then he gave Xiaoqin a deep look. "Consider this my red dragon race's thanks to you. This old man has not thanked a mixed blood dragon before. You should feel honored." Morong Yen took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Xiaoqin. Then, he turned around and led his two junior brothers away. Xiaoqin gently grasped the jade bottle and opened it. It was filled with primeval heavenly pills, about 3,000 of them. If it were in the past, Morong Yan's words would have upset Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin would not have let him leave so easily. Now, it did not matter. Xiaoqin could tell that this Morong Yan's intelligence was somewhat lacking. There was no need to lower himself to his level. "Congratulations, Brother Xiao," Situ Changfeng said with a cupped fist salute as he walked over. Although Qiu Xiuying and Yun Tianhe were reluctant, they still came over to congratulate Xiaoqin. "You are too polite. Although I killed this demonic Venerate Muyun by myself, I would not have been able to kill him so easily without the help of the three of you. Hence, I did not complete this mission alone. The reward is a total of 10,000 primeval heavenly pills." Xiaoqin's words stunned Situ Changfeng and the other two. After a pause, Xiaoqin continued, "Originally, I only wanted 5,000 primeval heavenly pills and split the rest evenly among the three of you. However, since Murong Yen left, I will keep 7,000. Of the 3,000 primeval heavenly pills, each of you will get 1,000. As Xiao Chun spoke, he took out the primeval heavenly pills he had and distributed them to the three. Primeval heavenly pills were good stuff. Although the core disciples of the other outer palaces had high stipends, receiving at least 2,000 primeval heavenly pills a month or 3,000 or 4,000 at most, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. However, no one would complain about having too many primeval heavenly pills. They all accepted the primeval heavenly pills with smiles. This is the first time I feel somewhat guilty. Situ Changfeng smiled but still accepted the primeval heavenly pills. There was no need to be overly pretentious at this moment. Goodbye. Xiao Chen acted decisively. He still had 3 major missions to attend to and could not delay for too long. After dealing with the demonic venerate mission, he had to rush to the next one. As Situ Changfeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he sighed. He left in such a rush. I still wanted to chat with him along the way. However, I do not have a chance to do so. Haha, could it be that you want to befriend him? Although this person is pretty good, he is still a mixed blood dragon in the end. He will not amount to much. There is no need to waste time on him. Yun Tianhe smiled faintly. Although he did not show his disdain on his face like Murong Yen did when facing a mixed blood dragon, the pride on his face remained. After saying that, Yun Tianhe took his leave. Qiu Xiuying and Situ Changfeng said their goodbyes and quickly followed Yun Tianhe. Mixed blood dragons? Mixed blood dragons? Mixed blood dragons are the most common in the empire. Was the Black Dragon King's lesson not enough? Situ Changfeng smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Back then, when the Black Dragon King waved his hand, most of the mixed blood dragons in the Divine Dragon Empire followed him, going on an expedition to the abyssal underworld. When the Black Dragon King became the prime of the underworld monarch, he nearly destroyed the entire Divine Dragon Empire. However, that period of history was too distant. The Divine Dragon descendants of the current empire had already forgotten it. Thinking of the Black Dragon King, Situ Changfeng suddenly felt excited, comparing Xiao Chun to the Black Dragon King. In the future, if this Xiao Chun waved his hand and called for help, how many mixed blood dragons would follow him? Situ Changfeng also felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. Situ Changfeng leaped into the air, using the sky as his will, the wind as his wings, and the clouds as his body. Then, he turned into a dragon in the sky and soared far away. Soon, he overtook Yun Tianhe and Qiu Xiuying, who were still in a daze, in the clouds in the sky. Blazing Sun Valley. This was one of the famous danger lands of the Divine Dragon Empire, located in Blazing Sun County. This Blazing Sun County was the territory of the Golden Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chun used the transportation formations between the counties and the light of freedom to travel in the clouds. After 7 days, he arrived at this place. There were more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. Many of them had overlord-class bloodlines and were known to be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Blazing Sun berserk ape that Xiao Chun wanted to kill was not an overlord-class ferocious beast. However, it was still very difficult to deal with. It was a middle-stage holy venerate. Normally, it would be unrivaled among middle-stage holy venerates in pairs. However, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that this Blazing Sun berserk ape had a berserk bloodline. After it entered a berserk state, it could burst out with the strength of a late-stage holy venerate. This mission could only be accomplished with intelligence, not brute force. The only good news was that ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all. Unless they were like the six-tailed heavenly fox, they were much less intelligent than humans. As long as one was not stupid, one would be able to think of a way to deal with them. 3 days later, Xiao Chun found the aura of a Blazing Sun berserk ape in the perilous Blazing Sun Valley. However, what surprised Xiao Chun was that someone had already started fighting with the Blazing Sun berserk ape. Chapter 1895. Someone beat me to it? This was something unexpected. After all, this mission was not like the earlier assassination mission, which was not shared with the other palaces. Given this, it could only be that someone else wanted to obtain this Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's beast core. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape possessed a Berserk bloodline. Its beast core was very valuable and could be refined into a medicinal pill with a Berserk effect. If one could reduce or eliminate the side effects, then the refined medicinal pill would tempt even Xiao Chun. Just think about it. Could instantly raise one's cultivation by several times. That was simply horrifying. Even if there were some side effects, it could be used as a trump card to turn the tide at a critical moment. It was still very attractive. After withdrawing his aura, Xiao Chun silently appeared on a mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye soared into the sky and hid in the clouds. Immediately, Xiao Chun saw the scene of that person fighting the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. That person fought 2 Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone on the lava-covered land without being at a disadvantage. That person wore golden dragon robes and a purple gold crown on his head. He also wore several rings with gems embedded on his fingers. That person exuded a noble aura. Strands of golden dragon chi circled his body. That person's cultivation was not high, only early-stage holy venerate. However, his aura and the air that he gave off were stronger than several late-stage holy venerates that Xiao Chun had seen before. The 6-colored divine dragons. The golden dragon race. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. The golden dragon race was the strongest of the 6-colored divine dragons. The current dragon emperor, who was also the Dragon's Gate's master, was the current dragon emperor. The golden dragon emperor held supreme authority in the divine dragon empire, and his strength was incredibly horrifying. Naturally, the overall strength of the golden dragon race was higher than that of the other 5 races. Without the corresponding strength, one could not take the position of dragon emperor. The other 5 races were not people to be trifled with. When the 2 Blazing Sun Berserk Apes worked together, their strength equaled that of a late-stage holy venerate. Furthermore, they did not go berserk. If they went berserk, their overall strength would be even higher. This person dared to fight 1 against 2. He was truly confident in his strength. Xiao Chun squinted and discovered that the 5 rings on the other party's hand were all inherited Dao tools. Looking at the golden dragon robe, it was also an inherited Dao treasure. In other words, this person could use the power of 6 great Daos. This Xiao Chun felt somewhat speechless. In reality, inherited Dao tools were even more useful than soul tools from a certain point of view. Xiao Chun could not bring out a soul tool at full power. He could only use it slightly and could not control it freely. As for inherited Dao tools, he could use them casually. As a holy venerate, he could easily bring out the full might of inherited Dao tools. With so many inherited Dao tools, it was no wonder this person was so confident, daring to barge into Blazing Sun Valley alone and fight 2 Blazing Sun Berserk Apes alone. The Blazing Sun Berserk Ape was covered in long, fiery red fur. When it stood upright, its fur looked like it was on fire when it fought. Its body was as large as a small mountain, and it let out angry roars from time to time, causing the surrounding lava to explode. Terrifying waves of fire burst out and soared into the sky before turning into burning flames. When they fell, they were like blazing meteors, dazzling and resplendent. They crashed into the ground with a huge impact. This resulted in an even bigger explosion, and the surrounding waves of fire never stopped. That golden dragon race cultivator fought steadily, occasionally using his great Dao energy to easily resolve the various dangers, dealing with them calmly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, thinking of countermeasures. The reward for the Blazing Sun Valley mission was slightly less, only 8,000 primeval heavenly pills. However, to Xiao Chun this was a huge sum. He absolutely could not give up on it. However, someone had already beaten him to his target, and the battle had gone on for a long time. Xiao Chun did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chun could only search for other targets. There were many ferocious beasts in Blazing Sun Valley. It would not be easy to find other Blazing Sun Berserk Apes. For example, Xiao Chun had searched for the target before him for several days before finding it after much difficulty. If he was unlucky, he would have spent even more time. How unfortunate! Xiao Chun shook his head and left decisively to search for other Blazing Sun Berserk Apes. For hours after Shao Chun left, the two Blazing Sun berserk apes finally lost their patience and went berserk. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, turning into a sea of lava. Only a few places could stand. A strong and berserk aura spread out from the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. Their heavy breathing sounded ear-splitting like thunder. At this moment, the most suitable countermeasure was to put some distance between them. Shao Chun could not clash head-on with the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. After this period, it would be time to reap the harvest. However, this young golden dragon race cultivator revealed a smile on his face. He did not show any signs of pulling away. Anticipation flashed in this young golden dragon race cultivator's eyes as he muttered, "They finally went berserk. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time already." This young golden dragon race cultivator did not move at all as he stood on the sea of flames. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes charged at him without even thinking. Bang! 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 With every step the Blazing Sun berserk apes took, they kicked up tsunami-like fiery splashes, shaking the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. Terrifying roars spread out, causing many ferocious beasts to flee in fear. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes landed on the golden dragon race cultivator at nearly the same time. His golden dragon robes glowed. The golden dragon motifs on his robes seemed to come to life, forming a golden dragon shield around him. Ka-ca! The dragon shield immediately shattered. The huge rebound knocked the two Blazing Sun berserk apes into the air. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes crashed into the sea of flames, kicking up large waves. When the waves fell, it looked like fire rained down from the sky. The two Blazing Sun berserk apes were severely injured. The earlier dragon shield seemed to have some trick to it. The stronger the attack, the more severe the injury. The auras of the severely injured Blazing Sun berserk apes instantly plummeted from their peak. They were even weaker than before they went berserk. Die then! The yellow-robed cultivator snorted coldly. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air shattered. Under his control, the shattered golden light in the air carried the golden dragon's might as it flew out. Ka-ca! Ka-ca! Thousands upon thousands of incredibly sharp golden shards stabbed into the bodies of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes. The life force of the two Blazing Sun berserk apes immediately drained rapidly. It only took a moment for them to go from peak to end. The Blazing Sun berserk apes lost their patience, but so did the yellow-robed cultivator. He had never thought of dodging these Blazing Sun berserk apes. The 5 gemstone rings on the yellow-robed cultivator's hands flashed at the same time. Then, 5 Dao discs appeared behind the yellow-robed cultivator. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, and his aura reached an incredible level. Then he punched. A 5-colored fist wind kicked up boundless waves, finishing off this dying Blazing Sun berserk ape. The yellow-robed cultivator revealed a smile after successfully retrieving the beast core. With 2 beast cores, it is time to search for the remaining Blazing Sun berserk apes. 2 days later, Shao Chen's luck was pretty good. He found a pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes at the foot of a desolate mountain. He did not rush to make a move, patiently observing them. As he observed this pair of Blazing Sun berserk apes from afar, he kept his guard up against the other ferocious beasts in the valley. Shao Chen had a hard time. For the past 3 days, he had been observing the 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes' every move in great detail. Shao Chun was not like the golden dragon race cultivator, who was covered in inherited Dao tools. He could only be cautious and create the most suitable opportunity to attack. If only the demon blood vulture were here. With its speed and strength, it could easily lure one away for Shao Chen. However, that did not matter. After observing for 3 days, Shao Chen finally found an opportunity. The 2 Blazing Sun berserk apes did not always forage together. They also took turns to forage, but there was no pattern. On this day, the opportunity that Shao Chen had found came. One of the Blazing Sun berserk apes came out alone again. However, it did not stray too far from its companion. As long as it roared, it would quickly receive a response. If Shao Chun attacked head-on, the other Blazing Sun berserk ape would definitely sense it. Whoosh! Standing on the mound, Xiao Chun took out the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he drew back the bowstring and fired an arrow, striking the Blazing Sun berserk ape that went out to forage. That Blazing Sun berserk ape immediately became enraged and charged in the direction of the arrow. The other Blazing Sun berserk ape found this slightly strange. However, it did not sense any danger. Since its companion did not call out to it, it did not pay it any mind. Just like that, Xiao Chun leaped around the mountain, luring this Blazing Sun berserk ape further away. However, he still did not show himself. This drove this Blazing Sun berserk ape crazy. It's almost time. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and put away the Soul Slayer bow. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the clouds. In the next moment, Xiao Chun arrived before the Blazing Sun berserk ape that had been left behind. This Blazing Sun berserk ape already felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to give chase, Xiao Chun suddenly appeared and launched an attack at him. Just like that, the distance between the two Blazing Sun berserk apes widened. As Xiao Chun dealt with the Blazing Sun berserk ape's pursuit, he carefully avoided the territories of some overlord-class ferocious beasts. He lured the Blazing Sun berserk ape to a remote area. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chun had been observing the actions of these two Blazing Sun berserk apes. However, his heavenly eye did not stop. He had already grasped the terrain and the ferocious beasts within 1,000,000 miles. Only by making ample preparations did this operation go smoothly. For hours later, Xiao Chun stopped on a vast piece of black land. He silently turned around and instantly executed Firmament's Rage. Boom! The colossal palm carried the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon as it descended from the sky. Its fingers were like sabers, flickering with electric light as it smashed at the Blazing Sun berserk ape chasing after him. That Blazing Sun berserk ape had never expected its prey, which had been fleeing, to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, the Blazing Sun berserk ape got struck by Firmament's Rage. The Blazing Sun berserk ape's colossal body was smashed down in midair. The Blazing Sun berserk ape's coarse skin and thick flesh immediately became riddled with wounds. Electric light flickered endlessly as the Blazing Sun berserk ape lay on the ground, howling in pain. His anguished wails contained a shocking rage. Boom! The instant the Blazing Sun berserk ape got up, it suddenly entered a berserk state. A blood-like flame burned on its body. The Blazing Sun berserk ape stared straight at Xiao Chun, and a terrifying ferocious might pressed down on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and the mountain behind him instantly shattered under this ferocious might, vanishing without a trace. It went berserk in advance. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The situation before him somewhat surpassed his expectations. The main reason was that Firmament's Rage was too mighty. The moment Xiao Chun attacked, it injured the Blazing Sun berserk ape, making it feel threatened. If the Blazing Sun berserk ape did not go berserk, its injuries would worsen, and it would have no chance of defeating Xiao Chun. However, that's fine. It will be fine after this period. After the Blazing Sun berserk ape went berserk, Xiao Chun was not willing to clash head-on with it. He would suffer greatly with every exchange. Using Light of Freedom's movement technique, Xiao Chun turned into lightning and continuously clashed with the Blazing Sun berserk ape. The Blazing Sun berserk ape swatted at Xiao Chun like it was swatting a fly. However, it could not land a hit on Xiao Chun. The horrifying attacks completely changed the landscape, turning it into a scene of desolation, riddled with thousands of holes. The ground cracked, covering 5,000 kilometers. Shattered rocks filled the air, covering the sun and sky. Boom! Just at a certain moment, Xiao Chun felt the Blazing Sun berserk ape's aura drop. The electric light turned into a lightning dragon, charging over with a boundless dragon might of thunder. The Blazing Sun berserk ape got knocked into the air. When it landed, it blasted out a huge pit. No matter how hard it tried, it could not stand up. Whoosh! The lightning dragon circled around, and Xiao Chun landed at the edge of the huge pit. Then, he looked coldly at this Blazing Sun berserk ape. After all, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Their intelligence could not compare to that of cultivators. Of course, cultivators like Murong Yen did not count. In hindsight, Murong Yen was actually very similar to this Blazing Sun berserk ape. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to deliver the final strike with the tyrant saber, a disharmonious voice rang out behind him. "Ha, not bad. This young master feels gratified that there is a talent like you among the mixed blood dragons. Step back, then. I want this Blazing Sun berserk ape's beast core. I, Qin Outyin, owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me." Chapter 1896. Qin Outyin? Xiao Chun turned around and saw that it was the Golden Dragon Race cultivator that he noticed a few days ago. Based on this person's tone, this person seemed to have a great background in the Golden Dragon Palace and was rather famous in the Divine Dragon Empire. It seemed like as long as this person reported his name, many things could be easily resolved. Based on this person's attire and inherited Dao tools, this person clearly had the confidence to say such words. If it was someone else, they would be treated as an idiot if they said such a thing. This person spoke very logically, as if this was how it should be. "Since I reported my name, you have to do as I say. I owe you a favor. In the future, you can come to the Golden Dragon Palace to repay me." However, Xiao Chun had not heard of this person before. In reality, he did not know many people in the Divine Dragon Empire either. Xiao Chun was more concerned about something else. This person had stayed by his side for such a long time without making a single sound. This person should have planned this and observed him for a long time. For him to not notice him, he was indeed strong. However, this had to do with Xiao Chen's focus on the Blazing Sun berserk ape. After all, after that Blazing Sun berserk ape went berserk, it could severely injure him with a casual strike. Xiao Chun could not afford to be distracted. "What's wrong? Are you not willing?" Qin Outyin frowned, appearing dissatisfied. A trace of anger flashed on his face. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "This mission is worth 8,000 primeval heavenly pills in the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not know the price of failure. If you give me 8,000 primeval heavenly pills and personally write that you will bear the price of failure for me, I can give it to you." After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun felt that he was rather sincere. After all, he did not need this Blazing Sun berserk ape's beast core. As long as the other party could satisfy his conditions, he would not mind giving it to the other party. "You want to negotiate with me?" Rage flared in Qin Outyin's eyes. 5 Dao discs of different colors appeared behind him. Layered Dao might spread out in the world. While Qin Outyin was in a daze, there seemed to be a vast nation behind him, raising his aura to an untouchable height. Even though they were at eye level, it gave off the illusion that they had to look up to him. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Naturally. How can I give you the Blazing Sun berserk ape's beast core if I do not negotiate a good condition? I won't take advantage of you, but I will at least make up for my losses. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This young master already said that I owe you a favor, yet you're still trying to bargain with me?" When Qin Outyin saw that Xiao Chun was unwilling to hand over the beast core, he immediately flew into a rage. Scram! When Xiao Chun punched, a 5-colored fist wind containing the great Dao energies of ice, fire, lightning, strong wind, holy light, and many other great Dao descended on him. When Xiao Chun saw this, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. It was all superficial knowledge. It looked like a grand display of power, but in reality, there was not a single specialization. Against ordinary people or ferocious beasts, its power was truly boundless. However, to anyone who had reached small perfection in great Dao energy, even if that Xiao Jinyu were here, they would be able to easily deal with this attack. As for Xiao Chen, it was even easier. Xiao Chun held the tyrant's saber with both hands as it landed quietly in front of him, touching the ground with its scabbard. As Xiao Chun watched the gale of gale descend, his expression fluctuated endlessly. When the densely packed gale of fist lights containing all sorts of great Dao energy landed, Xiao Chen's saber intent erupted. Strands of saber chi appeared out of nowhere and shot out of his physical body. Dang! 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 The saber chi scattered the thousands of gale of fist lights, not injuring Xiao Chun at all. More accurately, the attacks did not even get within 100 meters of him. An azure-colored Dao disc flickered behind Xiao Chen. It was as calm and peaceful as the wind, just like Xiao Chen's calm heart. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and unruffled. "Young Master Qin, don't push things too far," Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked at Qin Outyin. Qin Outyin felt enraged. The scene before him, combined with Xiao Chen's words, was clearly threatening him. "You mixed blood dragon, to think that you dare to threaten me. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Emperor Dragon Fist, Boundless Sovereign Grace." The golden dragon chi circling Qin Outyin merged into one strand and soared into the clouds, turning into Emperor's might, filling the sky and hanging there. When Qin Outyin moved, he punched. A punch filled with Emperor's might tyrannically headed for Xiao Chen. The vast divine dragon empire seemed to turn into a huge ship that supported the heavens. This punch activated the precise gears of the empire's huge ship. "Kasie, Kasie." The fist wind caused the words empire to roll out. This person is a direct descendant of the golden dragon race's dragon emperor. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. In other words, this person was like a prince or king of a dynasty with the royal bloodline. Is he the dragon god crown prince? That can't be. If the dragon god crown prince were so exaggerated, then the divine dragon empire would no longer be ruled by the golden dragon race. Or perhaps, everyone in the golden dragon race can use the empire's dragon might? That is possible. After all, the golden dragon race is of the same bloodline. As long as one has the golden dragon bloodline, one would more or less have some connection to the dragon emperor. However, no matter who you are, since you are unwilling to agree to my conditions, don't pester me endlessly. Xiao Chen would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. If someone came to bully him, then don't blame him for being impolite. Firmament's rage. When Xiao Chen saw the vast empire surging towards him, he did not even think before executing Firmament's rage. Boom! An ancient dragon might from the great desolate Aeon tore through the clouds in the sky like the rage of heaven. The rage from a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon immediately surged in Xiao Chen's body as he threw a palm strike. Xiao Chen vented this boundless rage to his heart's content. A huge burning palm covered half the sky as Xiao Chen threw a palm strike. Rumble! The huge palm immediately shattered the formless empire. The saber chi from the 5 fingers tore the shattered empire into pieces. Then, the lightning that followed quickly blasted the pieces into nothing. In the blink of an eye, the vague divine dragon empire with the boundless dragon might vanished. This flabbergasted Qin Outyin, flabbergasted and flabbergasted. How can this be? Not wanting to waste time with Qin Outyin, Xiao Chen soared into the air and drew his tyrant saber. A startling saber intent tore through the sky. Knowing that the dragon robes Qin Outyin wore were an inherited Dao tool, Xiao Chen directly used his strongest saber move, resolving the mundane. Xiao Chen needed to end the battle with one saber strike and leave. Resolving the mundane, cutting off the 6 desires. Only I am eternal. The emotions of the mundane world immediately vanished from Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen's stern face was like a blank sheet of paper. It was not cold, but it chilled one's heart to the extreme. When the eternal saber light landed, it shattered the other party's dragon pattern shield in one breath. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, a force quickly rebounded. Very quickly, a force bounced back. It was his enlightenment heart. Boom! The impact knocked Xiao Chen back, causing him to vomit blood. When he landed on the ground, he knelt on one knee. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. A mixed blood dragon is indeed a mixed blood dragon. You have not even heard of the dragon pattern battle suit that I am wearing. How pitiful! Qin Outyin flew back 50 kilometers, but he was not injured at all. Mockery flashed on his face. His eyes filled with the pride and pity of an expert. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood at a corner of his lips and revealed a smile. However, this smile made Qin Outyin feel flustered for some reason. Still not scramming? Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Outyin did not want to be long-winded. This punch was incredibly fast, descending from the sky like an emperor descending, carrying a supreme dragon might. Qin Outyen suddenly appeared above Xiao Chen's head. A vast dragon might sealed off the surroundings, causing space to ripple and hindering Xiao Chen's movement technique. This punch contained Qin Outyen's holy venerate will. Furthermore, it was incredibly fast. If Xiao Chen got struck, he would be in an even worse situation. However, while Qin Outyen was fast, Xiao Chen was faster. The instant Qin Outyen punched, Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and landed on a distant mountain summit. Boom! Qin Outyen's punch missed, only leaving a city-sized pit in the ground. Even the dust turned to dust. Qin Outyen stood up and looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the distant mountain summit. Then, he said coldly, "I have the dragon-patterned battle suit. It is impossible for you to break my defense. You have no chance of victory. If you leave now, I will take it as nothing happened." "Is that so?" Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow and aimed it at Qin Outyen. "Is it useful?" Qin Outyen's lips curled up in a disdainful smile. This dragon-patterned battlesuit had another set of formations to deal with long-range attacks. He did not fear it at all. A strand of heart flame ignited, and the arrow shot out like a meteor, instantly striking Qin Outyen. Bang! Blood leaked out of Qin Outyen's lips as he looked at the arrow that pierced through the barrier and stabbed into his chest. Then, he revealed a strange expression. Whoosh! 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 Before the old man could understand what was going on, Xiao Chen shot out arrows like rain. In an instant, the old man was riddled with arrows, looking like a hornet's nest. The Heart Flame, a simplified version of Heart Force, completely ignored the dragon-patterned battlesuit's defense. This completely surpassed Qin Outyen's understanding. Qin Outyen was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Earlier, he had been arrogant and despotic, but now he lost his temper. Qin Outyen's internal organs were all injured. A sapphire ring on his finger gave off a gentle light as it helped him recover from his injuries. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Xiao Chen appeared and landed in front of Qin Outyen. "You!" Qin Outyen pointed at Xiao Chen. Before he could say another word, Xiao Chen kicked him into the air. Then, Xiao Chen flew forward and pulled out the arrows on Qin Outyen's body one by one. Every time Xiao Chen pulled out an arrow, Qin Outyen would scream like a dying pig in pain. However, Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear to it. He only stopped after retrieving all the arrows. "I have indeed never seen this dragon-patterned battle suit before. I'll take it back and study it properly." "Thank you, then." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen removed the flickering golden battle suit on Qin Outyen's body and put it in his storage ring. "Shameless fellow. This is the battle suit that my big brother gave me. Qin Outyen, will definitely not let you off. I swear it." Qin Outyen roared in pain as he pointed at Xiao Chen, his arms trembling. Xiao Chen looked at Qin Outyen, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then he shook his head slightly. "Just be a young master at home. Why go out and take risks? Don't you know that this world is very dangerous?" Fortunately, Xiao Chen ran into Xiao Chen. Pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he punched Qin Outyen's face heavily, pulverizing his handsome facial features. Qin Outyen fainted from the pain, and the world became peaceful. After removing the spiritual mark in the dragon-patterned battle suit and leaving his own mark, Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. This dragon-patterned battle suit was indeed pretty good. It was worth studying. Chapter 1897. After putting away the dragon-patterned battle suit, Xiao Chen took away the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape's Beast Core. Then, he collected all the valuable parts of the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape. It's time to leave. Although Xiao Chen had spent some time and encountered some mishaps, he had successfully completed the mission. Now, there were only 2 missions left. One was to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and the other was to enter the underground world to help the Dragon's Gate snatch back its lost resource points. Of the 2 missions, there was no need to think too much. It would be better to complete the first one first. The underground world was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. The 4 dynasties and 8 great empires all interacted with it. The waters were very deep. Holy venerates were nothing in there. Sometimes startling battles would erupt. Even divine vein powerhouses would appear. However, since the mission given by the sect was a rank 1 mission, it should not exceed the limits of a holy venerate. There were still some guarantees. If it exceeded that, it would definitely be a peerless rank 1 mission. However, the Underground World mission was specially marked as a peak rank 1 mission. It was extremely dangerous and recommended 3 people to complete it. 1 hour after Xiao Chun left, 2 old men suddenly appeared where he was. The 2 old men's cultivations were extremely horrifying. Although they were not sovereign personages yet, they were still very strong. Although they were not sovereign personages, their auras already reached the limits of late-stage holy venerate. Their gazes were sharp, and their dragon might was strong. Whoosh! The 2 old men arrived beside Qin Outyin. When they took a look, they were stupefied. Qin Outyan's handsome face now looked like shit. If not for the 2 old men following Qin Outyin for a long time, they would not have recognized him. Who did this? This is too ruthless. Stop talking. Quickly reassemble young master's bones. Otherwise, if he sees his current state, he will probably feel like dying. However, this difficulty is simply too high. Even if we reassemble it, it will be difficult for it to return to its original state. I really don't know where to start. The 2 old men sighed. However, after checking, they found that although Qin Outyin was severely injured, they were not fatal. Qin Outyin could recover quickly with some good medicinal pills. Of the inherited Dao tools on him, only the dragon pattern battlesuit was missing. He still had all 5 rings. However, the missing dragon pattern battlesuit was the most valuable of all the inherited Dao tools. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the young master? That dragon pattern battlesuit has been passed down in the Qin family for several generations. Now that it's gone, we're in big trouble. It's fine. Eldest young master has always been impartial. This time, it was young master who insisted on not letting us go in. I believe that eldest young master will not blame us. I hope so. Xiao Chun didn't know about this. But even if he knew, he wouldn't regret what he had done. The 18 bandits of the Demon Cloud Mountain. The demonic Cloud Mountain was not a mountain, but it was indeed a mountain. This sounded contradictory, but it was true. The demonic Cloud Mountain was a legacy Dao artifact. Moreover, it was a rather impressive legacy Dao artifact. As long as Xiao Chun had sufficient resources, he would be able to refine it into a soul tool in the future. There were many capable people among the 18 great bandits. Some were good at formations, some were good at alchemy, some were good at divination, and some were good at smithing. There were experts in every field. Because of this, they were able to divine good or bad fortune and turn misfortune into fortune every time. The 18 great bandits could divine whether a sovereign personage expert would come to kill them. If there was, they would immediately flee. The demonic Cloud Mountain entered the starry heavens, hidden in the boundless universe. It was boundlessly vast, making it impossible to find. The Dragon's Gate had been keeping an eye on this group of great bandits for many years. However, it could not do anything to them. If the Dragon's Gate sent a strong person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would flee in advance. If the Dragon's Gate sent a weak person, the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits would end up being killed. If the Dragon's Gate sent a divine vein expert to prevent the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits from making a divination, it would be overkill. Divine vein powerhouses disdained making a move on these holy venerates. This gave the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon a headache. The mission to eliminate the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits had been pending for many years, but it had never been completed. The reward was very high, a total of 13,000 primeval heavenly pills, nearly equal to a core disciple's annual stipend. Xiao Chun used the Dragon's Gate's strong intelligence network throughout the empire to find out news of the demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits. Then he quickly rushed over. Divine Dragon Empire, Smoky Cloud County. There was a very conspicuous mountain peak hidden in the Smoky Cloud Mountain Range, the largest mountain range in the Smoky Cloud County. However, this Smoky Cloud Mountain Range spanned from north to south. It was simply too vast. No one would notice the strangeness of a mountain peak. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, the clouds around it were pitch black and surging with demonic chi. This mountain peak, which was not much different from an ordinary mountain peak, was the infamous demonic Cloud Mountain. A white-clad youth sat on a mountain summit in the distance. He had a treasured saber at his waist, and he had a delicate face. Clouds and mist surrounded him, giving him the air of someone from ancient times. When the clouds and mist on the peak of the mountain dispersed, he noticed to his surprise that the white-clothed young man was sitting on a blood-red bird. This large scarlet bird had a sharp gaze, its eyes glowing with a golden light. Its scarlet feathers were bright and glistening. Its body stood tall, and the golden line in its tail feathers looked exceptionally eye-catching. Naturally, the white-clad bladesman was Shao Chun. That large scarlet bird was the awakened demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture consumed the scarlet blood beast pill and turned into a scarlet cocoon for several months. This breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. Not only did the demon blood vulture advance to Holy Venerate, but its mutated bloodline also improved. The demon blood vulture's demonic might became even stronger. It awakened some of the incomplete memories hidden in its bloodline and grasped many new skills. Its strength was no longer the same as before. 3 to 5 regular Holy Venerates would not be sufficient before it. Demonic Cloud Mountain. A brilliant light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes as he looked at the distant mountain peak. The Dragon's Gate's information on the demonic Cloud Mountain had always been rather accurate. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could destroy it or not was another matter. If Shao Chun were a sovereign personage now, then the demonic Cloud Mountain before Shao Chun would definitely vanish in advance, not letting Shao Chun discover it. There were divination experts among the 18 great bandits. They could divine some crucial clues in advance, allowing them to roam freely for so many years. This showed that the divination experts were rather skilled. "Master, when are we going to kill our way over? I'm dying of thirst." The demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Shao Chen's mind, sounding impatient. "There's no rush. Let me prepare for a while." Shao Chun stabbed his saber into the ground and took out the god shadow bow. Then he slowly stroked it. This soul tool was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. Honestly speaking, it would be difficult for Shao Chun to deal with these 18 infamous great bandits with his own strength. If he was not careful, he might end up dying. If Shao Chun focused on fleeing, he would not be afraid of the 18 great bandits catching up. However, the mission required him to kill these 18 great bandits. Inside the demonic Cloud Mountain, this was a mysterious black space. That pitch-black space was empty. Nothing could be seen. It seemed infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, mysterious and unfathomable. Boom! Suddenly, a clump of light appeared in the pitch-black space. Boundless stars appeared in the ceiling, looking boundless and vast. "Ninth brother, are you done divining yet? Are there really no sovereign personages targeting us this time?" A vague voice came from that clump of light in the pitch-black space. "I have divined 3 times. There is indeed no one. However, it is too hard to divine who is coming. However, I am certain that it is not a sovereign personage." Another clump of light appeared in the mysterious space, replying to the person who spoke earlier. It's good that there are no sovereign personages. Without a sovereign personage around, our demonic Cloud Mountain is sufficient to sweep through the place. No matter how many holy venerates come, it will be useless. Ha ha ha. I hope that it is a heaven-class core disciple of one of the outer palaces who comes. Just thinking about it makes me drool. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces are all very fat. Heaven-class core disciples probably have life-saving means. They are not that easy to kill. This old man hopes that there will be more holy venerates. That way, they will think that they can break through the demonic Cloud Mountain with numbers. First brother, what should we target this time? The Smoke Cloud County's MO clan is an average-sized clan. I just received news that their clan's sovereign personage has passed away. The sovereign personage of their clan already passed away. There is no need to fear them. I can't wait any longer. The last time we made a move was 1 year ago, right? That was really satisfying. 8th brother, you bastard. You want to destroy a clan every time, not even letting off the children. Ha ha ha. However, don't fight with me this time. Leave the matter of destroying the clan to me. Ha ha ha. No problem. As long as we, the demonic cloud 18 great bandits, work together, we will be able to sweep through the place. There is nothing we cannot do. In the pitch-black space, more and more lights appeared, and the sounds of discussion became more and more heated. Just at this moment, Lord Joe's eyebrows twitched slightly. His heart skipped a beat for some reason. For those who practice divination, the appearance of this inexplicable sign was an extremely terrifying matter. Lord Joe's expression changed drastically as he frantically divined. The clump of light that represented Lord Joe became incredibly resplendent, blazing, and dazzling. Lord Joe, what's wrong? What's going on? Such a strange change made the other great bandits feel that something was wrong. Big brother, quickly leave. Quickly activate the demonic cloud mountain to leave. The person who comes has a soul tool. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. The light shattered, and Lord Joe vomited a mouthful of blood. After he spoke of the results of his divination, he fainted. Ah! The others went into a huge commotion, feeling shocked. Far away, a brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he drew his bow. Xiao Chun had already infused all his soul energy into the bow. However, this was still not enough. He continued to pour in his veritable essence energy. A clump of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip and spread into the arrow, merging with it. Xiao Chen's body wobbled slightly, on the verge of fainting at any moment. However, he still did his best to persevere. He maintained his strong willpower and continued to infuse his veritable essence energy into the god's shadow bow, continuously challenging his limits. Whoosh! When Xiao Chun felt that he had reached his limits, he let go, and the arrow shot out. The arrow was so fast that Xiao Chun could not catch it. The demonic cloud mountain, which had just soared into the air, exploded the instant Xiao Chun let go. Miserable shrieks rang out as 18 figures were blasted into the air. The god Shadow Bow's arrow blasted the entire demonic cloud mountain into countless shards that surged out and formed tens of thousands of storms. When the storm spread out, it shattered the surrounding peaks. Xiao Chun jumped off the demon blood vulture's back somewhat weakly. However, a cold and emotionless murderous intent appeared on his pale face. He said coldly, "None of you are allowed to escape. Leave no one alive. If anyone escapes, I will hold you responsible." "Yes, master." The impatient demon blood vulture screeched and turned into a scarlet arrow as it shot out. Chapter 1898. One arrow exploded the demonic cloud mountain range. The 18 great bandits were all inside. Naturally, none of them could escape. They would all be affected. The inherited Dao tool exploded. The damage to the 18 great bandits could be easily imagined. It was already rare that they did not die on the spot when the Dao tool exploded. Sending the demon blood vulture to clean up the mess was the best option. On the summit, Xiao Chun took out a primeval heavenly pill and swallowed it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the misty cloud mountain range. Xiao Chun ignored them, meditating and recuperating. That earlier arrow drained all his soul energy and veritable essence energy. He even overdrew on a portion of his life force. Otherwise, the god Shadow Bao would not have been able to unleash such vast might. Normally, only rank 5 sects and above had soul tools that could be used as the sect's cornerstone weapon. Even a sovereign personage could not bring out the full might of a soul tool. Although Xiao Chun had vast veritable essence energy as a star venerate, his soul energy was still lacking. Every time he used a soul tool, he would suffer a significant backlash. Xiao Chun absolutely could not use it unless he had no other choice. He also had to do his best to keep his possession of a soul tool a secret. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His complexion had recovered some color. A red light flashed before Xiao Chen's eyes. The demon blood vulture had returned smugly, circling in the air. Xiao Chun grabbed the tyrant saber beside him and soared into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture's back. Clouds shrouded the misty cloud mountain range. The white-clad Xiao Chun rode the demon blood vulture as he tore through the clouds. In mere moments, He saw the corpses of the 18 great bandits scattered among the rubble of the various peaks. They died in different ways, all killed by the demon blood vulture. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied expression. He felt gratified at the demon blood vulture's efficiency. He had not fed it the scarlet blood beast pill in vain. 1. Withdrawing his smile, Xiao Chun drew his saber and chopped off the head of a great bandit. Then he grabbed it and placed it in his storage ring. Soon, as the demon blood vulture circled in the air, Xiao Chun collected the 18 great bandits' heads and their storage rings. Mission complete. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The first 3 missions only took a month to complete. This gave him plenty of time to complete the last task. Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, the demon blood vulture's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Master, I've also discovered something interesting. With a thought, Xiao Chun got the demon blood vulture to lead the way. After a while, the demon blood vulture stopped before the rubble of a mountain peak. Many of the nearby mountain peaks were affected by the explosion of the demonic cloud mountain and directly collapsed. This was one of them. Xiao Chun jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then he found a cube-shaped crystal with tight cracks in the rocks. Fiddling with it in his hand, Xiao Chun discovered that the 4 sides of the crystal were inlaid so tightly that there were almost no gaps. It looked like a natural gemstone. However, the formation patterns inscribed on it told Xiao Chun that it was a man-made artifact. After studying it for a while, a brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. This was a storage medium, something like a storage ring. However, it should have been inlaid in the demonic cloud mountain in the past, a part of the demonic cloud mountain. Could it be hiding the treasures that the demonic cloud mountain great bandits accumulated over the years? If that was the case, then Xiao Chun would have struck it rich. However, this formation was somewhat difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun could not break it quickly. There were great masters skilled in all sorts of things among the 18 great bandits. This should be the work of a great formation master. Ordinary people would not be able to break it. Never mind. I'll put it away first. Xiao Chun carefully put it away and left this place to complete his final mission. At this moment, he was eager to return, wanting to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He felt that after these few battles and comprehensions, it was time for him to break through to late-stage Star Venerate. He wanted to complete his mission quickly and rush back to the sect to participate in the Heaven-class core disciple selection. The Underground World. This place was also known as the Abyssal Underworld. There was a total of 9 layers, each boundlessly vast. Back then, before the martial epic flourished, the fiendish demons ran amok. After the sages of the various races killed the fiendish demons' descendants went underground. The fiendish demons merged with the original races in the underground world, cultivating and recuperating. After 1,000,000 years, they developed a civilization that was not inferior to that of the surface world. The 9 underworld monarchs were even more famous. They had led the underground demons to charge into the central great realm's orthodox position several times. Fortunately, these 9 underworld monarchs had many conflicts with each other. They often fought among themselves, unable to take care of themselves. Furthermore, the dynasties now ruled the central great realm, enjoying the central great realm's luck. After accumulating for tens of thousands of years, the accumulations of the dynasties were all very horrifying. There were also the 4 Buddhist temples, the 3 Taoist sects, and other transcendent holy lands. The abyssal underworld could not cause much of a commotion. However, the dragon race had somewhat complicated feelings about the abyssal underworld. Since ancient times, the only one to unify the entire abyssal underworld was the dragon race's Black Dragon King, known as the Prime Underworld Monarch. However, this Black Dragon King nearly brought destruction to the Divine Dragon Empire. That was a part of history that no one in the dragon race was willing to mention. If one wanted to enter the abyssal underworld, one had to find a deep abyss crack. The underground world was not the ordinary underground world. It could be seen as the dark side of the central great realm. It was attached to the central great realm and was vast and unfathomable. It was even more horrifying than the central great realm. The two did not normally interact. However, as time passed, accidents would always happen. The deep abyss crack was the result of these accidents, allowing the two realms to travel freely. Shao Chun spent 7 days and saw a huge crack in the ground in a desolate plain in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was like the entire world had been cut in half. The crack extended endlessly, spanning thousands of kilometers. The ground of the crack was pitch black. No figures could be seen. Occasionally, Shao Chun saw some strange creatures flying in the darkness. Blood crows. Shao Chun frowned slightly. He had seen these creatures of darkness in the Kunlun realm before. They were creatures born from all sorts of negative emotions and dark energy. There seemed to be a huge blood crow nest hidden under the darkness. The demon blood vulture looked at the crack, and excitement flashed in its eyes. It smelled the demonic food that its bloodline desired. "Jump!" Shao Chun commanded, and the demon blood vulture shot down like an arrow. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture descended by an unknown amount of meters. Blood crows filled the air and flew out of the incredibly cold and dark crack. "Indeed, they are blood crows." Shao Chen's expression changed slightly. These blood crows were much more horrifying than the blood crows of the Kunlun realm. These blood crows were all incredibly huge, flickering with red light in the darkness. Their wings were like sabers, and their eyes gleamed with evil light. They were all mutated blood crows. They swarmed over, covering the sky and land. Without the strength of a holy venerate or the protection of a rare treasure, continuing like this would be no different from seeking death. However, these blood crows were delicious food to the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture laughed maniacally. The demon blood vulture flapped its scarlet wings, and a strong wind blew, sending a large group of mutated blood crows into its mouth. As Shao Chun sat on the demon blood vulture's back, he remained expressionless as he unleashed only 2 strands of great Tao energy. The blood crow that slipped through the net and dared to get close were either electrocuted or pierced by saber chi. The demon blood vulture dove continuously. The mutated blood crows that died fell like rain. Shao Chun did not know how many they killed. As for the ones that the demon blood vulture ate, the number was uncountable. Whoosh! Suddenly the world spun. Shao Chun felt something strange. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy in his body strengthened significantly for some reason. When Shao Chen's vision widened, the demon blood vulture landed on a mountain peak. When Shao Chun looked into the distance from the summit, he saw a boundlessly vast plain with mountains and rivers. However, compared to the ground, the environment was very strange. Is this the first layer of the abyssal underworld? Shao Chun muttered to himself as he sat on the demon blood vulture's back. The ruling races of the first layer of the abyssal underworld were the demons, followed by the Rakshasa race, and then the flood dragon humans. Aside from them, there were also various ghostly beasts that only existed in the abyssal underworld. However, the flood dragon humans were different from the Rakshasa race. There were no specific legends about the flood dragon humans in the abyssal underworld. Now, the flood dragon humans wandered around, scattered throughout the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. In each layer, they were at the bottom. The Rakshasa race mainly existed in the first layer of the abyssal underworld. The first underworld monarch was Rakshasa Tian, the strongest expert of the Rakshasa race. Shao Chun took out the corresponding mission card and activated it, indicating his arrival. Then, he waited for the response of the Dragon's Gates faction in the first layer. Chapter 1899. The underground world was boundlessly vast. The miraculous soil and special environment nurtured many resources that were not found on the surface or extremely rare. In the martial epoch, resources came first and talent second. With sufficient resources, one did not have to worry about not attracting demonic geniuses. Even if Shao Chun ran out of resources, he would not be able to do anything. The primeval heavenly pills of the Heaven Dragon Palace had helped Shao Chun a lot, benefiting him greatly. In a mere 2 months, he had advanced to peak consummation middle stage star venerate. Without sufficient primeval heavenly pills, this would be impossible. One could easily imagine that there would be competition for places with scarce resources. The resources in the underground world were countless. Netherworld frost iron, obsidian stone, heptagold metal, ink silver, ghost cloud steel, dark crystal stone, underworld heart jade, and many more. The more dangerous a place was, the more scarce the resources would be. This was the law of the Great Thousand Realms. With so many resources, as long as the 4 dynasties and 8 empires had the ability, they would definitely not let them go. Even the 10 holy lands of the righteous Tao and the 10 great demonic Tao sects of the demonic Tao, these aloof existences, would carve out their own territories. Furthermore, every layer of the abyssal underworld was extremely vast. Most of the time, even the underworld monarchs could not control all the resource points. This gave the other factions a good opportunity. The factions in the abyssal underworld divided up and occupied resource points. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the top factions in the entire Central Great Realm. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The mission that Shao Chun accepted was to help the Dragon's Gate take back a lost resource point. After using the mission card to send a message, Shao Chun quickly received a reply from the other party. The mission card contained not only the other party's location but also the corresponding map. After injecting a strand of spiritual sense into the mission card, a 3-dimensional map quickly appeared in Shao Chun's mind. Flame Dragon City? This city was the main camp of the Dragon's Gate. A complete legion, the Flame Dragon Legion, was stationed there. Right now, Shao Chun's destination was to rush to this Flame Dragon City and wait for the other party's instructions on how to take back the lost resource point. Whoosh! Shao Chun leaped into the air and jumped off the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he glided over the mountain peaks and gently landed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the wilderness was boundless. It was dark and suffused with an oppressive aura. Who knew what dangers were lurking in the seemingly peaceful front? Caution flashed in Shao Chun's eyes as he executed the Thunder Dragon incantation. He stood on a lightning dragon and soared into the sky. Who knew what kind of danger he would encounter if he flew in the sky rashly? It was better to be careful in an unknown place. The abyss underworld was dark. However, compared to the surface of the underground, there wasn't much difference. It was just that the vegetation was taller and the soil was black. An ordinary weed could be hundreds of meters tall. Fortunately, it was not dense and was sparsely dotted on the ground. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. Whoosh! A ghost beast unique to the underground world pounced towards Shao Chun. It was a ghost beast that looked like a black tiger. His body had the most obvious characteristics of ghost beasts, lifeless and lifeless. Ghost beasts were actually the souls of dead ferocious beasts that dissipated into the underground world. Through the underground world, the special environment, as well as the dark energy and negative emotions, they were resurrected and turned into mutated beasts. Strictly speaking, these ferocious beasts were already dead. However, ghost beasts could cultivate as well. It was common for strong ghost beasts to instantly kill primes. Shao Chun was in a rush, so he attacked decisively, not holding back in any of his moves. 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, ready to deal with the strong ghost beasts that could appear at any time. As Shao Chun rushed over, a huge sense of danger appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the darkness in front. The white figure bared its terrifying fangs and bit at Shao Chun's head. Whoosh! Without even thinking, Shao Chun instinctively retreated and dodged. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and turned around to counterattack. A miserable shriek rang out. A ghost wolf with white fur opened its scarlet eyes and glared at Shao Chun. Deep abyss demonic wolf. Shao Chun recognized the origins of this ghostly beast. He thought to himself, its speed is extraordinarily fast. Its movements are erratic, nearly injuring me. Die! Without giving the ghost wolf a chance to turn around, Shao Chun decisively punched, and the 2 Dao discs behind him gave off a resplendent light. Saber light and lightning flickered in the fist light. The deep abyss demonic wolf exploded with one punch. The deep abyss demonic wolf turned into scattered black energy that spread into the sky. Its next resurrection would take a long time. The black light scattered, and a white beast core appeared on the ground. It looked exceptionally resplendent like a crystal. The beast core of a ghost beast was also known as the demonic soul pill. If one directly refined it, one could quickly recover soul energy. Of course, one needed to remove some impurities first. If one did not, one could only absorb a small amount. As Xiao Chun fought intensely, the ghost beasts he encountered grew increasingly stronger. However, he did not spend too much time. He dealt with them in one exchange. If he could not, he would make a detour. For hours later, the silhouette of a city appeared before Xiao Chun. This was Flame Dragon City. The city was not very large, but it was heavily guarded. There were many camps around, heavily guarded. Xiao Chun could also see dragon race cultivators patrolling the surroundings. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was observing, two dragon race cultivators wearing battle robes suddenly appeared and looked at Xiao Chun cautiously. When these two dragon race cultivators discovered Xiao Chun's dragon race aura, their expressions eased up slightly. Xiao Chun had just said that the city was heavily guarded, and he was immediately discovered. Indeed, it was extraordinarily strict. Recently, Flame Dragon City has been heavily guarded. It is not open to the Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples. If you are here to stay, you will be disappointed, the person on the left said directly as he looked at Xiao Chun. Naturally, Flame Dragon City provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's outer palace disciples. As the Dragon's Gate's headquarters in the underground world, it naturally provided many conveniences to the Dragon's Gate's disciples. Many dragon race cultivators came to the underground world to adventure. Many of them would use Flame Dragon City as a resting place. Xiao Chun took out his mission token and identity token. Then, he said, "I am Xiao Chun, a core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. I am here on a mission from the Dragon's Gate." The two guards had a strange look on their faces after inspecting it. However, they still returned the mission token and core disciple identity token to Xiao Chun. Then, they respectfully led him into the city. "Come with me. The general has been waiting for a long time already. Of the 7 outer palaces, you are the only one missing." After following the two through many checkpoints, Xiao Chun successfully entered the city. Then, he was led to a tower with the dragon race's characteristics. At the top floor of the tower, Xiao Chun reported honestly. After verifying his identity, he was invited in. When Xiao Chun pushed the door open and entered, the average-sized room was already filled with people. Aside from the Flame Dragon Legion's upper echelon, there were also the other outer palace core disciples who had accepted the mission. Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised to see Murong Yen among the core disciples. Like Xiao Chun, Murong Yen had also accepted the mission. Xiao Chun? The Heaven Dragon Palace has a total of 3 Heaven-class core disciples. I recall that they are Xian, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. There doesn't seem to be a disciple called Xiao Chun among them. A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor with a clearly stronger aura than everyone else in the room spoke indifferently as he looked at Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun guessed right, this person was the Flame Dragon Legion's leader, General Feng. Xiao Chun said calmly, "General, the mission does not seem to state that only Heaven-class core disciples can accept this mission. However, the mission specifically states the difficulty. This is not an ordinary rank 1 mission. Furthermore, it explains the mission's importance in detail. I was the one who asked the Dragon's Gate to issue this mission. I am very clear on what kind of person I am looking for." General Feng frowned slightly. Clearly, he was not satisfied with Xiao Chun. He was even more dissatisfied with the administrator of the Heaven Dragon Palace's mission hall. This was simply messing around. It was fine for the other outer palaces to send ordinary core disciples. After all, they all had divine dragon bloodlines. However, the Heaven Dragon Palace actually did not send a Heaven-class core disciple to accept this mission. "General, I can verify that although Xiao Chun has a mixed blood dragon bloodline, he is definitely not weak." Unexpectedly, Murong Yen, who initially looked down on Xiao Chun, took the initiative to speak up for Xiao Chun at this moment. General Feng felt slightly surprised. After some thought, he said, "Since Murong Yen has confirmed it, then I will not question your qualifications to accept this mission. Sit down. I have always dealt with matters and not people. Please don't mind my earlier attitude." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Many thanks." Xiao Chun also felt somewhat depressed in his heart. The divine dragon bloodline was indeed good. Morong Yan's words prevented General Feng from questioning him, saving him a lot of trouble. However, the other outer palace's core disciples did not think much of Xiao Chun as they looked at him. After a glance, they no longer paid him any attention. "There's no need to thank me. I was just speaking the truth." Morong Yan's proud words appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. He did not seem to have any intention of thanking the other party, as what Morong Yan said was the truth. However, since Morong Yan sent a voice projection to him, Xiao Chun still replied, "Many thanks." "Humph!" Morong Yan appeared proud as he snorted coldly, showing an expression that said, "At least you are tactful." Xiao Chun knew the other party's temper. He smiled faintly and ignored him. Chapter 1900. "Since everyone can't come, I'll tell everyone the plan in advance," General Feng said after seeing Xiao Chun sit down. Then, he looked at the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces and said seriously, "Xiao Chun, don't come." Morong Yan, Xiao Chun, and the others showed grave expressions as they looked at General Feng. General Feng organized his thoughts and said, "The stronghold that was taken away is rich in netherworld frost iron and underworld heart jade. You might not understand. I'll give a simple explanation. Netherworld frost iron is a crucial divine material that every inherited Dao tool needs. No other resource can replace it. As for underworld heart jade, it is a natural resource that can stabilize the soul and recover soul energy. The underworld heart pill refined from it is a medicinal pill that sovereign personages need." The others felt startled. Although they all had inherited Dao tools, they did not know that refining inherited Dao tools required netherworld frost iron. They had heard of the underworld heart pill before, but it was extremely expensive. Unless one was a sovereign personage, cultivators of other cultivation could not carry it on them in large quantities. Xiao Chun recalled that he had underworld heart pills in his storage ring. Those were the war trophies that he obtained from killing other holy venerates. However, there were not many of them. Actually, these losses are bearable as long as we do not lose our main camp. Sooner or later, we can rebuild our stronghold in this vast abyssal underworld and make up for it. The greatest loss is prestige. If we cannot retake our lost stronghold in time, the other factions will view the Flame Dragon Legion's strength significantly. At that time, not to mention what Rakshasa Heaven will do to us, the other factions from the surface might make a move on us. The struggle in the abyssal underworld is far more intense than on the surface. Do you understand what I mean? Clearly, General Feng had prepared these words for a long time. The moment he spoke, he told everyone about the severity of the matter. The matter was not as simple as losing a stronghold. In this abyssal underworld, the strong preyed on the weak. The competition was even scarier. If one could not retake the stronghold quickly, one would be considered weak. The weak had no place to live in this abyssal underworld. While it looked like losing a stronghold, in reality, it threatened the interests of the entire Dragon's Gate in the underground world. If one was not careful, Flame Dragon City might be uprooted. General Feng's meaning was not to underestimate this mission. One had to understand the importance of this mission. They could not afford any mistakes. It's just a small stronghold. Don't worry, General. It won't be a problem for us. Right after General Feng spoke, Morong Yan expressed his stance, appearing extremely confident. Who knew? The other core disciples from the 7 outer palaces all looked at him strangely. General Feng frowned slightly, not understanding. He had already made it clear enough. Why did this Morong Yan still not understand? The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned an insignificant gathering point. He did not realize the severity of this mission. His gaze shifted to Xiao Chun, and he started to doubt what Xiao Chun had said earlier. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong and quickly said, "General, we all know the importance of this mission. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell us. We won't be careless and will obey your arrangements." "All right." General Feng nodded slightly and said softly, "The fight for the stronghold will definitely be a large-scale battle. It's impossible to take it down with just the 7 of you. What I want you to do is to destroy the Rakshasa demon's underworld god altar and then send out a signal for me to launch an attack. Absolutely obey the arrangements, and do not act on your own. Clearly, Xiao Chen's words had temporarily dispelled General Feng's doubts. Whoosh! General Feng waved his hand, and a jade strip appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. The jade strip contained information about the Rakshasa altar and the details of this mission. The underworld god altar could summon the clone of the first underworld monarch, Rakshasa Tian. When the clone appeared, Rakshasa Tian could use his underworld monarch will to influence the Rakshasa demons within 5,000 kilometers. This greatly increased the strength of the Rakshasa demons, who no longer feared death, and increased their combat prowess by more than 50%. Furthermore, Rakshasa Tian's clone was an extremely strong existence in the first place, posing a great threat. The existence of the countless underworld god altars allowed the Rakshasa race to become the overlord of the strongest abyssal underworld. Even when the various factions of the surface world gathered, they could not truly shake or threaten the Rakshasa demon's ruling position. As long as they destroyed this underworld god altar, it would be equivalent to breaking an arm of the Rakshasa demons. Their chances of snatching back the gathering point would increase significantly. General Feng's mission to gather the elites of the various outer palaces was to rely on the strength of the seven. They infiltrated deep into enemy territory and successfully destroyed the underworld god altar. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this mission is extraordinarily dangerous. Just 7 people infiltrated deep into enemy territory. If they were discovered and something unexpected happened, they would die for sure. It would be hard for them to escape. After the other 6 saw the mission's details, their expressions changed slightly. Originally, they were thinking of following the Flame Dragon Legion into battle. Who could have imagined that they would infiltrate alone and destroy the underworld god altar? Since the underworld god altar was so important, it would definitely be heavily guarded. General Feng said, "This mission is indeed rather dangerous. However, don't worry. There is no sovereign personage guarding the underworld god altar. There is only one sovereign personage among the Rakshasa demons. He cannot personally guard the altar. Once we destroy the altar, I will launch an attack. He will have to deal with the Flame Dragon Legion, so he will not be able to chase after you." Xiao Chun grasped the jade strip and looked at General Feng. Then, he asked, "When do we depart?" General Feng felt very satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. He did not complain at all, going straight to the point. He said softly, 3 days later. If you have any requests, our legion will do our best to fulfill them. You should also familiarize yourselves with each other during these 3 days. When the time comes, you will have better teamwork. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. The Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple on the left said, "I would like to know if we can obtain additional rewards from the Flame Dragon Legion after we complete the mission." General Feng frowned slightly but still said, "I can make the decision and give you some Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades as additional rewards. I want 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and 1,000 Underworld Heart Jades." The Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple said indifferently, showing no room for negotiation. The Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple asked indifferently. He showed no expression on his face, as though there was no room for negotiation. An adjutant beside General Feng could not help scolding. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. The Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei's expression did not change. He did not say anything, waiting for General Feng to speak. General Feng felt slightly angry. However, this Wei Hongfei was the strongest of the 7, a core member. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "If you can really destroy the Underworld God Altar, I can give you 5 tons of Netherworld Frost Iron and Underworld Heart Jades. However, if you fail, you know the consequences." Wei Hongfei revealed a faint smile and said softly, "Deal." After saying that, Wei Hongfei stood up and left, not lingering. When the core disciples of the other outer palaces saw the situation, they could not help asking for additional rewards based on their strength. Soon, only Xiao Chun and Murong Yen remained of the 7 core disciples. General Feng looked at the 2, indicating that they could ask for additional rewards based on their strength. Who knew, the two did not ask for additional rewards. Morong Yen shook his head and said, I do not have the habit of taking advantage of others. Our Morong clan does not lack resources. Only Xiao Chun remained. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not want any additional rewards. He did not have the habit of taking advantage of others either. However, Xiao Chun made a request. He needed a batch of good arrows in large quantities and of good quality. Xiao Chen's arrows were of poor quality. If not for the heart flame, he would not be able to use them with the God Shadow Bow. Since Xiao Chun had joined the army, he needed to exchange for a batch of good arrows for his own use. His request was very reasonable, so General Feng agreed happily. Then, he got someone to lead Xiao Chun to the supplies department. 3 days later, the 7 gathered. General Feng personally sent them off. Whether they could destroy the underworld god altar or not was the crux of taking back the resource node. The fact that General Feng was willing to spend so many resources showed how much importance he placed on this mission. General Feng even agreed to Wei Hongfei's unreasonable request. As General Feng watched Xiao Chen's group leave, his aide-de-camp asked, General, do you think they can complete it? General Feng replied softly, There is still a lot of hope. The strength of these 7 is extraordinary. They are the cream of the crop among the core disciples of their respective palaces. Although that Wei Hongfei is unruly and takes advantage of the situation, he is fully qualified to compete for a heaven-class core disciple position in the Golden Dragon Palace. As for Morong Yen, he is a rare genius of the Red Dragon race that appears once in 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chun is slightly weaker. The Heaven Dragon Palace is still somewhat unreliable. Prepare a backup plan and be prepared for their failure. Yes, General. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chun clearly felt that the other 6 were already very familiar with each other. Along the way, they chatted softly, expressing their opinions. When Xiao Chun saw this, he immediately understood. The other 6 had interacted with him alone for the past 3 days, isolating him. After traveling for a while, Wei Hongfei suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chun. I will be the leader of this mission. I believe that General Feng has already told you. I have already seen your information. Xiao Chun, since you are good at movement techniques, you will be the scout and lead the way. Scouting was a very dangerous job. However, Xiao Chun did not mind. Even if he faced a sovereign personage, he would be able to protect himself. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chun nodded. Then he stopped resting and went ahead to scout the way. This mixed blood dragon is rather tactful. He knows that he is weak and does not have the authority to speak. He is self-aware. He knows that he can only rely on the 6 of us for this mission. It would already be good if he did not implicate us. I really don't understand. How did he become a core disciple with such a low cultivation? Or is the Heaven Dragon Palace already so weak? Seeing Xiao Chun go far away, the 6 immediately revealed their disdain for mixed blood dragons in their hearts. Morong Yen knew how strong Xiao Chun was, but he did not want to say anything, so he did not interrupt. Wei Hongfei said indifferently, Let's continue discussing how to complete this mission. This matter is very important, so we need to be careful. Chapter 1901. Xiao Chun did not have many complaints about such an arrangement, taking the lead to scout ahead. As long as he could complete the mission, it was sufficient. Xiao Chun left the group and moved quickly, not wasting any time along the way. He did not bother with the ghostly beasts he encountered. For hours later, he suddenly felt a strange aura. Xiao Chun stopped and gently pushed off with his feet. Taking 3 steps back, 2 black figures appeared. They were tall and sturdy, and their feet were like cow hooves. 2 humanoid monsters with scarlet hair, jade-green eyes, and sinister faces appeared before Xiao Chun. Rakshasa demons. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the horrifying monsters before him. They were the demons that ruled the first underground layer. The 2 Rakshasa demons held weapons in their hands. Their jade-green eyes gleamed as they looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Kill! The Rakshasa demons radiating terrifying demonic chi did not even think as they launched themselves at Xiao Chun. The 2 Rakshasa demons were only star venerates, pitifully weak. They did not know where they got the courage to launch themselves at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stood upright without using his great Tao energy when the two Rakshasa demons pounced over. When the two Rakshasa demons charged over, he did not retreat but advanced instead, taking the initiative to attack them first. Boom! The Rakshasa demons instantly fell to the ground, no longer able to get up. Xiao Chun did not give them a chance to shout. He sent out 2 strands of saber chi and silently finished off the 2 Rakshasa demons. After that, he unleashed the heavenly flame and burned the 2 Rakshasa demons' corpses to ashes. I ran into the Rakshasa demons' patrols. It looks like we should be arriving at the dragon race's stronghold soon. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. He no longer charged forward as ferociously as before, looking into the distance. After Xiao Chun discovered a rather high terrain, he gently landed on it. Then he opened his heavenly eye and looked ahead. In front of them was a vast plain. On the plain there was a ruined city. He could vaguely make out that this was the dragon race's stronghold. However, the Rakshasa demons clearly did not like the dragon race's aesthetics. They directly demolished the entire city into rubble. Tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons were scattered all over the rubble. In the sky there were also many tamed ghost beasts flying. Sitting on top of them were Rakshasa demons who were obviously stronger. When Xiao Chun saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He already knew that this mission was very dangerous. He had not expected it to be so dangerous. With so many Rakshasa demons trapped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the center of the ruins of Dragon City stood a tall building that looked like a tower. There were countless ancient stones piled up together. The stone had already been dyed red with blood. The entire altar gave Xiao Chun an extremely absurd feeling. Amidst the solemnity, there was an evil and terrifying demonic nature. Above the altar stood a statue of the first underworld king, Rakshasa Tion. At the foot of the statue, there were a few Rakshasa demons resting with their eyes closed. They should be the guardians of the altar. There was a total of 8 people. Every guard gave off the aura of a holy venerate. These Rakshasa demons wore armor, and their facial features were no different from humans. However, there was a bone spike protruding from each shoulder. Afraid of alerting the enemy, Xiao Chun did not dare to look too closely, so he withdrew his heavenly eye. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. As he looked at the city ruins in the distance, he entered deep thought, thinking about how to complete this mission. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt a headache. Even if he managed to sneak through the Rakshasa demon army and destroy the altar, killing his way out would still be a huge problem. After taking one more look and imprinting the surroundings into his mind, Xiao Chun turned around and left. Just as Xiao Chun turned around, the 8 guardians sitting at the foot of the Rakshasa Tion statue suddenly opened their eyes and slowly closed them. It was like they discovered something, but also like they did not know anything. After returning to the group, Xiao Chun told Wei Hongfei, Morong Yen, and the others what he saw. Could it be that General Feng agreed so readily? He is clearly sending us to our deaths. The Silver Dragon Palace core disciple Lu Feng said with some dissatisfaction. Lu Feng, the Silver Dragon Palace core disciple, said with some dissatisfaction on his face. However, Wei Hongfei remained calm. There is a special note on the mission. Since you accepted it, you should have expected the difficulty. Furthermore, if the mission was not difficult, how could the reward be so high, reaching 20,000 primeval heavenly pills? Lu Feng said softly, I was just saying, since you accepted the mission, you cannot back out midway. The Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were just waiting for them to destroy the Fiend God altar. There was no time to dilly-dally. The group picked up their pace. Even with their full speed, they were not slow. When the group arrived at their previous location, the expressions of the other 6 changed. Even the previously calm Wei Hongfei frowned heavily. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation was one thing. Seeing it for oneself was another. Morong Yen was flabbergasted. Had I known, I would have made a will. The tens of thousands of Rakshasa demons stopped in the city ruins, occupying the Dragon's Gate's original stronghold. That Fiend God altar happened to be in the center of the city ruins. Lu Feng asked sullenly, Is there any way to sneak in silently? Wei Hongfei shook his head and said, Clearly, That is impossible. If we can enter silently, we will not be able to do so. If we could sneak in silently, General Feng would have already sent someone to do it. There would not be a chance for us to do it, and the mission reward would not be so large. Xiao Chun thought to himself, if I want to sneak in, someone needs to stand out and attract the attention of most of the Rakshasa demons. At least half of the Rakshasa demons have to be lured away before the others can sneak in. Morong Yen and I will attract them from the front. The 5 of you will take the opportunity to sneak in. This is the signal flag. I'll leave it to you, Lu Feng. Wei Hongfei took out a flag and handed it to Lu Feng. Then, he made some simple arrangements. There was no shortcut in the current situation. This was the only way. Lu Feng was rather decisive, not hesitating at all. Morong Yen, you don't have any objections, right? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Morong Yen. Morong Yen smiled and replied, Since when did the Red Dragon race have people who are afraid of death? Since you dare to stand out, why would I not? Morong Yan's words put the core disciples of the other palaces to shame. If it were them, they would hesitate for a long time if they went to attract the enemy's attention with Wei Hongfei. After all, not everyone could be like the Golden Dragon Palace's core disciples, so confident and unafraid of death. Rakshasa race, does anyone dare to fight with me? Wei Hongfei. Boom! Wei Hongfei soared into the clouds, his entire body radiating resplendent golden light. A horrifying dragon might spread out from his body. The moment the glaring Wei Hongfei appeared in the dark space, he attracted the attention of all the Rakshasa demons in the rubble. Strands of golden dragon chi revolved around Wei Hongfei's body. The golden dragon light dyed the clouds in the sky above his head. They were dyed with golden feathers and looked particularly dazzling. This person is nearly a grade 6 golden dragon bloodline. Xiao Chun evaluated. This Wei Hongfei was indeed extraordinary. The Golden Dragon Palace lived up to its reputation. Whoosh! 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 The moment Wei Hongfei appeared, several figures immediately flew towards him. These were all Rakshasa race experts. They gave off terrifying demonic chi and showed ferocious expressions. However, when these Rakshasa race experts got within 100 meters of Wei Hongfei, golden light flickered in the air. Wei Hongfei exploded 6 Rakshasa demons with one punch. The Rakshasa demons turned into a blood mist spreading out in the air. Ha ha ha! Is there no one in the Rakshasa race who can truly fight me? Wei Hongfei laughed maniacally. The dragon might spreading out in the sky became even stronger. The golden clouds burned like flames. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a pillar of fire suddenly burst out of the city and soared into the clouds, illuminating the dark space. Without saying anything, Morong Yen landed in the rubble and started a massacre. Wei Hongfei and Morong Yen were in the sky, attracting the attention of the Rakshasa race experts. The other was on the ground, using the Red Dragon race's unparalleled berserk fire Great Tao to massacre everyone. There was no pattern at all. Wherever there were more Rakshasa demons, Morong Yen would end up there. Still not leaving? Xiao Chun asked when he saw that the Silver Dragon Palace's Lu Feng was thinking about something, dilly-dallying and not making a move. Do I need you to instruct me? Lu Feng glared at Xiao Chun and ignored him. Then, he led the other 3 and said, Let's go. Chapter 1902. Under Lu Feng's lead, the 3 silently made their way to the rubble. Xiao Chun did not rush to follow. He was thinking about something else. Would the Rakshasa demons not guess that the Flame Dragon Legion would send people to destroy the altar? Actually, the idea of destroying the altar was rather crazy. The success rate was very low, and the danger level was very high. Normally speaking, the Rakshasa demons would not think of this. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun stopped thinking. His body gently floated up, and he silently arrived beside Lu Feng and the others. Xiao Chen's incredibly fast speed startled the 4. It was as Wei Hongfei said. His movement technique surpassed theirs. Boom! 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 At this moment, Morong Yan's entire body burned with intense flames in the rubble, looking like an ancient fire dragon. With every punch and palm strike, he could send out flames filling the air, filling the surroundings. The Rakshasa demon army appeared somewhat chaotic. Several experts tried to delay Murong Yen. They did not want to give him a chance to cause large-scale destruction. However, Murong Yan's mission was to attract the attention of the Rakshasa demons on the ground. How could he get trapped? Suppressing his temper, Murong Yen laughed maniacally as he moved about without any pattern. It had to be said that Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were in the sky and on the ground. This created a great opportunity for the four. Wei Hongfei flickered with golden light in the sky. Dragon might spread out in golden clouds. On the ground, Murong Yen was covered in intense flames. The commotion the two caused attracted the attention of nearly all the Rakshasa demons. This resulted in a large gap in the rubble of the city. Lu Feng's group took advantage of this opportunity to move forward silently, quickly approaching the underworld god altar. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out continuously. As the group walked through the city, Rakshasa demons filled the surroundings. Occasionally, loud sounds rang out, making everyone show extremely grave expressions. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Who is it? Suddenly, a small group of Rakshasa demons came out of a broken wall in front. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Moving like a ghost, he jabbed the forehead of the Rakshasa demon who spoke. A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and silently dealt with this Rakshasa demon. His hands did not stop moving. With every move, a Rakshasa demon would die. After Xiao Chen killed the three of them, Lu Feng and the rest finally reacted. They quickly took action and killed the remaining Rakshasa demons in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Fortunately, Lu Feng and the others were not weak. After they reacted, they quickly killed their enemies. This small group of devil cultivator was quickly eliminated and did not cause any big waves. When Lu Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chen, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen turned his head and said indifferently, "Follow me." There was something special about him, something that caused people to trust him and follow behind him. Lu Feng was far inferior to Wei Hongfei. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before deciding to lead the team himself. The mission was too important to fail. With Xiao Chen leading the team, the group moved even faster. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very sharp, allowing him to avoid the Rakshasa demon groups in advance. While the situation was chaotic, Xiao Chen led the four to the underworld god altar. Along the way, they occasionally ran into some unavoidable encounters. However, Xiao Chen would always end the battle quickly. Several times, he managed to avoid any mishaps. He did not expose himself and trigger an even larger encounter. Stop! Xiao Chen suddenly stopped, and the people behind him quickly stopped. Lu Feng looked at the underworld god altar, which was less than 10 kilometers away, and said, "You really think that you are the leader? Move aside. Charge up the altar and end the mission." After saying that, Lu Feng ignored Xiao Chen's attempts to stop him and moved past Xiao Chen. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng passed Xiao Chen, the Rakshasa Tian statue on the underworld god altar suddenly opened a pair of scarlet eyes. A scarlet light descended from the sky and encased Lu Feng's figure. Lu Feng had nowhere to hide within 10 kilometers. The 8 guards on the altar also opened their eyes and stared at Lu Feng coldly. Whoosh! 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 Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. Countless Rakshasa demons rushed over from all directions, charging at Lu Feng. Although the situation in the rubble was chaotic, the guards around the altar and above did not show any signs of panic or distraction. It was obvious that those who were able to guard the Nether God altar were all elites. It's over. We were exposed. It's really over. Not only can we not complete the mission, but we can't leave either. Xiao Chen and the others hid at the back. However, when they saw the many Rakshasa demons rushing over, their faces turned ashen. Lu Feng, who felt Rakshasa Tian's gaze, immediately panicked. Not only did he feel a demonic might pressing down on him, but he also felt the fear of impending death. Furthermore, Xiao Chen felt the fear of impending death. The elite Rakshasa demons rushing over from all directions placed immense pressure on him. It was like many grim reapers holding scimitars to reap their souls. Since we're already exposed, there's no need to think anymore. Attack! Xiao Chun sighed to himself. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air and pushed away the distracted Lu Feng with a palm strike. As Xiao Chun stood before the underworld god altar, he raised his head and met Rakshasa Tian's gaze. Rakshasa Tian, do you really think you can come back to life? Xiao Chun snorted coldly and released his dragon might. Without hesitation, he executed the Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. The colossal palm's fingers were like sabers, carrying a boundless saber intent and lightning as it clawed at the statue. Those who insult the gods must die. The 8 high-ranked Rakshasa demons suddenly stood up and attacked at the same time. They all executed their best moves, shattering the colossal palm before it reached them. The 8 people on the altar paled slightly as they took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. Clearly, they had underestimated the might of Firmament's Rage and suffered a huge rebound. Bang! 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 The fragments of the colossal burning palm contained the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. They were not that easy to extinguish. They landed on the ground and blasted away the Rakshasa demon elites that rushed over. I'll cover you. Quickly charge up the altar. Since they were already exposed, there was naturally no need to think about anything else. There was only one thing to do: kill. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun stepped forward, reigniting hope in the hearts of the group, whose morale had plummeted. Without any hesitation, they all rushed to the altar. Many thanks. Lu Feng showed an ashamed expression, feeling too ashamed to show his face. He simply had not expected that he could not even compare to the mixed-blood dragon, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want to fail the mission. Let's go. Provoked by Xiao Chen's cold attitude, Lu Feng snorted coldly and led the others up the altar. The altar was covered in divine might. Under heavy pressure, even movement techniques were restricted. It would not be easy to climb up. Soon, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that were blasted away by the shock waves of Firmament's Rage rallied and charged over. If these people harassed Lu Feng and the others who were climbing the altar, they would not have a chance to climb it. All of you, come over. Xiao Chun struck the ground heavily with his tyrant saber. Then, he drove the primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core. The Taiji force field encased the surrounding 10 kilometers. A huge Taiji diagram spun wildly on the ground. A strong suction pulled over the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demon elites that wanted to stop Lu Feng and the others from climbing the altar. The many Rakshasa demons were horrified to discover that they could not control themselves as they surged over to Xiao Chun. A strange force stuck to their bodies, preventing them from executing their movement techniques and greatly affecting their speed. Even so, the 1,000-odd Rakshasa demons were too horrifying in numbers. Clang! 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chun, and he drew his saber. A saber light flashed, and 10 Rakshasa demons near him had their throats slit, dying on the spot. However, before Xiao Chun could catch his breath, Rakshasa demons surged over from all directions. Xiao Chun brought out his saber skills to the limits, sending out densely packed saber lights into the crowd. Snowflakes, lightning, bright moons, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena burst out of his body, illuminating the surroundings. Xiao Chun stood on a lightning dragon, howling back and forth. He turned into the light of freedom and dodged most of the attacks. Lu Feng and the others, who were climbing the altar, were greatly startled when they saw Xiao Chun fighting 1,000 alone. The 8 guards on the altar also frowned heavily, finding this scene incredulous. The leader, a high-ranked Rakshasa demon in black battle armor, said sullenly, 4 of you, go down and stop them from climbing the altar. Yes. Whoosh. Immediately, 4 guards leaped down from the altar and charged at Lu Feng and the others. However, Lu Feng and the others were outstanding. They were core disciples of the various outer palaces and possessed divine dragon bloodlines. In one-on-one combat, they had a high chance of victory. The 4 Rakshasa demons that descended did not pose much of a hindrance to Lu Feng and the others. Taiji burst. Xiao Chun roared ferociously, and the Taiji force field erupted. The remaining Rakshasa demons were all blasted away. Saber wounds riddled each of the Rakshasa demons. Electricity spread throughout their bodies, making them unrecognizable. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. His white robes were stained with blood. It was hard to tell whether it was his or his opponent's. In the chaotic battle, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to count how many times he was struck. Xiao Chun raised his gaze and happened to meet the gaze of the black-armored Rakshasa demon standing on the altar. Kill! Xiao Chun leaped into the air and charged at the altar. You overestimate yourself. The black-armored Rakshasa demon showed a mocking expression as he smiled coldly. His right hand grasped the protruding bone on his shoulder and pulled out a slender white bone spike. Just as Xiao Chun charged over, the black-armored Rakshasa demon attacked at lightning speed. Pu Ci! The bone spike pierced through Xiao Chen's right chest, causing blood to spurt out. While Xiao Chun was charging, a strong underworld deity might envelop him, greatly limiting his speed. Caught off guard, he got injured by the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Furthermore, Xiao Chun managed to dodge at the critical moment. Otherwise, if the bone spike pierced through his chest, he would have been severely injured. The black-armored Rakshasa demon had a handsome face, unlike an ordinary Rakshasa demon. Blood dripped from the slender bone spike. The black-armored Rakshasa demon placed the spike on his tongue and gently licked it. Then, he smiled strangely and said, "It tastes pretty good. After this battle, I will properly enjoy your physical body." 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons stood behind the black-armored Rakshasa demon. Their jade-green eyes stared coldly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stopped the blood from spurting out of his wound. Then he glanced at Lu Feng and the others fighting on the altar. They had more or less gained the upper hand. However, when the Rakshasa demons charged over, they would still face the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. Their chances of victory were not high. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then, his body suddenly turned into a flash of lightning, charging to the bottom of the altar. In the blink of an eye, it circled around the altar and spun rapidly upward. Rumble! The rapidly spinning electric light illuminated the surroundings, kicking up boundless strong winds that kicked up sand and pebbles, covering the sky. The strong winds made it hard for the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 to open their eyes, and their bodies trembled slightly. Xiao Chun, who had turned into lightning, resisted the underworld god might, continuously draining his primal chaos veritable essence energy. When Xiao Chun was about to fly to the top of the altar, he suddenly turned into a lightning dragon and roared at the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4. The dragon roar spread out in all directions, shaking the sky. Before this shocking heaven dragon roar, the black-armored Rakshasa demons group of 4 could not help taking several steps back above the altar. Scram! The black-armored Rakshasa demon shouted, withstanding the pressure, and unleashed his aura. Then he led the 4 Rakshasa demons to charge at the lightning dragon, trying to chase Xiao Chun down. Who knew, the lightning dragon split into 9, not bothering them at all. Instead, it continuously circled around the 3-kilometer-tall Rakshasa Tian statue. 9 dragons soared into the sky, triggering a terrifying, mysterious phenomenon. At some point in time, layers of thunderclouds covered the sky above the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Oh no! He is going to destroy the statue. The black-armored Rakshasa demon's expression changed drastically. In a fluster, he quickly formed hand seals. The 3 behind him cut their wrists at the same time, and blood splattered on the Rakshasa Tian statue. Forced by the situation, this group of people prepared to summon the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone. Chapter 1903. 9 dragons instantly dodged the attacks of the black-armored Rakshasa and the other 3 high-level Rakshasas and flew into the sky. The black-armored Rakshasa decisively chose to summon Rakshasa Tian. Rather than letting it be destroyed by you, it would be better to waste this summoning opportunity and kill all of these invaders. Swish, swish, swish. Rocks peeled off the surface of Rakshasa Tion's 3,000-meter-tall statue. The might of the underworld monarch continued to strengthen. The expressions of Lu Feng and the other three, who had already gained the upper hand, changed slightly. After a moment of shock, they decisively retreated. While the scene before him was unexpected, it was still within his expectations. The best outcome of the mission was to destroy the altar. The worst outcome was to fail the mission. The other possibility was to force the other party to summon the Netherworld King's altar ahead of time. The Netherworld King's altar obviously couldn't summon the Rakshasa race every day. Otherwise, the Rakshasa race would have long since become invincible in the Netherworld. They could only summon it once every half a month. Replenishing the offerings required time, and the altar itself also needed maintenance. Before the battle officially started, Rakshasa Tion had already been summoned. To the Flame Dragon army, this was undoubtedly an acceptable result. But for Xiao Chun and the others, it was almost a death sentence. It was already difficult for him to escape. Now that Rakshasa Tion's clone had appeared, would he still have a chance to escape? Lu Feng took out the signal flag, spun it at the bottom, and shot it into the sky. Immediately, the war flag burned in the sky like a star. Its color kept changing until it finally settled on red. In the air, Wei Hongfei, who was fighting several late-stage holy venerate Rakshasa demons, felt a terrifying underworld monarch might sweep over. Raising his gaze, Zhang Xian happened to see Rakshasa Tion's sculpture peeling off. He couldn't help but be stunned. With the appearance of the Nether God, all of you will definitely die. When the Rakshasa demons surrounding Wei Hongfei saw this scene, they smiled coldly. Their attacks became even sharper. Boom! However, just at this moment, Wei Hongfei's eyes suddenly burned, turning into a golden light. Xiao Chun instantly activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, and the dragon might of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon Golden Dragon race enveloped him. The Berserk Dragon might immediately forced the group back. Wei Hongfei casually glanced at the other people in the chaos. Then, he used the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might to turn and flee. In this kind of situation, there was no chance for him to take care of the others. Even he himself might not be able to escape. Wei Hongfei was extremely decisive. He turned into a beam of golden light and fled far away with the Great Desolate Aeon Dragon might. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and almost no one could withstand it. Very soon, a path was torn open by him. Chase them. When his bloodline is exhausted, it will be the time of his death. The Rakshasa demon expert that was knocked back clearly did not intend to let Wei Hongfei off so easily. Turning into a demonic light, it whizzed away in hot pursuit. Looks like I'm really going to die here. The somewhat fatigued Morong Yen looked at the Rakshasa demons surrounding him. When he sensed that Rakshasa Tion's clone was about to appear, despair flashed in his eyes. Although Wei Hongfei attracted the attention of most of the Rakshasa demon experts, Morong Yen faced the entire Rakshasa demon army alone. Although there were not many experts, many ants could kill an elephant. Compared to Wei Hongfei, Xiao Chun had activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline long ago. It was almost impossible to use it to save his life. The Rakshasa demons surrounding him from all directions, in the sky and on the ground, did not dare to act rashly. The Berserk Red Dragon race had left too deep an impression on these Rakshasa demons. Morong Yen felt stifled. His entire body was bathed in blood as he breathed heavily and looked around. Morong Yan's thoughts were simple. Before he died, he would kill more. When comparing the two, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. However, it was clear that Morong Yan's thoughts were much more straightforward than Wei Hongfei's. What Morong Yen showed was the difference in intelligence. The underworld monarch statue's intelligence. 9 lightning dragons soared into the sky. Then, the 9 lightning dragons merged together in the thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. The instant Xiao Chun appeared, countless electric lights burst out of his body. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that Lu Feng and the others had already left. In just 1 second, Xiao Chun analyzed the situation before him. Oh no! Half of the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tion statue had already fallen. In a while, the underworld monarch's clone would arrive. At that time, no matter how capable Shao Chun was, he would die here. Run, you lowly mixed-blood dragon. The underworld monarch has appeared. Ha ha ha. You will die for sure. The black-armored Rakshasa demon laughed maniacally as he formed hand seals and looked at Shao Chun, who was in the air. The horrifying underworld monarchs might already swept through the entire battlefield. All the Rakshasa demons felt greatly encouraged. The fleeing Rakshasa demons were all in sorry states. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rocks falling off the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian statue was like the death god's talisman, disturbing everyone's emotions. Should I flee? Where can I flee to? With the appearance of Rakshasa Tian's clone, there is nowhere to flee to. I can only fight. Black clouds spread out under the thundercloud whirlpool. Shao Chun activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. Golden light flashed in his eyes, looking like a burning divine flame. However, before the light could spread out, Shao Chun closed his eyes. The tyrant saber in Shao Chun's right hand flew out and spun in the air, flickering with boundless electric light. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Shao Chun's forehead. Then, he formed hand seals with his right hand and activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. The incomparably horrifying killing intent covered the entire city ruins. In an instant, it suppressed the underworld monarch's might, causing all the Rakshasa demons to freeze for some reason. The killing intent assaulted them, and their movements stiffened. It was like a lotus flower not soaking in water or the sun and moon not staying in the sky. The horrifying killing intent surged and burned like a killing god born in an ancient battlefield returning to the mortal realm. However, Shao Chun's heart remained incredibly calm. If someone of the Buddhist sect used their Dharma eye to look, they would find the entire city ruins filled with an incredibly turbid aura. Only Shao Chun gave off a gentle light, separating him from the overwhelming killing intent. However, despite being in water, Shao Chun did not get wet at all. This was an extremely profound state. What is he doing? The black-armored Rakshasa demon's summoning of Rakshasa Tian slowed down for a moment. What is he doing? Naturally, he was borrowing life from heaven, risking his life to obtain a chance of survival. Kill! Shao Chun ferociously opened his eyes. At this moment, the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian also appeared. A dark light illuminated the surroundings. Rakshasa Tian looked up, and a pair of jade-green eyes erupted with a terrifying will that entered Shao Chun's soul pool. If an ordinary person were here, they would instantly be overwhelmed by the fear of Rakshasa Tian. They would not move at all, just stand there in a daze. However, Shao Chun, who was in the sky, did not show any fear when facing Rakshasa Tian's clone. Shao Chun stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber, which had been spinning in the air several times, came out of its scabbard. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Resolving the mundane. Resolving the mundane meant that one had no desires, no joy, no sorrow, and was immune to all mental attacks and negative emotions. After activating his great desolate Ian bloodline and using the 7-kill seal to execute resolving the mundane, the might of Shao Chun's saber strike had already reached an incredible level. Boom! The saber descended. Before Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared, could understand what was going on. The eternal and inextinguishable saber light on the tyrant saber chopped Rakshasa Tian in half. The saber's momentum did not stop there. When it landed on the altar, aside from the black-armored Rakshasa demon, the other 3 high-ranked Rakshasa demons immediately died. Rumble! When this saber strike landed, it destroyed the entire altar. Before the underworld monarch Rakshasa Tian's clone could do anything, Shao Chun destroyed it with one saber strike. Lu Feng and the other dragon race disciples, who were fleeing, were all stunned, deeply shocked by this saber strike. Before the shock waves scattered, the great desolate Ian bloodline in Shao Chun's body slowly faded. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Shao Chun revealed a smile. I won the bet. Shao Chun gambled that the moment Rakshasa Tian descended would be the moment he was at his weakest. If the saber strike did not kill Rakshasa Tian's clone, Shao Chun, who faced it head-on in the next second, would be instantly killed. Fortunately, Xiao Chun won the bet. Go! Xiao Chun shouted, and a scarlet light spread out. The demon blood vulture soared into the air with Xiao Chun on its back. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chun consumed several medicinal pills, primeval heavenly pills, underworld heart pills, and blood circulation pills. Then he closed his eyes and recuperated. Fortunately, the demon blood vulture did not come out from the start, conserving its strength. Carrying Xiao Chun, the demon blood vulture charged forward, carving out a bloody path in the sky. After recovering a little, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly saw Murong Yen below, cornered. His armor was shattered, and wounds covered his body. His eyes were listless, and he appeared fatigued. His body wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This fellow? Without hesitation, Xiao Chun descended from the sky and turned into a flash of lightning, piercing through the many Rakshasa demons riding ghostly beasts in the sky. Just as the Rakshasa demons approached, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon that pushed them back in all directions. The Rakshasa demons circled around Murong Yen, carrying him and turning into a lightning dragon storm that soared into the sky. After knocking away the Rakshasa demons in the sky, the storm scattered. Then, Xiao Chun and Murong Yen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Ha ha ha! To think that this great me is still alive. I, Murong Yen, am indeed very lucky. Murong Yen, who landed on the demon blood vulture's back, rejoiced endlessly. However, he did not say any words of thanks to Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun had seen this many times. It did not matter. He closed his eyes and took the opportunity to recover. Back then, when Situ Chongfeng saved Xiao Chun several times, this fellow did not even say a word of thanks. This kind of person was stupid. He felt that saving him was the right thing to do, that there was nothing wrong with it. However, one day, if Xiao Chun got into trouble, he would definitely risk his life to save Xiao Chun. He didn't need to ask for a word of thanks. In his opinion, this was also something that should be done. Chapter 1904. Xiao Chun, you are really something. To think that a mixed blood dragon like you could produce such a talent. How strange! Murong Yen said excitedly when he saw Xiao Chun open his eyes. Xiao Chun replied expressionlessly, I'm from the Heaven Dragon Palace. Haha, isn't the Heaven Dragon Palace a mixed blood dragon palace? Say another word, and I'll throw you off. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not seem to be joking, Murong Yen laughed embarrassedly. Never mind. Never mind. Relying on the demon blood vulture to display its divine might, it carried the two forward, forcefully carving out a path. Dust clouds churned in the rubble of the underworld king's altar. The black-armored Rakshasa demon walked out of the rubble with a weak expression and a heavy frown. Rage flashed in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tion's clone appeared, it was destroyed by someone else. Rakshasa Tion could not accept the fact that Rakshasa Tion worshipped the underworld monarch as a god. Just at this moment, a black-clad man walked out from behind the rubble. This black-clad man had a perfect figure. His arms were bare, and his muscles bulged. His eyes were spirited, and his expression was stern. However, there was a disharmonious scar on the right side of his face. The appearance of the scar changed that handsome face's aura, making him look tyrannical and ferocious. Yen Songming, I followed your instructions and summoned this underworld king's clone in advance. If things did not proceed as you said, neither you nor I would be able to bear the consequences. The black-armored Rakshasa demon said through clenched teeth as he looked at this black-clad man. Rakshasa Tion could transform into thousands of clones. One clone was nothing. However, to the black-armored Rakshasa demon it was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. However, to Xiao Chun this was a humiliation. In the future, he would inevitably be mocked by the Rakshasa demons. It might even become a reason for the black-armored Rakshasa demon to be attacked. He could not help but feel angry. The scarred Yen Songming said indifferently, Don't worry. The Flame Dragon Legion should be on their way already. Lord Wu Ting made preparations long ago, just waiting for them to come in. After this, the Dragon's Gates faction will not develop in the first layer of the abyssal underworld for 10 years. Besides, it's not like you don't know the trump card I've prepared. What's there to worry about? When the black-armored Rakshasa demon heard Yen Songming mention trump cards, his expression eased up slightly. However, he said playfully, "You flood dragon humans are still the best at dealing with these dragon race cultivators. After all, we were once of the same race." So, this man with a scar on his face was a merman. It was a little hard to tell. A murderous intent flashed in Yen Songming's heart, but his face did not change. After a while, he suppressed his murderous intent. "What do you think of that dragon race cultivator who shattered Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike?" The black-armored Rakshasa demon asked as he looked at Yen Songming. Yen Songming looked into the distance and said, "Very strong. The mixed-blood dragon bloodline has not produced such a horrifying character for many years already. However, due to the limitations of the bloodline, it would be hard for them to have any future in the current Divine Dragon Empire." "Are you that certain?" the black-armored Rakshasa demon asked softly. Xiao Chen's last attack had left a deep impression on him. It was hard to imagine how terrifying such a person would be in the future. However, from Yen Songming's words, there was no need to worry about Xiao Chun becoming someone great. After thinking for a long time, Yen Songming said indifferently, "If the mixed-blood dragons were not forced into such a miserable state, how could most of them have followed the Black Dragon King into the abyssal underworld back then?" "Shut up. Don't mention those 3 words. The black-armored Rakshasa demon suddenly raged. His expression turned sullen as he unreasonably interrupted Yen Songming. The words Black Dragon King were taboo in the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. No one was allowed to mention them. Yen Songming glanced at the black-armored Rakshasa demon and said softly, "It is time to make preparations. I have to rush over to Lord Wu Ting's side. I'll leave this place to you." After saying that, Yen Songming's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness. Outside Flame Dragon City, most of the Flame Dragon army had already gathered. They were ready to move out, preparing to take back their stronghold. War chariots gathered in the wilderness. Warships filled the sky. Tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators waited in formation, exuding an invisible dragon might that spread out with vast might. General Feng had already seen Lu Feng's signal. The Netherworld King's statue being activated ahead of time was an acceptable situation. The Flame Dragon army could accept this. However, to the 7 people carrying out the mission, this was the outcome they were most unwilling to face. When Rakshasa Tion's clone descended, it would be fortunate if one of the 7 could escape. "General, it's almost time." The adjutant reminded him softly. General Feng collected his thoughts, and a burning flame flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Flame Dragon Army, depart! Rumble!" Immediately, the horses with dragon blood galloped and roared. The war chariot sped along, causing the ground to tremble. In the sky, the battleships flew together, covering the sky. The Flame Dragon Army advanced at lightning speed, tens of thousands of people in the army. Surprisingly, they were not any slower than Xiao Chen's group of 7. The entire army was like a precise machine. As time passed, this machine spun faster and faster. Tens of thousands of Flame Dragon Legion soldiers. From afar, it looked like a giant burning dragon had turned into a ball of flames at low altitude. It was a graceful sight. In mere moments, this army covered 50,000 kilometers. It was somewhat startlingly fast. Everywhere the army passed, the ghostly beasts in its way instantly turned to ashes. Even a lone sovereign personage would have to flee for their lives when facing this army, not daring to show off their sharpness. On a sand dune, Wei Hongfei, who had escaped the pursuit of the pursuers, heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the sand dune. Then, he swallowed a medicinal pill and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. His grade 6 Golden Dragon race Divine Dragon bloodline helped him recover quickly. After about 15 minutes, Wei Hongfei suddenly opened his eyes. He saw 2 figures rushing towards him in the dark night. The aura of the dragon race. When these 2 approached, Wei Hongfei discovered that they were Lu Feng and another White Dragon Palace core disciple. "Brother Wei," Upon seeing Wei Hongfei, Lu Feng and the other White Dragon Palace Corps disciple rejoiced and quickly landed on the sand dune. Wei Hongfei asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Feng still had bloodstains on his face, appearing to be in a sorry state. He sighed and said, "I saw the Rakshasa demons surround and kill Brother Hong and Brother Ma. Xiao Chun and Murong Yen do not know. However, they probably will not be able to escape." Murong Yen went without saying. He had long activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline and attracted so many Rakshasa demons. He would not be able to escape death. As for Xiao Chun, he would definitely be extremely weak after that saber strike. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was in the center of the rubble, surrounded by Rakshasa demon elites. He would probably die as well. If Brother Xiao Chun died, it would be a pity. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, he would not have died. If he had not killed that underworld monarch clone at the last moment, Brother Lu and I would not have stood a chance of escaping. When the White Dragon Palace Corps disciple thought of Xiao Chen's saber strike, he still felt shocked. "What?" Wei Hongfei was greatly startled. He immediately stood up, appearing horrified. "Say that again? Xiao Chun destroyed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike?" "It is absolutely true. Brother Lu and I saw it with our own eyes." Lu Feng did not dare to lie. He nodded in confirmation. If not for Xiao Chen's saber strike, he would have died long ago. Even if Rakshasa Tian had not made a move, his sovereign might would have supported the Rakshasa demons, greatly increasing the Rakshasa demon's strength. Xiao Chun was lucky to escape now. Furthermore, he had to face a much stronger Rakshasa army. Wei Hongfei's expression flickered. He tightly clenched his right fist, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. The moment Rakshasa Tian's clone appeared, as a Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple, Wei Hongfei's first thought was to flee. However, Xiao Chun, a mixed-blood dragon cultivator, actually dared to do something that Wei Hongfei did not dare to do, risking his life. Xiao Chun had invisibly surpassed Wei Hongfei. The Golden Dragon race was now the orthodox race. Every one of them was incredibly proud. Such a result embarrassed Wei Hongfei. If Wei Hongfei dared to risk his life, he might have a chance to kill Rakshasa Tian, who had just appeared. However, Wei Hongfei did not dare to gamble. If he could not kill Rakshasa Tian, he would die for sure. Just this point alone made Wei Hongfei lose to Xiao Chun completely. "No, we have to go back and save Xiao Chun. Even if we cannot save him, we have to retrieve his corpse. We cannot allow the demons to trample on his corpse," Wei Hongfei said seriously. Determination flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. "Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei." The two quickly stopped Wei Hongfei. What kind of joke was this? If they charged back in their current state, they would just be sending themselves to death. "I've already made up my mind. There is no need for the two of you to follow me." Actually, Wei Hongfei still had some combat prowess. From the start to the end, he had been holding back. He still had some trump cards that he had not used. However, he was stirred up by Xiao Chun risking his life to kill Rakshasa Tian's clone. He decided to go back and take a gamble. If Xiao Chun was still alive, it would all be worth it. Lu Feng urged anxiously, "Senior Brother Wei, the two of us are grateful to Xiao Chun for saving our lives. However, if we go back now, we will just be sending ourselves to death. There is no need." Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground trembled endlessly. Cracks appeared on the mound. A surging dragon might surged over, instantly flattening the 1-kilometer-tall mound. The two immediately rejoiced. The Flame Dragon Legion had arrived. They were now completely safe. The adjutant beside General Feng waved the flag, and the fast-moving Flame Dragon Legion came to a halt. "This is great. We are truly fortunate. 3 of you are still alive." When General Feng saw Wei Hongfei's group, joy flashed in his eyes. Originally, he thought that it would be pretty good if one of them survived. General Feng fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei and smiled. "You truly live up to being a Golden Dragon Palace Corps disciple. The Golden Dragon bloodline is indeed extraordinary, living up to your reputation. I will fulfill your request after the battle. I will also report the military merits." Wei Hongfei said, "General, There is something you do not know. After making up his mind, Wei Hongfei told General Feng the truth about Xiao Chun killing Rakshasa Tian's clone. There really is such a thing. General Feng was a sovereign personage. However, the shock on his face was no less than Wei Hongfei's. The Heaven Dragon Palace core disciple Xiao Chun that General Feng worried about the most actually forced the other party to summon the underworld monarch clone. Furthermore, Xiao Chun killed Rakshasa Tian's clone alone. This was simply inconceivable. The mixed-blood dragon race had not produced an astonishing character for many years already. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a huge fireball burned in the sky. The fireball suddenly exploded, turning into countless sparks that lit up the night sky. In that instant, the sky turned as bright as day. All the cultivators in the Flame Dragon Legion squinted slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Aside from the front, countless figures appeared on three sides of the Flame Dragon Legion, densely packed together. These figures wore armor flickering with demonic light and had indistinct scales on their faces. The Flood Dragon humans. General Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and the Flame Dragon Legion immediately entered a state of combat. Chapter 1905. Aside from the ground, there were even more ghostly beasts in the air. Each ghostly beast had a Flood Dragon human standing on it. Surrounded on three sides, aside from the front, there were no gaps. However, the front led to the Rakshasa race. As expected, the Rakshasa demon army was on its way, completely sealing off the encirclement. General Feng looked around and fixed his gaze on a tall mountain in the distance. A Rakshasa demon with gray bone spikes on his shoulders and a Flood Dragon human cultivator with a scar on his face stood side by side. General Feng's gaze sank as he said coldly, "Wu Ting, what is the meaning of getting a bunch of trash to surround my army? Could it be that you want to rely on this group of useless rebels to surround and kill my Flame Dragon Legion?" Although there were many cultivators surrounding the Flame Dragon Legion, their cultivations were lacking. However, most of their cultivations were lacking. They could not even compare to the Rakshasa demons in the stronghold, much less the Flame Dragon army. Many of them were not even minor primal core venerates. It would not be wrong to call them trash. The Divine Dragon Empire did not have as many people as the dynasty. However, they all had the dragon race bloodline and were stronger in the first place. Those who could enter the Flame Dragon Legion were at least major primal core venerates. Half of the elites were star venerates. Although General Feng was surrounded, he did not show too much worry. The Rakshasa demon on the tall mountain was the sovereign personage Wu Ting. The Flood Dragon human cultivator Yen Songming stood beside him. Wu Ting smiled faintly. "You are right. Today, I am going to use this group of Flood Dragon humans to deal with you. This is called using dragons to control dragons. If you think that they are trash, you can take a look at their battle armor first. It will not be too late to decide then. It's the demonic dragon battle armor." The expression of General Feng's adjutant changed drastically when he saw it. The demonic dragon war armor was personally refined by the Black Dragon King. Aside from its strong defense, the demonic dragon war armor was extremely sturdy. Aside from its strong defense, it had a strong suppressive effect on dragon race cultivators. The demonic dragon battle armor could mostly neutralize martial techniques containing the dragon race bloodline and veritable essence energy. Wearing the demonic dragon battle armor immediately weakened the Flame Dragon Legion cultivator's advantage in cultivation. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon Legion had a numerical advantage, several times the Flame Dragon Legions. The situation immediately turned bad. "Haha, not bad, you have a good eye. Although this demonic dragon armor is a replica and will be useless after one use, it is enough to wipe out your Flame Dragon army. Kill." Wu Ting laughed maniacally. The army of 100,000 Flood Dragon people charged forward without fear of death. "I've been tricked." General Feng's heart skipped a beat. It was possible that the Netherworld King's altar was summoned ahead of time by the other party. They were waiting for his army to move out. Someone had already planned all of this. "General, what should we do?" General Feng's face sank as he said coldly, "Charge! Charge out before the Rakshasa demon army arrives. It was not worth it to fight with these Flood Dragon people. In General Feng's opinion, the Flood Dragon humans were incomparably lowly. It was not worth it for the dragon race cultivators to exchange their lives with them. In any of the 9 layers of the Netherworld, Flood Dragon humans would always have the lowest status. In addition, the Dragon Clan itself had a rather negative opinion of this former traitor. The current situation was also one of the bases for General Feng's judgment. Taking back the stronghold was out of the question. As long as they could charge out before the encirclement closed up and protect most of the Flame Dragon army, they would be lucky. General Feng showed a sullen expression as he led the Flame Dragon army forward. The Flood Dragon humans in the rear were in a frenzy as they chased relentlessly. The Flood Dragon humans on both sides continuously harassed them, so their advance was not smooth. Wei Hongfei felt that something was wrong. However, the situation was urgent, so he could not figure out what was wrong. Relying on the Flame Dragon army's strong mobility, the Flame Dragon army charged forward without saying a word. The Flood Dragon humans finally managed to shake off the Flood Dragon humans, encircling them from 3 sides. However, it was too late. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. The ground suddenly caved in. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, boundless lava spewed out. A trap. Someone had predicted General Feng's move. They guessed that he would not fight to the death with the Flood Dragon humans. The ground exploded, and the horrifying lava of the Netherworld erupted, immediately tearing apart the Flame Dragon army's formation. Countless Flame Dragon army cultivators died miserably in an instant. Cries of pain rang out. Several war chariots instantly exploded. The cultivators inside had no space to dodge. The scene was unbearable. Instantly, there were countless casualties. Kill! Chaotic battle broke out. The 3 Flood Dragon humans took advantage of the chaos to charge in, risking getting blasted by the lava. They wanted to prevent the Flame Dragon army from regaining a unified command, maintaining the chaotic situation. What made the Flame Dragon army even more despairing was the rumbling of the inheritance in front. The black-armored Rakshasa demon army had reorganized and blocked the gap. Little brother Yen, your plan is indeed exquisite. Ha ha ha. I will definitely remember your contribution. After this matter is over, I will ask Rakshasa Heaven for permission to give you a piece of land as your tribe's fief. Wu Ting laughed maniacally. As he watched the Flame Dragon army fall into such a situation, he felt strangely excited. The Flame Dragon army was incredibly strong. It had made the Rakshasa demon army suffer several times already. Wu Ting felt delighted to have this day. Many thanks. Yen Songming remained expressionless. It looked like he was about to succeed in his plan, but he did not show much joy. Even if Yen Songming managed to kill the Flame Dragon army, at least half of his subordinates would die. The Rakshasa demons only needed to block the top. However, the Flood Dragon humans had to enter the lava formation to fight the Flame Dragon army. The difference in treatment was obvious with one glance. However, Yen Songming did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, not showing it at all. Chaotic battle broke out. Blood flew everywhere, and miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red from killing, and they fell into a frenzy. It was a complete chaotic battle. The more chaotic the battle, the more advantageous it was for the Flood Dragon humans. That way, the Flame Dragon army's advantage in organization would vanish. Haha, are you thinking of defying heaven and changing your fate? I'll test you out. Seeing that no one could stop General Feng and that he wanted to reorganize his army, Wu Ting laughed maniacally and charged over. The 2 sovereign personages fought. Instantly, they left a large empty space in the middle of the battlefield. The strong auras deterred anyone from getting close. If they did, they would die. Yen Songming looked around and fixed his gaze on Wei Hongfei. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Golden Divine Dragon. The 6 colored Divine Dragons should all die. Whoosh! Yen Songming's figure flashed, and he charged into the battle, landing in front of Wei Hongfei. Wei Hongfei's expression froze slightly. This Flood Dragon human before him actually gave off a dangerous aura. Yen Songming showed a disdainful smile. The scars on his face wiggled, making his face look extremely terrifying. You seem to be injured. In that case, I'll only use half my strength. Come, let me see how strong your golden dragon is. You are seeking death. Seeing the other party's disdainful expression, rage immediately flashed in Wei Hongfei's eyes. To think that a flood dragon human dared to underestimate him. In the abyssal underworld, a flood dragon human was the lowest existence. To think that he dared to mock the divine dragon empire's strongest golden dragon race. Bang! In the end, when the two exchanged a palm strike, endless demonic chi poured out of Yen Songming's body. The demonic dragon might in his body immediately surged like the sea, vast and boundless. Yen Songming used a lot of force, and Wei Hongfei vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. You do not even have the strength to force me to use my bloodline power. It looks like you are severely injured. How unfortunate. Killing you like this does not bring me any joy at all. Wei Hongfei retreated quickly on the sea of lava. As he looked at the other party's battle armor, he entered deep thought. Aside from being injured, the bigger reason was that the other party's demonic dragon battle armor blocked most of the force from his palm strike. Most of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators in the lava sea and the entire battlefield were in a similar predicament as Wei Hongfei. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were simply helpless against the other party's demonic dragon battle armor. Even though the other party was only an insignificant venerate, this demonic dragon battle armor, which the Black Dragon King specially developed to counter the dragon race, immediately became problematic. In the distant sky, the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen and Murong Yan traveled through the clouds. Suddenly, Murong Yan's and Xiao Chen's expressions changed at the same time. A heavy stench of blood penetrated the clouds and spread over, instantly turning the two's expressions grave. It was the blood of dragon race cultivators. How many dragon race cultivators had to die for the stench of blood to soar into the clouds? Xiao Chun and Murong Yan both sensed that something major had happened. Something very bad. Chapter 1906. When the demon blood vulture saw Xiao Chen's gaze, it turned around in the clouds and turned into a beam of scarlet light, rushing towards the battlefield. As the two were fleeing, they had been extremely weak, so they slowed down in their retreat. As a result, Xiao Chun slowed down when he left the path of retreat. He focused on recovering himself and did not have time to regroup with the Flame Dragon army. How can it be like this? Soon, the two saw an extremely chaotic and cruel scene. The Flame Dragon Legion was surrounded by Rakshasa demons, who outnumbered them by several times. The Flame Dragon Legion's 20,000-odd Flame Dragon Legion cultivators were split into small groups by Yen Songming's Flood Dragon humans. The Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could not regroup, unable to get into a formation. What was even worse was that the location of the battle was a sea of lava, causing the battle to be even crueler. At every moment, there were Flame Dragon Legion cultivators being killed in this land of lava. Although several Flood Dragon humans died for every Flame Dragon Legion cultivator, such a comparison was worthless. Those Flood Dragon humans had low cultivations. They relied entirely on their demonic dragon battle armor to qualify to fight the Flame Dragon Legion. Without the demonic dragon battle armor, the Flood Dragon Legion could crush the Flame Dragon Legion and easily break out. The most intense battle was between General Feng and the Rakshasa race sovereign personage Wu Ting. Wu Ting held two bone spikes in his hands. His Thunder Dao might merged with his sovereign personage Will, forming a lightning barrier. When fighting General Feng, Wu Ting did not seek to kill his opponent. All he wanted to do was delay him. Whenever a sovereign personage wanted to leave, Wu Ting could not hold him back. Even if the Flame Dragon Legion got destroyed, nothing would happen to General Feng. However, if he was left alone, this was the situation that Wu Ting wanted to see. How could one person's strength reverse the situation? Wu Ting smiled and said, "Even if I let you go now, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Today, the Flame Dragon Legion will be eliminated." General Feng showed a sullen expression, not saying anything. He only attacked even more frantically, venting the rage and dissatisfaction in his heart. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chun and Murong Yan far away in the air. Murong Yan felt hot-blooded. Without thinking, he wanted to charge down. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand to stop Murong Yen. Then, he said softly, "Just protect me. There is no need to send yourself to death." "Are you sure?" Murong Yan's heart was already filled with rage. When he saw Xiao Chun blocking him, he felt somewhat upset. "It's better than you going down there to die." Not bothering to explain, Xiao Chun took out the Soul Slayer bow, loosened his grip, and released an arrow. The heart flame on his fingertip merged with the arrow, and it shot into the battlefield without a sound. The arrow was like a beam of dark light. Without a sound, it pierced through the Flood Dragon human's demonic dragon armor and pierced through his heart. The demon dragon armor had a suppressive effect on a dragon race martial artist's true essence. But in front of Xiao Chen's arrows that were fused with his heart fire, it was like paper. Pucci, the Flood Dragon human that was pierced by the arrow, lost all signs of life and died on the spot. The arrow did not stop, piercing through a dozen Flood Dragon humans before stopping. Although the arrows did not pierce the hearts of all the Flood Dragon humans at the back, their demonic dragon armor was completely destroyed. As expected, a look of understanding appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Just as he had expected, the demonic dragon armor could restrain the dragon race. It did not have much of a defense against his heart fire. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, Xiao Chun shot out arrows like dragons, shooting 9 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow pierced through 10 enemies. In 1 second, more than 100 Flood Dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. The unlucky ones were even killed by a single arrow and died on the spot. In 10 seconds, more than 1,000 Flood Dragon humans had their demonic dragon armor destroyed. Among them, 100 died instantly. Many of the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators who were fighting felt it was strange that the Flood Dragon human cultivators they were fighting were Flood Dragon humans. Before these Flood Dragon humans understood what was going on, their demonic dragon armor broke and exploded. After losing the demonic dragon armor, these Flood Dragon humans were no match for the Flame Dragon Legion cultivators. These Flame Dragon Legion cultivators could easily kill them with a casual sword strike. Whoosh! 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 The arrows that Xiao Chun shot all landed in the same direction. Immediately, a gap appeared in the tight encirclement. What's going on? The Flame Dragon Legion's dragon race cultivators found this somewhat strange. However, they could not miss this opportunity. They instinctively rushed towards the gap. The Flame Dragon Legion's momentum, which had fallen to rock bottom, rebounded. The situation of the battlefield changed in an instant. Such an obvious abnormality naturally attracted the attention of the Rakshasa demon's upper echelon and Yen Tsongming. The same words echoed in everyone's minds. What's going on? It's Xiao Chun. Lu Feng looked around and noticed Xiao Chun and Murong Yen, who were standing on the demon blood vulture in the distant sky. It's Xiao Chun and Murong Yen. These two are not dead yet. Several of the Flame Dragon Legion upper echelon, who knew the inside story of the mission, roared in shock. After putting in a lot of effort, Yen Tsongming pushed Wei Hongfei into a corner. Just as he was about to kill Wei Hongfei, Yen Tsongming suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chun, who was still shooting arrows. Suddenly, he stopped moving and looked at Xiao Chun, who was still shooting out arrows continuously. The Rakshasa demons and Flood Dragon humans that went to harass Wei Hongfei were either chased away by the demon blood vulture or knocked away by Murong Yen. When these three stood in the sky, they were simply unrivaled. Damn it! Yen Tsongming shouted coldly. He ignored Wei Hongfei and soared into the sky, intending to attack personally. Stay behind. Wei Hongfei, who was already severely injured, was deeply aware of how horrifying this Yen Tsongming was. Wei Hongfei, who was already exhausted, burst out with a horrifying aura. Strands of golden dragon chi surrounded him as he continuously soared into the sky. The golden dragon might spread out. You? A murderous intent flashed in Yen Tsongming's eyes. He could not do anything but stay behind. The demonic chi on his body surged, exuding the aura of death. Yen Tsongming's aura changed drastically, and the mysteries of death flickered in his eyes. In that instant, it was like Yen Tsongming turned into the Grim Reaper of Hell. A black dragon that represented death seemed to circle in the depths of his eyes. Touch of death. Countless strands of black energy containing the death great Tao shot out from the sea of lava, looking like the tentacles of a demon, looking incredibly terrifying. Yen Songming remained expressionless. The scars on his body looked terrifyingly sinister as he ferociously opened his hand. The black energy that shot out turned into countless black tentacles that wrapped around Wei Hongfei. Boom! 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 Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He moved his fists, sending out a dense barrage of attacks. The golden dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Thousands of strands of golden dragon chi flew out continuously, trying to block the black tentacles. Unfortunately, the golden dragon chi that Wei Hongfei sent out immediately corroded when it touched the black tentacles. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. Countless black energy tentacles stabbed thousands of holes in Wei Hongfei's body. Wei Hongfei could not move at all. He was like a huge mutated hand with thousands of fingers. The fingers pierced through his body and held him in the air, preventing him from moving. Black demonic chi slowly covered the golden light in Wei Hongfei's eyes, slowly draining away his life force. Boom! Yen Songming swung his hand, and Wei Hongfei's body knocked away many ghostly beasts in the air before sinking into the sea of lava. Wei Hongfei's fate was unknown. Such a restraint gave Shao Chun plenty of time to attack. Not only did Shao Chun not mend the opening, but it even grew larger. The Flame Dragon Legion took advantage of this opportunity to regroup and break out of the encirclement. The Flame Dragon Legion, which had been split up earlier and could not bring out its full combat prowess, finally pulled through at this moment. The exquisite machinery started operating once more, and the entire Flame Dragon Legion became one again. Surging dragon might gathered as the Flame Dragon Legion charged over the Rakshasa demons' corpses and Flood Dragon humans' corpses with an unstoppable aura. At this moment, Wu Ting tried to escape, but General Feng blocked him. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did we break out of a sure-death situation? Wu Ting brandished the bone spike in his hand, feeling enraged. At the same time, he could not understand. On the demon blood vulture's back, Shao Chun felt dizzy. He held the Soul Slayer bow as he knelt on one knee. Heart Flame was the simplified version of Heart Force. It was formed using the supreme profound heavenly heart art soul energy and veritable essence energy. In such a short time, Shao Chun exhausted his Heart Flame without any regard for his life. He instantly overdrew on his recently recovered essence, chi, and mental strength. Whoosh! After breaking out of the harassment, Murong Yen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then he looked at the pale Shao Chun, who looked like he would collapse at any moment. Murong Yen panicked and quickly supported Shao Chun. Shao Chun! Shao Chun, hold on. Did you manage to break out? Shao Chun asked in a somewhat weak voice. Murong Yen turned his head back and looked. He saw a long dragon pouring out of the hole that Shao Chun opened, sweeping through everything in its path. The Flame Dragon Legion gathered the remaining cultivators and successfully broke out of the encirclement. We succeeded. Murong Yen answered quickly. Quickly retreat. Without much thought, Shao Chun gave the order. The demon blood vulture immediately obeyed. The demon blood vulture's entire body shone with a red light. Ka-sie, ka-sie. Scarlet feathers containing intense poison shot out in all directions. The demon blood vulture immediately cleared out a large space. After finding the right direction, it quickly fled far away. You think you can escape? Death God Profound Chop. Yen Songming, who was chasing with murderous intent, roared ferociously and executed a killing move. The sky tore, and a cold light containing the mysteries of death tore through the sky. Then, it turned into a 30-kilometer-long saber light that locked onto the demon blood vulture and chopped down. Heaven-burning rage. At the crucial moment, Murong Yen did not even think. He turned around and stood before Shao Chun, then pushed back with a palm strike. Flames burned in the sky for half the day, illuminating the surroundings like it was daytime. Murong Yan's rage surged, blazing with a fierce flame. Rage attacked his heart, and his bloodline burned, making his entire body burn. Murong Yen leaped into the air and controlled the descending flaming palm to block the death god Profound Chop. Pu Ci. Who could have imagined that the Death God's profound slash contained the Death Great Tao, which overdrew on Murong Yan's physical body and bloodline? The Death God profound chop looked down and chopped down heavily. A mouthful of black blood splattered into the air as Murong Yan fell, half dead. The demon blood vulture quickly caught him. Damn it! He actually blocked it. When Yen Songming saw that Murong Yan blocked his killing move, he felt enraged. Just as Yen Songming was about to make a move, he suddenly saw clouds moving in all directions. 10-odd tribulation clouds drifted over from all directions and gathered above Yen Songming's head. This was the divine lightning eye that Xiao Chun took the opportunity to execute. Yen Songming's expression immediately changed drastically as he quickly landed. He cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique that contained death's mysteries. Yen Songming's body was filled with overwhelming sin, making him incredibly horrifying. He feared lightning tribulations the most, like heavenly punishment. Although the Flame Dragon army suffered severe losses below, it managed to regroup and retreat to the back. The Flood Dragon humans and the Rakshasa race army chased closely. However, the distance between them slowly widened. The demon blood vulture casually chose a direction. Its entire body gave off a scarlet light, and an indistinct golden light appeared in its eyes. The demon blood vulture did its best to carry Xiao Chun and Murong Yan through the clouds.